Chapter 679. Oh, we have 10 days. Let us rest and prepare before entering the third level. Xiaohan nodded. Then, Xiaohan smiled at Jialanzi. Brother Jialan, the exploration of the third layer is rather quiet. Previously, the exploration of the genius area and the second layer was like a swarm of bees, with millions or even hundreds of thousands of people exploring together. It was very noisy, but the third layer only has the 6 of us. Yes. Jialanzi nodded his head, but he quickly said, Brother Xiao, we cannot be careless. The treasures on the third floor are no small matter. The competition will definitely be more intense. We cannot let our guard down just because there are only 6 of us who entered the third floor. Jialanzi said in a low voice as he swept his gaze around. Brother Xiao, I can be sure that in the third level, other than the 6 of us, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao must have set up other obstacles. Oh? That is highly possible. Xiaohan nodded his head in agreement. I also think that it is impossible for the 6 of us to kill each other. Moreover, the quality of the keys we obtained are different. Does this mean that there will be some differences after we enter the third level? Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. No matter how I think about it, I can't think of anything. Since things have progressed to this stage, let's talk about it after we enter. At that time, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao will definitely announce some rules. Yes. Jialanzi nodded in agreement. At this moment, Xiaohan turned around and smiled at Wu Yu and the others. Sect Master, Senior Brother, Elders. Xiaohan said with a smile. In 10 days, I will enter the third level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. I don't know when I will return. Sect Master. You should return to the plane for now. He paused. Xiaohan continued. We have all left the plane for a long time. Now, our plane is without a leader. All the elites are out, and there is no one to manage the overall situation. If anything happens, we won't be able to rescue in time. Sect Master, you should return first. Don't waste your time waiting for me. Moreover, you must have obtained many opportunities during this expedition. You need to go into seclusion and digest these fortuitous encounters. Xiaohan could see that the aura of Wu Yu and the others already had some faint traces of immortal ascension. After this life and death experience, and even competing with immortals, Wu Yu and the others became mortals. Not only did he obtain a certain amount of immortal fate, but his heart and soul were also strengthened. It was indescribable. Originally, for mortals to become immortals was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. However, most of the mortals on Xiaohan's plane had already firmly grasped the opportunity to become immortals. Indeed, Xiaohan's judgment was accurate. Wu Bai and the others needed to go into seclusion. Comprehension. Moreover, although the opportunity to become an immortal had been seen through by Wu Li and the others, it was fleeting. If they did not strike while the iron was hot, they might lose this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and regret it for the rest of their lives. Hearing that, Wu Yu and the others didn't act coy anymore. Crow patted Xiaohan's shoulder. Xiaohan, be careful. Yes, if we go back now and go into seclusion in the Yaoxia Pagoda, we will have a great chance of ascending to the immortal realm. Junior brother Xiaohan, I can also see a dazzling golden great Tao of immortal ascension right in front of me. Xiao Mingchu also said confidently. I dare to say this now. Cultivate in seclusion peacefully. Becoming an immortal is not impossible. Yes. Master, I, Yen Lang, never thought that I would be able to find a clue and opportunity to become an immortal in this life. Even Xiaohan's slave, Yen Lang, had gained a lot this time. It could be said that now, most of the elites on Xiaohan's plane had a chance to become immortals. In the past, in the mortal plane, there had been cases of mortals becoming immortals in one go. However, such a thing was absolutely rare. Even in the occasional mortal plane where there were outstanding people, after countless years of accumulation, there might only be 1 or 2. It was as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. Miracles of immortal ascension. However, in Xiaohan's plane, there were dozens of people who had a chance of becoming immortals. This was simply a miracle. Yes, everyone. Return quickly. Don't waste time. Return to the plane immediately. Xiaohan hurried. Then he smiled. I also hope to see a large number of immortals in our plane. Just like that, the people on Xiaohan's plane, with Wu Bai as the leader, began their journey back. Xiaohan. We will wait for your triumphant return in our hometown. Brother Xiao, we will also protect sect leader Wu along the way. When he and the others return to their hometown, we will leave, Black White and Xianxia said with a smile. Oh, brothers, you? Xiao Han asked with a smile. Yes, we are also preparing to return to the immortal world and report back to the sect. Black White nodded slightly to Xiao Han. Then, Black White and Xianxia bowed deeply to Xiao Han. Brother Xiao, thank you for your help in this expedition. Otherwise, not only would we not have been able to obtain celestial artifacts and magic treasures, we would have died in the cruel competition. Brother Xiao, after this expedition, you will definitely become an immortal. In the future, when Brother Xiao ascends, we brothers will meet again. Alright, let's part ways for now. Xiao Han also cupped his hands. Brothers, I also thank you for your thoughtfulness in protecting my plains people on their way back to our hometown. Yes, there will be many opportunities for us to meet again in the future. Ha ha ha. When we reach the immortal world, we brothers will have a good drink. Let's chat. After a pause, Xiao Han said in a half-serious, half-joking manner. Brothers, I don't know if I can become an immortal and ascend in a short period of time. However, I expect that the people from my realm, such as my sect leader and eldest senior brother, will ascend to immortality before me. If the two of you meet people from my realm in the immortal world in the future, I hope you'll take care of me. Of course. Brother Xiao Han. Don't worry. This is a matter of honor. Black White and Xianxia said solemnly at the same time. Then, Xiao Han watched his plains people leave together with Black White and Xianxia, gradually going further and further away, gradually disappearing from Xiao Han's vision. Soon, they disappeared from the scanning range of Xiao Han's soul and mental waves. Xiao Han looked away with a slight reluctance. He stared at the place where Wu Li and the others disappeared. Ha ha ha, Brother Xiao, don't be so sentimental. When you pass the 3rd and 4th level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, you can return to your hometown and reunite with your family. Jia Lanzi patted Xiao Han's shoulder lightly. Brother Xiao, after this matter, I will accompany you back to your hometown. I will not be in a hurry to return to the immortal world. I will stay in this mortal world for a few years. All right, Brother Jia Lanzi, it's a deal. Xiao Han smiled. Then, Xiao Han asked in a low voice. Brother Jia Lanzi, in your opinion, will my sect master and my plains mortal elites who participated in the exploration of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure successfully ascend to the immortal realm? Ascend to immortality, sect master Wu and the others. No problem, the outcome is set. In 8 to 10 years, they will become immortals sooner or later. Jia Lanzi said with absolute certainty. However, after becoming immortals, I'm afraid their future achievements will not be too high. They will probably be limited to below level 3 true immortals, unless they have some treasured medicine that defies the heavens. That's not bad. As long as they can become immortals and seek eternal life, that's enough. Xiao Han did not have any regrets. Then, Xiao Han sat cross-legged. Brother Jia Lanzi, let's rest and recuperate. 10 days later, we will face a mysterious journey. All right. Jia Lanzi also sat down, his entire body glowing with treasure light. Prepare well. The other immortals who had obtained keys and were about to enter the 3rd level in 10 days also calmed down and meditated, conserving their energy. The remaining immortals and mortals who had previously withdrawn also found their own way out. Let's go, we should also return to our plane. Although we did not gain much this time, we have passed the test. Going back and cultivating in seclusion can also improve our realm and spiritual cultivation. The mortals were not fond of staying at the inn. They all left together. The remaining immortals. Let's return to the immortal world. Sigh, when we came, we were full of ambition, but now we return with our tails between our legs. It really doesn't feel good. Don't be so long-winded. It's already very good to be able to return alive. How many immortals have died this time? Don't be so ungrateful. Yes, let's go back quickly. At least we have refined and controlled a few magic treasures. It can be considered a harvest. Boom, boom, boom. These immortals who were eager to return immediately burned their spirit talismans. The spirit talismans turned into spatial wormholes, connecting to the immortal world in the depths of the void. They all flashed into the spatial wormholes. They embarked on the journey back to the immortal world. However, there were some immortals who looked coldly at Xianxia, Jianghu, and the others. They also began to communicate with each other through soul transmission. Let's also go back and report the current situation. Let the immortal emperors know. The lords may not know, but the most precious treasure of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's life is hidden in the third floor. These treasures cannot be obtained by Xianxia, Jianghu, and the others. We must let the lords think of a way to reverse the situation. These immortals, with ulterior motives, also left quickly. There were still a few immortals left, their eyes brewing a sinister plot. They all quietly glanced at the position where Xianxia was sitting and communicated with each other through soul transmission. If we go back now, it will be tantamount to falling short of success. Although we have control of a few immortal treasures, it is not enough. Look at that Xianxia, immortal like a dog. There are at least hundreds of thousands of immortal treasures in his body. Moreover, he will enter the third floor and obtain even more precious treasures. Humph. In for a penny, in for a pound. What do you mean? Sneak into the plane where Xianxia is. Humph. Just now, I have already done something to Xianxia's mortal companions. No one knows. Now we will follow them, and when we reach Xianxia's plane, we will kidnap those close to Xianxia. Then, we will threaten Xianxia and force him to hand over some immortal treasures to us. Oh, like this? Do you dare? Do you dare to do it? Fortune comes from danger. Once we succeed, we will extort tens of thousands of treasures. When we return to the immortal world, we will definitely be valued by the higher-ups, and even have the resources to establish a small sect. Let's do it. Damn it! As they spoke, the immortals left without batting an eyelid. Not long after, on the entire platform, only Xianxia, Jianghu, and 4 other immortals were left. These 6 people would enter the third floor of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure in 10 days, and begin a new round of adventure. To be continued. Chapter 680. Outside a planet that exuded an ancient and mysterious aura was the vast universe. The heavenly wind stirred. YBDU. Near this planet, on a floating continent, there were only 6 people sitting cross-legged. Xianxia, Jianghu, and the other 4 immortals who had obtained the keys to explore the third floor of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. 10 days. They had to wait here for 10 days. Now, all of them were nourishing their minds and absorbing the experience gained from exploring the second floor. More importantly, the power of refinement on the surface of the bodies of the 5 immortals, including Jianghu, was raging like a hurricane. Yes, these 5 immortals, among the hundreds of thousands of immortals who entered the second floor, had the strongest luck, the strongest strength, and the most terrifying willpower. It could be said that these 5 immortals were the geniuses of their generation in the immortal world. After the preliminaries and the arena battles, the power of refinement in the dantian of these 5 immortals was extremely terrifying. However, before this, they did not have much time and effort to properly use the power of refinement to attack the countless treasures in their dantian. Now, taking advantage of the 10 days of rest, they also squeezed out the power of refinement to attack the treasures they wanted. Boom, boom, boom. Therefore, in these 10 days from time to time, there would be brilliant pillars of immortal chi above the heads of these immortals. Auspicious clouds and auspicious beasts steamed, and traces of refining and controlling immortal weapons appeared one after another. Xianxia also understood. One by one, the immortals were refining and controlling immortal weapons. Even Jianghu. He had always been indifferent. All of them were bound to refine celestial artifacts at every second. Xianxia knew that before this, Jianghu had only refined and controlled 2 immortal weapons. But now, Jianghu had refined and controlled 5 immortal weapons. Xianxia's mind swept over. It was very interesting. He discovered that the immortals had chosen to refine and control immortal artifacts that were either defensive, life-saving, or even fleeing immortal artifacts. Even Jianghu had refined a supreme-grade immortal robe armor. It seems that everyone has realized that the 3rd level of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove will be extremely dangerous. Everyone gave up on offensive treasures and chose to defend and save their lives. Xianxia smiled slightly. Meanwhile, in Xianxia's dantian, he had also accumulated a lot of refining power. As for the treasures, they were even more terrifying. There were more than 200,000 of them. However, Xiao Han did not refine and control these magic treasures. As a mortal, Xiao Han's ability to control and use immortal artifacts was greatly restricted. For example, even if Xiao Han managed to refine a celestial set of armor, he wouldn't be able to activate its defensive formation. After all, Xiao Han didn't have any celestial qi in his body. He only had an immortal body, but he didn't cultivate immortal energy. Forget it. I won't use Xiao Han's refining power for the time being. Let's store it all up. When I've accumulated enough, I'll try to break through the inheritance jade plate and obtain the inheritance of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's Dao of the Saber. Xiao Han nodded. Then he closed his eyes to rest. In his sea of consciousness, his soul and mind power were still splitting. The needle-shaped weapons, which were as small as a cow's hair, had already been split into 2, and then into 4. They were extremely powerful and could almost penetrate everything. If Xiao Han could go one step further, he could make these needle-shaped weapons split into 8. Then its power would not be the same as before. It would be many times stronger. Now, Xiao Han could use these needle-shaped weapons to kill a level 5 true immortal without warning. But if they could be split into 8, they would probably be able to pierce through a level 6 true immortal, or even a level 7 true immortal. Therefore, while the immortals around him were refining magic treasures and immortal artifacts, Xiao Han was studying his soul splitting. However, it was too difficult to make the needle-shaped weapons split into 8 and kill immortals of a higher level. It was more difficult than ascending to heaven. Every time he tried to make the needle-shaped weapons split, Xiao Han's soul couldn't keep up. Once he tried to force the needle-shaped weapons to split, his mind would instantly go blank, and he would even feel a sharp pain in his mind. Even the solid mental energy star would emit a crackling sound, as if it was in danger of collapsing and exploding. No, I can't do it now. My soul is not strong enough. Xiao Han's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He calmed himself down and stopped forcefully cultivating. I understand now. My soul foundation is not strong enough. My solid mental energy star is also far from full. If I want to make the needle-shaped weapons split into 8, I must complete the follow-up finger technique of the extermination of heavens and earth mental energy technique. Xiao Han completely understood. However, Xiao Han didn't have enough foundation to complete the follow-up finger technique of the extermination of heavens and earth mental energy technique. It seems that my path of cultivation is still very long. Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air and stopped forcing himself. He completely relaxed his mind and looked at immortal Emperor Ju Dao's lair, that mysterious planet. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly became determined, and he said word by word in his heart. In this 3rd level, I must obtain even greater opportunities to increase my combat power. The Celestial Realm. This was the highest level of this world. Immortals and mortals were on completely different levels of life. The Celestial Realm and the mortal world were worlds of different levels. The Celestial Realm was glorious, resplendent, majestic, magnificent, full of legends, full of miracles, full of miracles, full of immortality, full of supremacy. At this moment, in an extremely special area of the Celestial Realm. In this area, the sky was completely wrapped in a ball of faintly discernible celestial clouds. It couldn't be seen clearly. Below this ball of celestial clouds, there was an endless green forest, fragrant celestial plants, countless phoenixes, auspicious birds, celestial bees, and beautiful celestial butterflies. They flew and circled, dragging out rays of dreamy colors. A special fragrance was emitted. This fragrance could make people forget about worldly worries and feel relaxed and happy. Even the land here was already godly soil, celestial soil. It was many times more precious than the elixirs in the mortal world. For example, if a mortal was infected with an incurable disease, as long as he ate a little bit of the celestial soil here, the disease would be cured. Moreover, if a mortal lived in this area, it would be easy for them to regain their youth, be reborn, and be reborn. It wouldn't be a problem for them to live for hundreds of thousands of years. In this area, between the forest on the ground and the celestial clouds in the sky, there was a continuous chain of palaces. This was a celestial palace. In the palaces, there were all kinds of celestial mountains and spiritual beasts. The palaces in the sky were extraordinary. Moreover, in that celestial cloud, clouds and mist filled the air. Immortal chi was faintly discernible. Bursts of fragrance similar to agarwood steamed and enshrouded the air. The gauze curtain fluttered. Inside the gauze curtain, there were 3 people sitting cross-legged. In the middle, there was a small antique table. There was nothing else on the table, just 3 cups of steaming hot smoke. Looking at the 3 people inside the gauze curtain, they were all middle-aged men. Their auras didn't seem the least bit fierce. In fact, they were very peaceful, simple. They looked like ordinary people, even amiable. However, occasionally, there would be surging momentum in their eyes, as if countless space-time were being born and destroyed, and countless stars were vanishing. These 3 people. They were the 3 immortal emperors of the celestial realm. In the celestial realm, immortal emperors belonged to the top of the pyramid. Usually, the immortals referred to were exalted immortals, or perfected immortals. In the celestial realm, perfected immortals were as numerous as the eternal sands. However, the number of immortal emperors was extremely limited. Immortal emperors were great figures who held great power. When an immortal emperor was angry, a galaxy would explode. And at this moment, the 3 immortal emperors in the gauze curtain, among the few immortal emperors in the entire celestial realm, were of extremely high status. Now that the Invincible Blade's treasure has appeared, it has become the focus of the entire celestial realm. All the immortal emperors are paying close attention. Among the 3 immortal emperors, one of them wore a purple robe, had a jade-like face, and looked like a scholar. He took a sip of tea and smiled. According to the information we received, the exploration of the 2nd layer of the Invincible Blade's treasure has ended. Some young perfected immortals returned from the lower realm and reported a lot of things. The immortal emperor in a green robe focused his gaze slightly. The Invincible Blade placed his most precious treasures on the 3rd layer. Now, hundreds of thousands of young perfected immortals went to the lower realm and suffered heavy casualties. In the end, only a few people could enter the 3rd layer. 6 people. The immortal emperor in a white robe said with certainty. Within my jurisdiction, a few young perfected immortals have returned. 6 people entered the 3rd layer of the Invincible Blade's treasure. And among them, there's a mortal. Mortal! The other 2 immortal emperors' expressions changed obviously. There's something fishy about this matter. Moreover, according to the information from below, this mortal's competitiveness is even stronger than the other immortals. It's very likely that the most important treasure of the 3rd layer of the Invincible Blade will fall into the hands of that mortal. There are so many suspicious points. How can a mortal suppress the celestial realm's pride of this era? This kind of thing has never happened in billions of years. Looks like we should personally go to the lower realm. There must be something fishy if something is out of the ordinary. Moreover, the few most precious treasures of the Invincible Blade must not fall into the hands of a mortal. The immortal emperor in a purple robe immediately stood up. Then, the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched a few times, and he said with a soft voice that was almost inaudible. Moreover, in the 3rd layer of the Invincible Blade, it's very likely that it's hiding that secret of ours in the past. The other 2 immortal emperors' expressions changed drastically, and they also stood up. We need to think about this matter at length. However, as immortal emperors, our aura is too strong, and we're rejected by the laws of the mortal world. Once we descend, it's very likely that we'll directly shatter countless mortal spaceplanes. We need to use some special immortal weapons to descend. Don't be impatient. That mortal still needs some time to obtain the treasures of the 3rd layer of the Invincible Blade. Let's plan carefully. Alright, let's plan before we act. The immortal emperor in a purple robe slowly sat down, and there were changes in his eyes. In short, we must not let that mortal obtain the great treasures. The few treasures of the Invincible Blade must return to the celestial realm. They must be under our control. Once those treasures are obtained by the mortal, it'll be the greatest shame of the celestial realm. A great shame. Absolutely not. To be continued. Chapter 681. Xiao Han, Jialanzi, and the others naturally did not know that there were already immortals in the immortal world who had reacted to the exploration of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. And it was not an ordinary reaction, but an extremely violent one. Finally, Xiao Han, a mortal who had completely suppressed the immortals, had attracted the attention of the immortal emperor. Moreover, the immortal emperor would formulate a series of strategies to deal with Xiao Han. The world was finally going to be stirred up, and a major event was about to brew. On the floating continent outside Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, Ibdu, 6 people sat cross-legged in meditation. 10 days of rest was coming to an end. Today is the day the 3rd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure will open. Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes, which were full of light. Jia Lanzi and the other immortals also opened their eyes one after another. Some even stood up and stretched their muscles. Everyone rested on their spears and readied themselves for battle. Their gazes were all fixed on Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, the Black Planet. At this time, Xiao Han felt that the purple key that he had refined into his body was stirring, producing a throbbing that connected with his soul. It wasn't just Xiao Han. Jia Lanzi and the other immortals all had strange expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but place their hands on their dantians. The keys they had refined into their bodies were there, and they were all beating rhythmically at this moment. It seems like we're about to enter the 3rd level. Jia Lanzi blurted out. Yes, I felt it too. Xiao Han immediately nodded. Brother Jia Lanzi, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is known as the greatest treasure in the universe. We have explored to the 3rd level. This adventure is coming to an end. Yes, Jia Lanzi said with a sigh. This adventure is really paved with corpses. Jia Lanzi paused, then shook his head slightly. In the 1st layer, the area of geniuses, countless mortal elites died. In the 2nd layer, even our generation perished. The most outstanding young immortals. That's not the way to put it, said an immortal to the side. His expression was sinister, but his eyes were burning with desire. He licked his lips. Although we suffered heavy casualties, it wasn't all for naught. At the very least, we are still alive in our bodies. It had already been stuffed with tens of thousands of precious magic treasures. We even have the opportunity to continue exploring. The 3rd level is filled with violent refinement energy. Once we absorb it, we'll be able to gain perfect control over all of our immortal items and magical treasures. Once we return to the immortal world, we'll be able to revitalize our sect. Right at this moment. Boom! In Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, that planet started to squirm. Moreover, from the inside out, it emitted a beautiful and devastating light. Like a star. Like the blazing sun. Like a gem. Boundless radiance. Illuminate the world. This light contained an incomparably great will and the domineering aura of a monarch descending upon the world. It was as if the gods of the heavens had filled every inch of this light. Worthy of worship. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded again. Everyone, the 10 days of recuperation is over. I believe that in these 10 days, all of you have recovered to your peak state. Not bad at all. Furthermore, all of you should have completely digested the experience you gained from exploring the 2nd level. If I'm not wrong, then your current strength should have improved quite a bit compared to when you first arrived, right? It's impossible that you didn't improve. Yes, the 6 people standing on the land, including the mortals and immortals who retreated, all had improved in strength and willpower. Take Xiao Han as an example. In the 2nd level, during the preliminaries, he had completed the 22nd Spirit Finger technique of the Exterminating Skies and Decimating Earth Spirit technique. In the arena battle, Xiao Han had comprehended the soul-splitting and the weapon-splitting technique. Xiao Han even absorbed some superficial knowledge of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's Blade Dao inheritance, 1/50th of it. Xiao Han himself had made great progress. Then, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded again. Then I won't be long-winded. The 6 of you will enter the 3rd level of my treasure trove. Now, I'll tell you the general situation of the 3rd level so that you won't be at a complete loss after entering. All of you listen carefully. With that said, Xiao Han, Jia Lanzi, and the other 4 immortals all focused their attention and listened attentively. As I've told you before, the 3rd level contains the most precious treasures that I've collected in my life. These treasures are all epic-level Dharma treasures. Any one of them is enough to make any immortal emperor go all out. Let's put it this way. In the 3rd level, there are a total of 4 Dharma treasures. If these 4 Dharma treasures were taken to the immortal world, they would definitely rank in the top 4 of all the Dharma treasures. Gasp! Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's words caused everyone present to gasp. Simply put, the top 4 Dharma treasures in the immortal world were on the 3rd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. Top 4. Incredible! How incredible! Xiao Han clicked his tongue in wonder. Listen carefully. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was filled with unconcealable pride. The first Dharma treasure. That is, the number 1 Dharma treasure in the immortal world. The Qianquan pouch. The function of this Qianquan pouch is space. The mysteries of space. A small pouch can contain countless planets. It can even contain a quarter of the immortal world. As for the mortal world, once the pouch is opened, almost 80% of the mortal world in the entire universe will be contained in it. Ha 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 ha. This Qianquan pouch is the most precious treasure of my life. When the Qianquan pouch appears, the immortal emperors fight to the death for it. Heavens! One pouch can contain countless planets. Xiao Han was completely shocked. He glanced sideways. Even Jia Lanzi. His eyes were completely lifeless. Jia Lanzi kept muttering to himself. The Qianquan pouch. This is the number 1 immortal treasure in the ancient legends of the immortal world. Originally, I thought it was just a legend and that there would be no such treasure in the world. Who would have thought that this treasure would be placed on the 3rd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Among the 4 Dharma treasures, the second is the Emperor Slayer Saber. Once this Emperor Slayer Saber is activated, it can even behead an immortal emperor. Back then, I once wielded the Emperor Slayer Saber and killed 7 immortal emperors. With a flash of the saber, heads fell to the ground. Among the 4 Dharma treasures, the third is the Linglong Pagoda. This is a time-immortal treasure. The Linglong Pagoda. The first level is 10 days inside and 1 day outside. The second level is 100 days inside and 1 day outside. The third level is 1,000 days inside and 1 day outside. And the fourth level is 10,000 days inside and 1 day outside. To enter the first level, all immortals can enter the first level of the Linglong Pagoda. The second level requires level 7 true immortals. The third level requires level 8 true immortals. And the fourth level requires level 9 true immortals. In the vast immortal world, this Linglong Pagoda is the best of all time immortal treasures. Of the 4 treasures, the fourth is the Heavenly Demon Clone. It's the gene of a special race that existed in ancient times, and I've refined it into a clone. Once I obtain the Heavenly Demon Clone, I'll be able to refine a clone. Yes, once refined, the Heavenly Demon Clone's strength will be equivalent to a mid-tier immortal emperor. Ha ha ha. How about I tell you the 4 most precious treasures? Don't you feel suffocated? Ha 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 ha. I'll boast that none of the immortal emperors in the immortal world are qualified to own one of these 4 Dharma treasures, including the immortal emperor who ranks first. Humph. In terms of wealth, I, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, am number 1 in the immortal world. Indeed, Xiao Han and the other 5 felt suffocated when Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao mentioned the 4 Dharma treasures. They were too powerful, and their quality was too high. The 4 Dharma treasures included attack, time, space, and a clone with the strength of an intermediate-level immortal emperor. That's great! That's great! The immortals' mouths were parched. At that moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice rang again. All right then, I'll now announce the rules of the 3rd floor's adventure. If you want to obtain these treasures, you'll have to follow the rules I've set. Next, the 6 of you will be teleported to the 3rd floor. Because the keys you've obtained are of different quality, you'll be teleported to a different floor of a trial space. Different floors of a trial space. Xiao Han and the others were a little dazed. The 3rd floor of my treasure vault is, in fact, a trial space. This trial space is divided into a total of 7 trial worlds. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. 7 trial worlds. In these 7 trial worlds, there are creatures that I've reared in captivity. These creatures were captured from an alternate dimension when I was exploring the universe. The reason these creatures were able to survive in my trial space was because they relied on the power of refinement. Yes, the power of refinement nourishes their life force. Alternate dimensions creatures are very special. There are humanoid creatures, plant-type creatures, metal-type creatures, ore-type creatures, and some special life forms. According to the strength of these alternate dimensions creatures, I've divided them into 7 levels. Level 1 alternate dimensions creatures are the weakest, and level 7 alternate dimensions creatures are the strongest. Correspondingly, there are 7 levels of alternate dimensions creatures in the 7 trial worlds. The red trial world is filled with level 1 alternate dimensions creatures, the orange trial world is filled with level 2 alternate dimensions creatures, and the purple trial world is filled with level 7 alternate dimensions creatures. As for how weak level 1 alternate dimensions creatures are, and how strong level 7 alternate dimensions creatures are, you'll have to find out for yourselves after you enter. I'll only divulge one thing. Level 7 alternate dimension strength is comparable to an ordinary immortal emperor. As for the specific trial rules, you'll receive the corresponding hints after you enter. Then those who obtain the red key enter the red trial world. Those who obtain the orange key enter the orange trial world. Those who obtain the purple key enter the purple trial world. As soon as this was said, what? Since I obtained a purple key, then I should be able to enter the purple trial world. And in the purple trial world, there are the most powerful level 7 dimensional creatures. Their battle prowess is equivalent to an ordinary immortal emperor. Xiao Han's heart suddenly stopped, because these alternate dimensions creatures rely on the power of refinement to survive. Therefore, every time you kill a creature from another dimension, the power of refinement will erupt and fuse into your body. After that, you can rely on the power of refinement to charge and refine the celestial artifacts and magic treasures that are sealed in your body, allowing you to gain complete control of them. The lower the level of the creatures in the alternate dimension, the weaker the refining power in their bodies. Let me put it this way. Power of refinement gained from killing one rank 2-dimensional creature. It's equivalent to the power of refinement you obtain from killing 100 level 1-dimensional creatures. Listen carefully. Of the 4 magic treasures, the first-ranked Cosmos bag was placed in the purple trial world. The second-ranked the Arch-Slayer saber was placed in the blue trial world. The third-ranked Linglong pagoda was placed in the cyan trial world. The fourth-ranked Sky Demon clone was in the green trial world. These are the top 4 levels of the 7 trial worlds. As for the red, orange and yellow trial worlds below, there are no celestial artifacts or magic treasures. Adventurers who enter the Crimson Trial world and kill 10,000 class 1-dimensional beings can enter the second trial, the Orange Trial world. Adventurers who enter the Orange Trial world and kill 10,000 class 2-dimensional beings can enter the third trial, the Yellow Trial world. Adventurers who enter the Yellow Trial world and kill 10,000 class 3-dimensional beings can enter the fourth trial, the Green Trial world. In the Green Trial world, kill 10,000 class 4-dimensional beings and obtain the mystic treasures that I have placed in the Green Trial world, the Sky Demon Clan's clone, and so on. The Purple Trial world has level 7-dimensional creatures that are extremely powerful. That is why there are only 100 level 7-dimensional creatures in the entire Purple Trial world. Adventurers who enter the Purple Trial world and kill all 100 level 7-dimensional creatures can obtain the Cosmos bag. If you want to continue, you can teleport down to the Blue Trial world and kill 10,000 level 6-dimensional creatures to obtain the Arch-Slayer saber. If you want to give up in the trial or are surrounded by dimensional creatures and are about to be killed, you can teleport out with your mind and end the adventure. However, once you are teleported out, the magic treasures in your body that you have yet to refine and control will be destroyed. Do you understand the rules now? In that case, you will be teleported according to the keys you have obtained. Understood. I understand completely. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. I obtained a purple key, so I will be teleported to the purple trial world of the 7th trial world, where the most powerful level 7-dimensional creatures are. Of course, the most precious magic treasure is placed in the 7th trial world. The Cosmos bag. There are 100 level 7-dimensional creatures, so I have to kill all of them. Suddenly, Xiao Han's heart tightened. Oh my god! The level 7-dimensional creatures in the purple trial world are all of them, ordinary immortal emperors. In other words, I will have to face 100 immortal emperors. How am I supposed to kill them? Will I kill them, or will they kill me? At this moment, 7 teleportation powers shot out from Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's lair, the planet, and enveloped Xiao Han and the other 6. Brother Xiao, I have obtained a Scarlet Key, and I will be teleported to a trial world, the lowest grade Scarlet Trial world. I will need to kill 10,000 level 1-dimensional creatures before I can be teleported to an Orange Trial world. Brother Xiao, You have obtained a purple key, and the purple trial world that you will be teleported to is extremely dangerous. Brother Xiao, if you encounter any trouble, you can teleport out with your thoughts. Don't force yourself, Jia Lanzi said quickly. Alright, Brother Jia Lanzi. I know that my life is more important than treasures. Xiao Han had just finished speaking when he was teleported away. The 6 of them had already disappeared from this platform. They had all entered the 3rd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Of the 6 of them, some entered the red trial world, some entered the orange trial world, and only Xiao Han entered the most terrifying purple trial world. To be continued. Chapter 682. After Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao finished announcing the rules of the 3rd floor, 6 mysterious spatial teleportation forces shot out from the planet and covered Xiao Han and the other 5 people as they were teleported. Soon, the bodies of the 6 people began to fade. About to disappear. Xiao Han quickly glanced around and discovered that among the 6 people, Jia Lanzi and the other 2 immortals were teleported to the lowest level of the trial world, the red trial world. The remaining 2 immortals were teleported to the orange trial world. As for Xiao Han, he was teleported to the most difficult trial world, the purple trial world. For Jia Lanzi and the other immortals who had been teleported into the red trial world, they had to kill 10,000 level 1-dimensional creatures, then enter the orange trial world and kill 10,000 level 2-dimensional creatures, then enter the yellow trial world and kill 10,000 level 3-dimensional creatures, then enter the 4th level, the green trial world, and kill 10,000 level 4-dimensional creatures. Only then would they be able to obtain a magic treasure. The difficulty was also extremely high. Moreover, the 3 immortals who entered the red trial world were inferior to the 2 immortals who entered the orange trial world. They might have the upper hand. This was what Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao had said in the 2nd level's arena battle. The 7 types of keys were all of different quality. The higher the quality of the key, the greater the advantage in the 3rd level. Finally, boom, 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 boom. The 6 people were sucked into the planet. It really is a 7-story tower building. The moment they teleported in, Xiao Han vaguely saw a huge 7-story tower building. This building was extremely simple and unadorned. Grand. The exterior was engraved with many subtle and mysterious runes. 7th level. Indeed, it was divided into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. But soon, Xiao Han's vision blurred. His figure turned into a stream of light and directly entered the highest level of the tower building. The 7th level. The purple trial world. Forget about Xiao Han. Jia Lanzi and the other 2 immortals completed the teleportation in an instant. The 1st level of the tower building. The red trial space. The moment the teleportation was completed, Jia Lanzi stabilized his figure. He immediately released his immortal senses and discovered that this was a boundless space. In this space, red was the main color. There were grasslands, mountains, rivers, and even oceans, as well as the sun, moon, and stars. At this moment, the 2 immortals who had teleported over with Jia Lanzi's immortal sense had already disappeared. He couldn't sense the 2 immortals at all. It's really all-encompassing. This Crimson Trial world has the feel of an inner universe. Jia Lanzi quickly checked his body and found that his immortal qi, strength, and various techniques were not restricted. Inside his dantian, countless Dharma treasures were hoarded. Jia Lanzi flew directly at a low altitude. His immortal sense spread out to the greatest extent, carefully sensing this world. At the same time, he was also on guard. Right at this moment, Jia Lanzi's figure suddenly stopped. The next moment, boom! Behind a hill in front of them, a fiendish aura rose from the sky. Then, xiao, 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 swoosh. After images flickered. 6 strangely shaped creatures lined up in a row, blocking Jia Lanzi's path. Gaga gaga gaga. After waiting for so many years, finally, gaga gaga, the adventurers have come. Gaga gaga. The 6 strange creatures let out strange sounds like ducks quacking, looking at Jia Lanzi with a murderous look. Creatures from another dimension. Jia Lanzi's heart skipped a beat. Then he directly observed them. These 6 odd-shaped creatures looked extremely strange. They were about 10 meters tall, with the head of a bull, the body of a human, and the tail of a ponytail. Their bodies were covered with scales that looked like fish scales, and their eyes were bulging and bloodshot. They held steel tridents in their hands, looking like fiends. However, judging from their auras, they're roughly equivalent to an ordinary level 2 true immortal. Xianxia immediately heaved a sigh of relief. These creatures from another dimension are of the lowest level, level 1. Their strength is roughly equivalent to an ordinary level 2 true immortal in a small sect in the immortal world. I, Xianxia, have many peerless immortal arts, and have refined and controlled several supreme-grade immortal artifacts. Dealing with these creatures is indeed easy. Xianxia nodded slightly. Kill this guy. Ga. Kill him. The creatures from another dimension were about to pounce on Xianxia. Boom. Xianxia was the first to act. His 5 fingers clawed, and space collapsed. Cloud Dragon Hand. A large mottled hand appeared out of thin air. Pucci. The large hand squeezed, and the 6 creatures from another dimension exploded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the explosion, the creatures turned into streams of refined power that rushed directly into Xianxia's dantian. Not bad. After killing these creatures from another dimension, I can indeed obtain the power of refinement. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, Wang! Ripples flickered above Xianxia's head, and a number appeared. 10,000. I need to kill 10,000 of these level 1 creatures from another dimension before I can enter the deeper orange trial world. Kill. Find as many of these creatures as you can, and kill as many as 10,000 as possible. Xianxia's figure flickered, and he disappeared without a trace. Orange Trial World. Compared to the Crimson Trial World, it was a trial world that was even more advanced. This red trial world was a world of metal. The entire world was made of rare metals that were even more precious than gold. At this moment, in front of an immortal who had entered the orange trial world, several metallic creatures appeared. They were completely golden in color. They wore golden armor, and their bodies were made entirely of metal. They were the size of an adult, but their eyes burned with the flames of wisdom. They were wielding swords and other weapons. Adventurers? Kill these adventurers. Rip. The metallic creatures' voices were extremely piercing, equivalent to the strength of an ordinary level 3 true immortal. It seems that ordinary immortal spells will not be able to kill them. Use your magic treasures. The immortal who encountered the metallic creatures made a prompt decision to summon one of the treasures he'd previously refined and mastered. Boom! A war blade appeared, and with a sweep, the metallic creatures in front of him were killed as easily as chopping vegetables. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The power of refinement flowed into the immortal's body. Then, a string of numbers appeared above the immortal's head. 5, 10,000 inch. That's right, kill these guys. This way I can slowly refine and control more immortal weapons, increasing my combat power bit by bit. However, the troublesome part is that I have to kill 10,000 of these metallic life forms to pass the test and enter the yellow trial world. There's no other way since I'm already here. I'll just keep killing like this. Trial World. 7th level. Purple Trial World. The most terrifying trial world. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao had said very clearly that in this purple trial world, there were 100 level 7 dimensional creatures, and these creatures had combat power comparable to an intermediate immortal emperor. Damn, I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky. Xiao Han ended the teleportation, and his figure stabilized. Xiao Han's soul consciousness spread out, and he discovered that he was currently in a small narrow room. It was a room of 12 square meters. It was completely dark inside the room. Moreover, there were no furnishings in the room. However, there was a door of light in front of the room. Now, should I open the door in front of me and walk out from here? Xiao Han's mind moved slightly. However, Xiao Han's soul ripple could not penetrate the door of light, and he could not see the world behind it. However, Xiao Han had a vague premonition that there was something extremely terrifying hidden behind the door of light. There was a kind of palpitation that penetrated deep into Xiao Han's bones, gradually occupying him. Level 7 dimensional creatures. Immortal Emperor level strength. Xiao Han let out a long sigh of relief, and then made up his mind. Since I'm already here, I'll take a gamble. I hope there's a chance of survival. Thinking of this, Xiao Han walked towards the door of light step by step. At this moment, ha 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 ha, young man, welcome to the purple trial world. Opening the door of light means that your trial has officially begun. In Xiao Han's body, the two purple keys fused into one, and a trace of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense was produced. At this moment, this trace of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense began to communicate with Xiao Han. Young man, you are the holder of two purple keys, and you also have my legacy in your body.
Yes, I have already regarded you as my disciple.
Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense spoke with fervor and assurance. Ha! Xiao Han was stunned.
Ha 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 ha. Young man, I believe that among all the people who entered my treasure, including those immortals, you are the most suitable to inherit my legacy.
Therefore, in this purple trial world, I will still take care of you.
Take care of me? Xiao Han was completely shocked.
Yes. Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense said slowly. Young man, once you open the door of light, you will face level 7 dimensional creatures. I risked my injuries to capture these level 7 dimensional creatures. They are very powerful, comparable to middle-level immortal emperors in the immortal world. As for your strength, young man, ha ha ha, any one of these 100 level 7 dimensional creatures can kill you 1,000 times. 10,000 times.
Hiss!
Xiao Han took a deep breath. If that's the case, I have no chance at all in this trial. No. I will take care of you. Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's voice became a little excited. Young man, you will be killed in this purple trial world. But, every time you are killed, you can resurrect. To be continued. Chapter 683. Every time I am killed I can be revived? Xiao Han was completely confused. Die. Resurrection? Ha 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 ha. Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense roared. Forget it, forget it. Young man, since you're my disciple and successor, I won't keep you in suspense. I won't tease you anymore. Now, this emperor will tell you the rules of the purple trial space. Yes, this purple trial space only allows those who have obtained a purple key to enter. There is only one purple key, and there is no extra. Therefore, only you have entered this purple trial space. Therefore, these rules are only for you. A rule that only applies to me? Xiao Han steadied his mind and listened attentively. Since you are this emperor's chosen successor, then this emperor will nurture you. I can't let you die so easily after you go out. Ha 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 ha. Young man, you can treat this purple world of trials as a form of tempering for you. I hope you can improve by leaps and bounds through this trial. Celestial Emperor Ju Dao said solemnly. Xiao Han held his breath. First, let's talk about the level 7 alternate space life form in the purple trial world. This is a special race in the universe. Their innate talents are extraordinary. Although they aren't humans, their life structure is very similar to humans. Back then, after I captured them, I refined them. I've refined my Saber Dao into their bodies. My most powerful Saber Dao is the 100 Saber Dao. There are a total of 100 saber moves. They were refined into the bodies of the 100 level 7-dimensional creatures. This allowed each of them to grasp a saber move. This level 7 alternate dimension creature is extremely valuable because of its bloodline and bone structure. Each and every one of them is gifted. Therefore, after each of them mastered one of this emperor's saber moves, their attack power increased. That's equivalent to a mid-level immortal emperor. However, the life structure of these level 7 creatures from alternate dimensions. In the end, they can't compare to us immortals. Therefore, every level 7 alternate dimension creature can only absorb and master one of my sword moves. You can't master 2 or more moves at the same time. Otherwise, your body will explode and you will die. As it turns out, the 100 Generations Saber Dao was formed by 100 saber moves from the Absolute Saber Celestial Emperor. The seal was refined into the bodies of the 100 level 7 extra-dimensional creatures. Each level 7 extra-dimensional creature inherited one move. Combined with their own energy, their combat power. It's equivalent to an intermediate Celestial Emperor. Xiao Han finally understood what Celestial Emperor Ju Dao meant. The Great Saber Celestial Emperor continued. Young man, Your trial is to challenge these 100 level 7 extra-dimensional creatures one by one. The first level 7 creature from the alternate dimension had mastered the first move of this Emperor's 100 Lives of the Saber Dao. When you challenge him, he will suppress his own energy. It wouldn't directly erupt with immortal Emperor-level energy, otherwise, you would be instantly killed. After suppressing his energy, he only used the first move of the 100 Lives of the Saber Dao to fight you. If you were killed, you would be resurrected immediately and challenge again. If you were killed 100 times, 1,000 times, no matter how many times, you could revive and challenge again until you could defeat him. When you defeat the first level 7 creature from the alternate dimension, this Emperor believes that you will also be able to comprehend the first move of this Emperor's 100 Lives of the Saber Dao. Moreover, you will obtain the refining power of this Emperor's Saber Dao Legacy Jade Tablet in your Dantian. Also, when you defeat a level 7-dimensional creature from the alternate dimension, you will completely refine and control him, making him your slave. A slave who will never betray you and be completely brainwashed. However, in this purple trial space, you can't release them to fight for you for the time being. Of course, the content of your trial is far from just defeating a level 7-dimensional creature. You have to continuously defeat 100 level 7-dimensional creatures before you can pass. After defeating these 100 level 7-dimensional creatures, you will master 100 moves of this Emperor's 100 Lives of the Saber Dao. You will officially become this Emperor's most qualified disciple. You will also obtain this Emperor's most precious treasure, the Cosmos Bag, and the qualifications to enter the 4th level. The 4th level of this Emperor's treasure is only open to you. The 4th level contains the last trace of this Emperor's Saber Dao inheritance, which is also the most important essence. Also, at this point, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine consciousness became extremely agitated. This agitation was filled with anger, unwillingness, roaring, and helplessness. However, he quickly calmed down and said indifferently, "There is also a secret of this Emperor's in the 4th level." Well, forget it. This Emperor won't say much about the 4th level for the time being. Young man, you can start now. Defeat 100 level 7-dimensional creatures from the alternate dimension. Master 100 moves of the 100 Lives of the Saber Dao. Refine 100 level 7-dimensional space creatures and make them your slaves. My disciple, work hard. After announcing these rules, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice disappeared. I understand. I completely understand. This purple trial space is a learning opportunity for me. Xiao Han. It will be of great benefit to me when I receive the inheritance of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. That's great. This is equivalent to Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao personally teaching me. Xiao Han's face bloomed with the light of enlightenment. Then, without hesitation, Xiao Han strode towards the door of light. Let's begin. Xiao Han took a deep breath and directly pushed open the light door. In front of him, a scene appeared. In the red trial space. Bang, 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 bang. Jia Lanzi was surrounded by thousands of level 1-dimensional creatures. However, he was surprisingly calm. He directly took out the defensive immortal robe armor, and then took out an offensive immortal artifact to kill all the level 1-dimensional creatures that surrounded him. The power of refinement. Like mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, it poured into Jia Lanzi's body. Now the data above Jia Lanzi's head had changed to 3213, 10,000 however. After breaking out of the encirclement, Jia Lanzi did not immediately continue to search and kill these level 1-dimensional creatures. He directly searched for a secluded place. While recovering his spirit and immortal energy, he activated the power of refinement that he had just obtained to refine the immortal artifacts and treasures in his body. Jia Lanzi was not eager for quick success and instant benefits. He was fighting steadily. The situation of the other immortals. Now, there was little difference between them and Jia Lanzi. They were all seeking stability and taking one step at a time. Purple trial space. Xiao Han pushed open the light door. After a dazzling light flashed, Xiao Han was completely surprised. At this moment, Xiao Han was in a space that looked like a martial arts field. This space was about 100 meters in length and width. Moreover, even the height was about 100 meters. In other words, this martial arts field. It was similar to a completely enclosed space. In all directions on the ground, there were incomparably ancient lines. Suddenly, Xiao Han saw a creature standing in the middle of the martial arts field. This creature. It was a woman. From the looks of it, this woman was just a young beauty. Her skin was fair and tender, and her facial features were so beautiful that it was almost demonic. She was no different from the best beauties among mortals. However, behind this woman's beautiful buttocks, there was a long tail. In addition, this woman emitted an extremely huge pressure, like the pressure of the sea, causing Xiao Han to stand there, and a terrifying feeling of fear surged. At this moment, this woman's eyes were slightly closed, as if she was sleeping. Her hands formed a finger seal. With a glimpse, Xiao Han immediately realized that the hand seal the woman was performing contained an extremely sharp saber intent. At this moment, suddenly, the woman's eyes opened. Incomparably sharp, the supreme saber light flashed directly from her eyes. Pucci. Even this martial arts field space seemed to be opened by this woman's gaze. Level 7 creature from another space. So strong. Xiao Han directly took a step back. Oh, you are the disciple chosen by the owner of the invincible saber? The woman suddenly spoke, her beautiful eyes staring at Xiao Han. It's actually a mortal? What a strong aura. Compared to Brother Jialanzi's aura, who knows how many times stronger. It seems that one look from her can cut me into pieces, and I can't resist at all. Xiao Han's mind flashed continuously. This is the combat power of an intermediate immortal emperor? Moreover, there are a total of 100 of such level 7 creatures from another space. Forget it, let's start the trial. The woman was not too long-winded. Listen, young man, now I will restrain and suppress my aura and power. I will only maintain the same level of energy and aura as you. Your spiritual and mental strength is very strong, but it doesn't matter. What I have mastered is the first move of the owner's 100 saber principle. I will only use this move to deal with you. If you can defeat me, then you will pass, and I will become your slave. As she spoke, the woman's aura indeed retracted a lot, and the suffocating feeling that oppressed Xiao Han began to dissipate. Xiao Han took a deep breath. I understand completely, let's begin. Just as he finished speaking, Pucci, Xiao Han did not see how the woman attacked at all. He only saw a flash of saber light in front of his eyes, and then he felt a chill on his neck, and he lost consciousness. After a few breaths, Xiao Han regained consciousness and found himself back in the small room from before. What? What does this mean? Just now I was killed once? Xiao Han only felt that it was frightening. I didn't even have time to react, and I was killed once? This is 2F King strong, right? Xiao Han licked his lips. After that, he did not rush to open the light door again. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began to think of a countermeasure. Let me think about it first. Are you? Chapter 684. Now, Xiao Han finally understood. He finally understood how difficult it was to temper oneself in the purple trial world. Level 7 creatures from the alternate dimension were too strong. Moreover, after they had mastered the saber Tao of the absolute saber immortal emperor, they were even more terrifying existences that could kill anything in their way. Amazing, too amazing. Xiao Han sat cross-legged in the small room and closed his eyes in deep thought. This time, he was not in a hurry to go out and challenge. Those guys originally had the energy of a medium immortal emperor, but they suppressed it. They only used the same energy as me and relied on the mystery of the saber Tao to kill me in an instant. If they didn't suppress their energy, wouldn't I turn them into dust? Xiao Han felt scared just thinking about it. But soon, Xiao Han calmed his mind and condensed his essence, qi, and spirit into a ball. He calmly thought about the countermeasures. If I took the initiative to attack, what would happen? Just now, that fellow attacked me directly, catching me off guard. If I had attacked first, given the strength of my soul and psychic energy, I might have had a chance of winning if I had used the needle-shaped weapon that had been split into two to attack. Thinking of this, Xiao Han no longer hesitated. He stood up, adjusted his breathing, walked over and pushed open the light door. Behind the light door, in the enclosed space of the battleground. The graceful woman looked at Xiao Han with a smile. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes as she shrugged. I really don't understand why the owner of the Absolute Saber chose you as his successor. He is so great, but you're just a mortal. Forget it. The thoughts of the owner of the Absolute Saber. It's not something I can guess. You can attack all you want, but I'm afraid you won't even be able to get past me. You know, in the 100 Lives Saber Dao of the owner of the Absolute Saber Dao, I have only mastered the first move. Its attack power is considered weak. You won't even be able to get past me. Don't talk so much nonsense. Xiao Han pretended to be impatient and shook his hand. His eyelids lifted and a faint murderous intent brewed in his eyes. He said, "By the way, what's your name? You're a creature from the alternate dimension, but you should have your own name, right?" Facing Xiao Han's question, the woman was stunned and immediately smiled. "My name? There's no harm in telling you. Ever since I was subdued by the owner of the invincible blade, I was renamed as I. This is because I have mastered the first move of the 100 Lives Saber Dao." Before he finished speaking, "Die!" Xiao Han suddenly attacked. Suddenly, the densely packed needle-shaped weapons that were as thin as the hair of a cow split into two, and then into four. With the speed of light and shadow, they shot towards the woman one world. Such a small soul weapon was simply wielding it to the extreme. Countless rays of light flashed and arrived in front of one world. Despicable! Na Shi shouted. However, at this moment, the disdain in her eyes quickly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with seriousness and astonishment. She had not expected Xiao Han's soul attack to be this powerful. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, one world's delicate body flashed slightly and dodged Xiao Han's soul needle-shaped weapon attack. Then, with a slash of her fingers, the profound trajectory of the Saber Dao flashed past. Bang! Xiao Han's body was once again smashed into pieces by the Saber Dao. Trying to defeat me with sneak attacks and speed. That's just wishful thinking. This was the last sentence Xiao Han heard before he lost consciousness. In the primordial secret chamber, Xiao Han quickly regained consciousness. He was resurrected. What should I do? Even my strongest attack can't kill her. Xiao Han was completely speechless. Could it be that I have to use the saber chi after transforming into a dragon? Xiao Han licked his lips. That's my final trump card. Once I use the saber chi, my solid mental power planet will dry up, and all the essence, chi and spirit in my body will be drained. It will take a long time for me to recover. Xiao Han felt a sense of powerlessness and defeat. However, Xiao Han would not give up so easily. He sat down cross-legged again and concentrated on thinking. Wait. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Xiao Han's mind. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao wants me to train and learn. He wants me to challenge 100 level 7 creatures from the alternate dimension and master his 100 Lives Saber Dao. In other words, that's right. That means, the reason I want to defeat these level 7 dimensional creatures is not because I want to use other methods to defeat them, but because I want to learn the way of the sword they control. I want to give them a taste of their own medicine and defeat them with the way of the 100 Lives sword. Xiao Han figured out the crux of it. Then, Xiao Han focused his mind and began to recall the trajectory of the Saber Dao that he had used in his previous life. At the same time, Xiao Han used his right hand as a saber and began to practice while recalling. As Xiao Han recalled and practiced, strands of supreme saber chi appeared in the air. Moreover, the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's Saber Dao Inheritance Jade Plate in Xiao Han's dantian also began to throb. After a few hundred breaths, Xiao Han opened his eyes, and there was a flash of saber light in his pupils. I've roughly grasped the general outline of this move, but I still need to watch it a few more times. Xiao Han nodded, then pushed open the light door again and entered it. This time, in that life, Xiao Han was still killed with one slash. However, Xiao Han did not resist at all. He focused all his mind power and observed the trajectory of the 100 Lives Saber Dao without blinking. He was experiencing the profoundness and greatness of this move. When Xiao Han visualized this saber move, the Inheritance Jade Plate in his dantian would also transmit some thoughts to Xiao Han, helping him to understand the profoundness of this move. Just like that, Xiao Han was killed dozens of times in a row. Finally, in the starting room, Xiao Han's right index and middle fingers drew a stroke. This stroke derived a perfect trajectory of the Saber Dao. This was a trajectory that was almost integrated with the Tao. The saber chi was condensed and cut the space into pieces. This is the first move of the 100 Lives Saber Tao. That's about it. I have complete control over it now. I can use it as I please. What I lack is nothing more than a little bit of control and battle experience. Furthermore, the Inheritance Jade Pendant will also help me repair the flaws of this saber technique, making this saber technique smooth. Xiao Han pushed open the light door again. Challenge. This time, Xiao Han and the 100 Lives Saber Tao released. In the end, Xiao Han's attack was a step slower than the 100 Lives Saber Tao, and he was killed by the 100 Lives Saber Tao first. Again. Xiao Han digested the gains and losses of the previous battle. His saber Tao seemed to have become more profound. The more he fought, the braver he became. Bang! This time, although Xiao Han was killed again, his saber move almost killed the 100 Lives Saber Tao. Puff! Puff! Another clash. Xiao Han was cut into two at the waist. However, the 100 Lives Saber Tao was also cut. Her left arm was directly cut into pieces by Xiao Han's saber chi. The 100 Lives Saber Tao seemed to be able to repair herself in the purple trial world. In the following clash, her broken left arm was as good as new. In the following clash, Xiao Han's control of the saber move became more and more skilled. His control of the heat became more and more precise. He learned a lot about the use of this move from the 100 Lives Saber Tao. In the end, Xiao Han and the 100 Lives Saber Tao were evenly matched. The speed and trajectory of the two's moves were almost the same. In this way, although Xiao Han could not kill the 100 Lives Saber Tao and the 100 Lives Saber Tao would still be killed by the 100 Lives Saber Tao. The last clash, Xiao Han and the 100 Lives Saber Tao moved at the same time. The trajectory of Xiao Han's saber Tao actually surpassed the 100 Lives Saber Tao. In all aspects, the 100 Lives Saber Tao was better than the 100 Lives Saber Tao. Finally, the 100 Lives Saber Tao was beheaded. I finally succeeded. Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, puff, 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 boundless light scattered from 100 Lives Saber Tao and merged into Xiao Han's dantian. It was the power of refinement. The boiling power of refinement hit the Inheritance Jade Plate in the dantian. Puff! The Inheritance Jade Plate was blasted open a small gap. Suddenly, some saber Tao profoundness gushed out from this gap. Xiao Han did not care much. He immediately sat cross-legged and comprehended the saber Tao that seeped out from the Inheritance Jade Plate. Xiao Han entered a profound state of no sorrow or joy, no man and no self. These saber Tao profoundness were a deeper understanding of the first move of the 100 Lives Saber Tao. After Xiao Han absorbed these saber Tao profoundness, finally, the first move of the 100 Lives Saber Tao that he learned from the 100 Lives Saber Tao was close to perfection. Now, if Xiao Han used this move to fight against the 100 Lives Saber Tao, he could easily kill her. However, the prerequisite was that the 100 Lives Saber Tao profoundness had to suppress her energy realm to the same realm as Xiao Han. Comprehension complete. Xiao Han's face lit up and he stood up. At this moment, Xiao Han saw the 100 Lives Saber Tao profoundness standing at the side with an obedient expression on her face. Just now, although Xiao Han had killed the 100 Lives Saber Tao profoundness, the 100 Lives Saber Tao profoundness was resurrected. Hello, new master. The 100 Lives Saber Tao profoundness smiled sweetly. Her eyes were filled with submission. Moreover, it was very strange. Xiao Han also felt that his soul and the 100 Lives Saber Tao profoundness had an inseparable feeling. He had also established an extremely deep master-servant relationship. This feeling was just like Yen Lang back then. Xiao Han already knew that now, the level 7 alternate dimension creature had completely become his slave. After leaving the immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure, he could order her to do anything he wanted. An intermediate immortal emperor slave. Xiao Han only felt as if he had entered a dream world. However, everything was so real. Forget it. Don't be too complacent. There are still a total of 99 level 7 alternate dimension creatures that I need to challenge and defeat. Xiao Han quickly gathered his thoughts. He smiled at the 100 Lives Saber Tao profoundness. With a thought, the 100 Lives Saber Tao profoundness turned into a divine sense. Like a flowing light, like a rainbow, it directly entered Xiao Han's mind. Looking inside himself, the 100 Lives Saber Tao profoundness was sitting cross-legged on the spiritual energy star in his sea of consciousness,
nourishing his soul.
Done. Xiao Han smiled with satisfaction. Then, in front of this enclosed battleground space, another light door appeared. Xiao Han directly walked over and pushed open the light door. To be continued. Chapter 685. The third level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove was progressing in an orderly manner. The first level, the Red Trial World. Bang! With a wave of his hand, Jia Lanzi easily killed a group of level 1 dimensional creatures. It's finally done. Jia Lanzi smiled in satisfaction. At this time, the data above Jia Lanzi's head was already shining brightly. 1010 Jia Lanzi fought in the Red Trial World and finally killed 100 level 1 dimensional creatures, obtaining the opportunity to be transported to the Orange Trial World. At this time, boom, boom, boom. Brilliant lights and vibrant colors. Rays of glass-like spatial teleportation power fell from the sky like a waterfall, directly washing over Jia Lanzi's body. Jia Lanzi's body also began to fly up. He slowly entered the Orange Trial World of the second level. Alright, now let's enter the Orange Trial World to take a look. One step at a time, steadily and surely. Jia Lanzi smiled slightly. Now, by killing these 100 level 1-dimensional creatures, Jia Lanzi had obtained a lot of refining power. Now, out of the tens of thousands of immortal treasures in his dantian, he had already refined and controlled as many as 38. Moreover, among these 38 immortal treasures, some were of extremely high quality. The Orange Trial World. An immortal who entered the Orange Trial World had also killed a total of 100 level 2-dimensional creatures, refining and controlling hundreds of immortal treasures in his body. He was transported to the Yellow Trial World. The Yellow Trial World was a great desert. Rampaging in the Yellow Trial World. It was a type of desert creature. In other words, it was a level 3-dimensional creature. It was an immortal. As soon as he entered the Yellow Trial World, he was immediately surrounded by a group of desert creatures in the vast desert. These desert creatures were covered in yellow scales. They bared their teeth, had sharp horns on their heads, and had large bloody mouths. Their pores spewed out layers of bloody aura. With a slight shake of their huge bodies, they could transform into various desert beasts, such as sand crabs, desert foxes, and so on. It could be said that they were very powerful. Fuck! The immortal couldn't help but curse. This Yellow Trial World's desert creature, a level 3 alternate dimension creature, is actually much stronger than the Orange Trial World's metallic life form. It's equivalent to a level 4 true immortal. Kill. Kill this adventurer. A group of desert creatures turned into afterimages. Layer upon layer, they charged towards the immortal. A desert creature comparable to a level 4 true immortal. Not only was his speed extremely fast, but his aura was also giving off a terrifying oppressive might. The immortal's heart palpitated. In terms of cultivation level, that immortal was actually only a level 2 true immortal. Only, he possessed some immortal artifacts and magic treasures that could allow him to fight those on a higher level than him. Thus, in the Orange Trial World, he was able to deal with a metallic life form that was equivalent to a level 3 true immortal. And now, the desert creatures were the equivalent of level 4 true immortals. If they were to charge at him one by one, it would still be fine. However, if they were to charge at him in large numbers all at once, the true immortals would not be able to handle it. Get lost! Filthy creatures! Get out of my sight! The immortal did not dare to be careless. He immediately consumed his immortal chi to activate a powerful magic treasure that he had just refined not long ago, and shattered the group of desert creatures that were charging at him. The violent refining power rushed into the immortal's body. Above his head, a string of numbers appeared. However, activating the immortal artifact just now had consumed a lot of his energy. His face was slightly pale, and he did not dare to be careless. He immediately moved his body and fled. This is too terrifying. In other words, if I want to pass the trial and enter the Green Trial World above, I'll have to kill a total of 1,000 desert creatures. That's equivalent to killing 1,000 level 4 true immortals. The immortal was extremely bitter. I can't even kill a desert creature with my own combat strength and immortal spells. I have to use a magic treasure. However, activating these magic treasures that can kill those on a higher level consumes too much of my energy. If I'm lucky and encounter a lone desert creature, it'll be fine.
However, if I encounter a swarm of desert creatures, hundreds or thousands of them, even if I use a magic treasure, I won't be able to fight them. Instead, I'll be killed. As soon as he thought of this, yellow sand surged in front of him. Rumble! Rumble! The sound of the iron hooves of thousands of soldiers and horses rumbled in the air. The immortal was so frightened that he immediately scanned the area with his immortal sense. What? 456 desert creatures? The immortal's face was pale with fright. He turned around and activated an escaping celestial artifact and slipped away. Difficult, the difficulty of the trial has increased. The immortal's face was full of bitterness. Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's most precious magic treasures were placed in the green, cyan, blue, and purple trial worlds. The level 4 creatures in the green trial world above are definitely more powerful than the desert creatures in the level 3 alternate space. I'm afraid they're as powerful as level 5 true immortals. How am I supposed to kill them? Gradually, the immortal began to grow disheartened. He could sense that perhaps he was not fated to get those precious treasures. The purple trial world. Xiao Han's trial world. After pushing open the door of light, there was another sealed martial field. The person who appeared in front of Xiao Han was a man who held a saber in his hand. He had a scholarly air about him. His eyes occasionally shot out a sharp saber light. Just like in this life, this man also had a tail behind him. Oh, the successor chosen by the owner of the invincible saber? The scholarly man looked at Xiao Han in surprise. Mortal? It was actually a mortal? Wait a minute. The fact that you were able to reach this place means that you defeated the One Era? Oh, you should be called second generation, right? He has mastered the second move of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's 100 Lives Saber Dao, Xiao Han said with interest. Heh. The scholarly man flicked his fingernails and said. That's right. I'm the second. All right. Let the trial begin. However, mortals. You have to remember that the second stroke of the 100 Lives Knife Dao of the Invincible Saber Master is far more powerful and mysterious than the first stroke. You can defeat me once, but you might not be able to defeat me twice. All right. Let's begin. Realm Suppression. With a rumble, this second life suppressed the cultivation base around him. Then he waved his hand. A saber trace like an antelope's horn slashed towards Xiao Han. This stroke was like a falling meteor, like a demon descending to the world. Bang! Xiao Han did not even have time to react, and his body was directly torn into pieces. Another death. Xiao Han was resurrected in the secret initiation room. Too powerful. This second generation is several times more powerful than the first. No, it should not be said that the second generation is more powerful than the first, but the second stroke of the 100 Lives Knife Dao. More powerful and mysterious than the first stroke. Xiao Han realized that the more he challenged, the more powerful his opponent would be. However, with the experience of defeating the first generation, Xiao Han was no longer nervous and confused at this moment. He also had a plan to deal with it. Just like the first generation, what I need to do is to learn the Saber Dao that the second generation has mastered. Therefore, Xiao Han pushed open the light door again and entered the enclosed battleground to face the second generation. Next, Xiao Han was miserably killed by the second generation 98 times. Every time, Xiao Han carefully observed the second generation's attack method, trajectory, and route, and combined it with the feedback from the inheritance jade pendant in his dantian. Xiao Han slowly figured out the path of the second stroke of the 100 Lives Knife Dao. On the 99th time, Xiao Han was barely able to execute this stroke. Although he was still killed, Xiao Han was able to execute this stroke on his own before he died. On the 121st time, Xiao Han was able to exchange blows with the second generation. Although he died, he was able to injure the second generation's limbs. On the 135th time, Xiao Han and the second generation were both injured, and Xiao Han was killed, but only slightly weaker. On the 140th time, Xiao Han used the second stroke of the 100 Lives Knife Dao to kill the second generation. Then, a large amount of refining power burst out of the second generation's body and rushed into Xiao Han's dantian, melting a part of the restrictions on the inheritance jade pendant, and feeding back some of the tricks of the second stroke of the 100 Lives Knife Dao, allowing Xiao Han to perfectly control the second stroke. However, the second generation did not really die. Like the first generation, he was resurrected after being killed by Xiao Han, and became Xiao Han's slave. Then, he was kept into the solidified mental energy star in his sea of consciousness. Good. This is really good. Tempering myself in this purple trial space is a great thing for me. Xiao Han's eyes were resolute. He took a few steps forward and continued to push open the next light door. After defeating the first generation and the second generation, Xiao Han's mental aura was becoming more and more tyrannical. He had the demeanor of a super powerhouse. He had developed a boundless domineering aura. In the orange trial space, Jia Lanzi was facing a level 2 alien space creature, a metallic life form. He relied on the immortal artifact that he controlled to deal with it perfectly. He killed the metallic life forms with ease. Jia Lanzi took out an immortal sword and pierced the heads of 4 metallic life forms. Then, the number above his head also became 54561000000. This is great. The power of refinement obtained from killing one of these metallic life forms is 100 times that of killing a level 1 alternate dimension creature. Jia Lanzi was extremely satisfied with this trial. After obtaining the power of refinement, he had madly tried to control the immortal treasures piled up in his dantian. Now, he had selectively controlled hundreds of immortal treasures. As for the other 2 immortals, they had entered the orange trial world from the very beginning. After killing over 1,000 metallic life forms, they had smoothly entered the yellow trial world. However, the desert life forms that were as strong as level 4 true immortals brought great trouble to these 2 immortals. When they encountered the swarm of desert creatures, the 2 immortals didn't dare to fight them. They immediately fled for their lives. Later, when they encountered a small number of desert creatures, they would use their artifacts and consume their immortal force to kill them. Now these 2 immortals had killed 432 desert lifeforms, while the other had killed 511. They were still very far from the goal of 100. Fortunately, every time they killed a desert lifeform, they obtained a huge amount of refining power. Currently, the 2 immortals had quite a number of immortal artifacts under their control. Even if they withdrew from the trial now, they would still benefit greatly. However, they would not withdraw easily. They did their best to hunt, wanting to enter a higher-level green trial space. It could be said that the 6 of them, including Xiao Han, each had their own fortuitous encounters, and they were all in full swing. To be continued. Chapter 686. After defeating the first and second lives, Xiao Han was already very used to the tempering of the purple trial world. This was the process of cultivating the saber Dao. He gathered the power of refinement and slowly opened the jade token in his dantian. This caused the most precious saber Dao of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao to be thoroughly understood by Xiao Han bit by bit. As a result, Xiao Han devoted himself to the training and learning. He completely threw the treasures on the 3rd floor out of his mind, completely forgetting about them. To Xiao Han, being able to cultivate the 100 moves of the 100 Live Saber Dao was much more beneficial than obtaining a magical item. Moreover, learning the 100 moves meant that Xiao Han would be able to control 100 slaves. 100 slaves with battle prowess comparable to mid-tier immortal emperors. This was a priceless treasure. Xiao Han entered the 3rd sealed arena. The one guarding the 3rd arena was 3 worlds, who had mastered the 3rd move of the 100 World Saber Dao. It was a middle-aged man with a tail behind him. In the confrontation with the 3rd era, after dying 321 times, Xiao Han finally mastered the 3rd move of the 100 Lives Blade Dao. Furthermore, he surpassed his predecessor and killed the 3rd era with this move. After that, Xiao Han naturally obtained the power of refinement, as well as the powerful slave of his 3rd life. Continue forward. Orange Trial World. After half a month of hunting and killing, Jia Lanzi and the other 2 immortals had finally killed all of the 1,000 level 2-dimensional creatures in the Orange Trial World, metallic lifeforms. Then, he ascended to the 3rd world, the Yellow Trial World. Jia Lanzi and the 2 immortals each absorbed an enormous amount of refinement power. It attacked the magic treasures stored in the dantian. When they entered the Yellow Trial World, Jia Lanzi and the other 2 immortals, all of them had completely refined and controlled close to 1,000 immortal artifacts and treasures. Who, regardless of whether I succeed or fail, after I return to the immortal realm, I'll definitely be able to find a way out. Handing over the celestial artifact to the sect would definitely be a great merit. It could completely revitalize the sect. However, I can't relax. I have to continue taking risks. I will strive to make a name for myself in the yellow trial world, or even the green trial world. If I can obtain one of the 4 greatest magic treasures, I will be able to do so. It's enough to shake the entire immortal world. It was dazzling. Yellow trial world. The 2 immortals, who had entered the yellow trial world long ago, had turned from hunters to prey in the face of a creature from a different dimension whose strength was comparable to a level 4 true immortal. They were being chased. The battle was extremely intense. The 2 immortals were unable to effectively attack the desert creatures with their own immortal arts, so they could only rely on their immortal artifacts. Speed attribute immortal artifact and defense attribute immortal artifact to preserve his life. Then, he would use attack attribute immortal artifact to fight. However, although the celestial artifact was powerful, with their celestial force, they were unable to perfectly display the power of the celestial artifact. The higher the quality of the celestial artifact, the greater the consumption on the body. These 2 immortals. After holding on for so long, he was already at the end of his rope. Even what he carried on his body. The elixirs to replenish the lost immortal force had all been used up. Kill. Rip adventurers apart. Kill. Amidst the rolling yellow sands, the densely packed desert life surged like a tide. He chased after the 2 immortals. By now, the 2 immortals who had entered the yellow trial world had met. They frantically ran for their lives. Yes, run for your life. That was because there were thousands of desert life forms chasing after them. They did not dare to fight at all. If the thousands of desert life forms caught up to them, they would be blasted into powder. Not even dregs would be left. The 2 immortals activated immortal dew artifacts that were similar to the divine movement boots that Xiao Han controlled and sped away. Brother, run. One of the immortals shouted bitterly and in a panic. Damn it! These desert life forms are in groups. It's difficult to deal with them. After so many days, our celestial force is almost depleted. If our celestial force is full, we can still activate the offensive immortal artifact and charge back. But now, charge back? We activated this immortal dew artifact to escape, and the little celestial force in our bodies is also being consumed. If this continues, our speed will become slower and slower. Sooner or later, we will be surrounded by those dirty desert life forms and killed. At that moment, the data above the 2 immortals' heads was displayed. One had hunted 1,487 desert life forms. The other had hunted 1,522 desert life forms. That was already the limit of what they could do. Even so, there was still a long way to go before he could ascend to the green trial world, where he needed to kill 100 desert creatures. We can't enter the green trial world to obtain the ultimate treasure. Finally, the 2 immortals realized the crux of the problem. The situation now is very unfavorable for us. Looks like we can only teleport out and end the trial adventure. Roar! The Cosmos Pouch, the Arch Slayer, the Exquisite Pagoda, the Sky Fiend Clone. Those 4 top-notch ultimate treasures that could shake the entire immortal realm. We know where they are, but we can't get them. Damn it! I can't accept this. One of the immortals roared. At that moment, the immortal light of the dual-type combat boots on their feet gradually dimmed. Their energy consumption was almost depleted. Their pursuers and desert life forms were getting closer and closer. What other ultimate treasures do we need? Staying alive is more important. The other immortal roared in exasperation. Now, it seems that those 4 treasures are not something we can covet. It's too difficult. We can't make it through the yellow trial world at all. Even if we did, we would have to kill an even more powerful alternate dimension life form to obtain the last of the 4 treasures. Freak. Immortal Emperor Ju Dao never thought of letting us get those treasures, did he? Forget it, retreat. It's not too late to retreat now. Moreover, we'll definitely make a profit. We might not have the chance to lay our hands on the 4 ultimate treasures, but the repeated hunting of the alternate dimension life forms has allowed us to obtain too much refinement power, refining and controlling the thousands of mystic treasures in our Dantian. These mystic treasures are actually of very good quality. Bringing them back to the immortal realm is also a great fortune. That's right. Brother. You're right, We're actually returning with a full load. So we won't be greedy. Otherwise, we'll be buried in there. Let's go. The two immortals communicated with Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's will with their divine thoughts, requesting to end the trial and leave immediately. Soon, the two immortals disappeared from the yellow trial world, completely teleported out and ending the adventure. Just like that, 2 of the 6 adventurers who entered the 3rd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove had already left. Completely exited. Soon after, Jia Lanzi and the other 2 immortals ascended from the orange trial world to the yellow trial world. They also faced the extremely difficult desert life forms. A thrilling war of attrition began. Jia Lanzi could still use his own immortal technique power and immortal treasures to hunt the desert life forms. The other 2 immortals could only rely on immortal treasures to fight. They could only rely on their immortal weapons to fight. Of course, their consumption of immortal force was huge every day. Every day, they had to consume large amounts of elixirs to replenish their immortal power. 10 days later, the 2 immortals were doing their best. After exhausting all their energy and killing thousands of desert life forms. Finally, they could not take it anymore and chose to leave the trial. Of course. They returned with a full load, controlling thousands of mystic treasures. It was a worthwhile trip. Now, only Jia Lanzi and Xiao Han were left in the 3rd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. Another 10 days later. Heaven-destroying demons subduing Pestle. Close to 10,000 desert life forms surrounded Jia Lanzi. Jia Lanzi burned all the immortal power in his body to the limit, striking out a mystic treasure with terrifying attack power that was enough to tear the earth apart. At the same time, Jia Lanzi waved his hands continuously, striking out a series of subtle and profound immortal techniques. Bang! 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 These desert life forms were sent flying and shattered, dying without a burial place. The power of refinement surged like a tide, washing into Jia Lanzi's body. At the same time, the numbers above Jia Lanzi's head also skyrocketed. Finally, 1010, it's done. Jia Lanzi's face was pale, and there was a deep sense of exhaustion on his face. It was as if he was a lamp that had run out of oil. Under the blazing dazzling light, Jia Lanzi's body slowly flew into the green trial space. However, now Jia Lanzi was on the verge of collapse. Lucky. I was really lucky to be able to kill 1,000 desert life forms. Desert life forms comparable to level 4 true immortals also consumed a lot of my energy. I'm completely exhausted. Then, in the next green trial space. I'm afraid. Green trial space. Primeval forest. An endless primeval forest. Jia Lanzi walked in the forest, on the muddy road, his mind tense. His immortal sense spread out, his eyes and ears listening in all directions, monitoring the situation. 2 offensive immortal weapons and an immortal talisman were tightly held in Jia Lanzi's hands. Now, Jia Lanzi did not dare to be careless. On one hand, his immortal power had been consumed too much in the yellow trial space. Even if he recovered now, he would not be able to return to his peak state in a short period of time. On the other hand, in this green trial space, Jia Lanzi felt an extremely uneasy, even ominous feeling. This feeling made Jia Lanzi's hair stand on end. At this moment, roar. Within the range of Jia Lanzi's immortal sense, a violent, thunderous roar of a beast came through the air. Puff, puff, puff. The sound wave spread out like a ripple, and everywhere it went, countless towering ancient trees were uprooted from the ground. Then they were quickly crushed into powder. So fierce. Jia Lanzi's mind was focused, and in an instant, he felt the danger. Whoosh! Jia Lanzi rose into the air, and the next moment, a furry gorilla-like monster appeared in front of him. This monster was covered in golden fur, and the aura it exuded was extremely powerful, as deep as the sea. Even the air that this gorilla-like monster spat out condensed into the shape of a dragon, abnormally powerful. What? Combat power comparable to a level 5 perfected immortal. Jia Lanzi was completely shocked. He did not expect that this trial would be more and more exaggerated, more and more ridiculous. Although Jia Lanzi was a genius, he was still a level 2 perfected immortal. However, in the end, he was only a level 2 true immortal. In the face of a level 5 true immortal creature from a different dimension, he could not do anything. But in the end, He was still a level 2 perfected immortal. Die! The gorilla-like monster spat out human language, its sharp claws as sharp as knives. It clawed at Xianxia. In an instant, the space was cut open like tofu, as fast as lightning. In the time it clawed, a dragon and tiger accompanied each other, and the air in the area was sucked dry. Evil creature. Scram. Xianxia used an immortal movement technique that was close to teleportation, dodging it, and retaliated with an immortal artifact. Just like that, Xianxia and the gorilla-like monster began to fight. It was almost impossible to tell who would win. The fight lasted for hundreds of breaths. Xianxia relied on his large number of immortal artifacts to kill this gorilla-like monster. Hoo! Xianxia bent down and panted heavily. That was close, too close. I was almost cut open by this evil creature a few times just now. Although killing such a gorilla-like monster would give me a considerable amount of power of refinement, if I had encountered a few more gorilla-like monsters, I would have been unable to resist. Xianxia knew this as well. He was so close to obtaining that supreme treasure, the Heavenly Demon Clan's avatar, but it was actually so far away. Forget it. Since I've already come to this green trial world, I have to give it a try no matter what. Xianxia's eyes flashed with extreme determination. Without batting an eyelid, he burned an immortal talisman to conceal his aura. Then, he disappeared into the dense forest. Just like that, Xianxia was almost nocturnal. While recuperating, he waited for an opportunity to assassinate the extra-dimensional creatures in this green trial world that were comparable to level 5 true immortals. Xianxia had a few immortal artifacts that were extremely good at concealment, and he had also refined and mastered some elixirs that could strengthen one's foundation and recover immortal energy. He never fought head-on with the gorilla-like monsters, choosing instead to ambush, assassinate, and stalk. Half a month later, Xianxia had already killed many gorilla-like monsters, reaching a total of 329. The power of refinement that erupted from each gorilla-like monster was almost enough to break open an immortal artifact. However, in this half a month of hunting, Xianxia had a few close brushes with death and was surrounded by danger. Another half a month passed. Xianxia had ambushed and killed a total of 1,334 gorilla-like monsters. Another half a month passed. The total number of gorilla-like monsters killed had reached 3,986. This also caused the total number of immortal artifacts and treasures in Xianxia's Dantian to reach nearly 10,000. There were about 60,000 immortal artifacts and treasures in Xianxia's Dantian. Now, he had refined and mastered almost 1/6 of them. The harvest was extremely huge. However, in the following hunts, the gorilla-like monsters seemed to have learned their lesson. They always traveled in groups of 3 to 5, rarely alone. Now, Xianxia was quite experienced in hunting. With his treasures, he could at most fight against 2 to 3 gorilla-like monsters. If there were more than 3, he would definitely not be able to defeat them, and he might even be killed in an instant. Now that the gorilla-like monsters were traveling in groups, it was extremely difficult for Xianxia to make a move. Xianxia began to endure. He observed in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Just like that, an entire month passed. In this month, Xianxia only found 2 opportunities to kill 5 gorilla-like monsters, and then there were no more gains. In the following time, the gorilla-like monsters began to gather like a tide, searching frantically in this green trial space, wanting to kill Xianxia. Xianxia began to hide everywhere. It was as if he was fleeing. There were a few times when he was almost discovered. After avoiding the encirclement of a gorilla-like monster team for the last time, Xianxia finally made up his mind. Retreat. I, Xianxia, am also judging the situation. If this continues, not only will I not be able to obtain the treasures, but I will also definitely be killed in this green trial space. Xianxia had made up his mind. Then, Xianxia directly used his thoughts to communicate with immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine will, and directly left. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, he looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "Brother Xiao, I wonder how your trial is going. The purple trial world is extremely dangerous, but you're talented, so I hope you'll be able to reap great rewards." Just like that, Xianxia left the trial. At this point, of the 6 people who entered immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove, 5 immortals had already retreated, leaving only Xiao Han. Moreover, The 4 most precious treasures of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's life were all sealed and preserved in the 3rd level. To be continued. Chapter 687. The adventure of the 3rd level of Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove lasted for several months. Finally, out of the 6 people who entered, other than Xiao Han who was immortal, the other 5 immortals were all teleported out. The adventure was over. Moreover, once they left, it meant that they could no longer enter Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. On a floating platform outside the huge planet. 4 immortals stood on the platform. Now they were all talking to each other. Everyone, I didn't expect that none of us could enter the 4th world, the Green Trial world. Sigh, the 4 most precious magic treasures of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's life, the one with the lowest quality, are all in the Green Trial world. Sigh, we can't touch it. It's too difficult. All of us came out from the Yellow Trial world. Not to mention the Green Trial world, even the desert creatures in the Yellow Trial world are hard to deal with. Isn't that right? Those level 3 alien space creatures, the desert creatures, their individual combat strength is equivalent to a level 4 true immortal. Moreover, they always come at us like a swarm of bees. We can't kill them even with immortal treasures and magic treasures. Fortunately, we didn't end up with nothing this time. At least, we controlled a lot of immortal treasures and magic treasures in our bodies. That's true. But it's a pity. Which one of us doesn't have tens of thousands of treasures in our dantian? But in the end, we only have a few thousand of them in our hands. The others, once we come out, disappear without a trace. It's like a dreamy bubble. Speaking of this, the immortals sighed. All right. Don't think about these unlucky things. Let's talk about the harvest. One immortal shouted. All right. Don't think about these unlucky things. Now, I have control over 3,459 magic treasures. Among them, there are close to 1,000 of very good quality. After I go back, I'll give up most of the magic treasures and keep a small portion for myself. My future is absolutely limitless. Yes, I have control over 3,986 magic treasures. Some of them are offensive magic treasures. If they are given to our sect elders, they can kill level 8 and level 9 true immortals. Now, if I go back and hand over the magic treasures, the sect will fulfill its promise to nurture me and make me the chief disciple of the sect. I have refined and controlled 3,598 magic treasures. I've refined and controlled 3,289 magic treasures. Oh, looks like everyone's harvest is about the same. The immortals chuckled. One of the immortals frowned. All right. Now, only Xianxia and Xiao Han are left on the 3rd floor. Do they have any chance of obtaining those treasures? The 4 of them fell silent. Actually, subconsciously. They didn't get the best treasures, and they didn't want others to get them. This Xiao Han, that little mortal brat. Although he has many secrets, you have to know that Xiao Han was transported to a purple trial world. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao also said that there were 100 level 7-dimensional creatures in the purple trial world. Each of these level 7-dimensional creatures was equivalent to a mid-level immortal emperor. Immortal emperor? That's the pinnacle of existence in this world. In our immortal world, every single immortal emperor that exists today is a leviathan who rules over the boundless territory of the immortal world and countless sections. There are only a few hundred immortal emperors in the immortal world right now. Mid-level immortal emperors are even rarer. Xiao Han didn't even need to fight a mid-level immortal emperor to face off against a creature from an alternate dimension. Just a glance was enough to shatter him. Ha. Xiao Han was so insistent on getting the purple key. If he had only gotten the red or orange keys, he might have been able to gain some refining power and control a few more magic treasures. Now that he's in the purple trial, he's done for. Let's not talk about Xiao Han for now. What about Xianxia? He got the red key and entered the red trial space. His path is the same as ours. According to Xianxia's ability, he might be one step ahead of us and enter the green trial space. Kill 10,000 creatures from another dimension and obtain a treasure. It's a heavenly demon clone. There's a heavenly demon clone in the green trial space. After refining, he can nurture a mid-level immortal emperor clone. Hiss. Could it be that Xianxia really succeeded? At this point, the immortals all looked at the planet with great unease. They had waited for an entire month. Xianxia had yet to come out. Oh no! It's been so long, and Xianxia still hasn't come out. He's either dead in there, or he's still adventuring. Damn it, don't let Xianxia get the treasure. However, at this moment, boom! The giant planet in Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's lair wriggled. Then, a stream of light squeezed out. The stream of light landed directly on the platform. It revealed Xianxia's figure. Right now, Xianxia was extremely exhausted, and his appearance was slightly disheveled. Xianxia! The four immortals roared. Everyone, you haven't left yet? Xianxia tidied up his appearance. This. The four immortals looked at each other, not sure what to make of it. Finally, one of the immortals said hesitantly, Xianxia, in the process of the trial, how far did you go? Xianxia said bluntly without holding anything back. I'm not talented, I only made it to the 4th level, the Green Trial World. The Green Trial World. The four immortals cried out, losing their composure. Yes, in the Green Trial World, there's an alternate dimension life similar to the Devil Gorillas. Extremely powerful. Single combat power. No weaker than a level 5 true immortal. Xianxia said with lingering fear. This, then. Brother Xianxia, did you kill 10,000 of those devil gorillas and obtained a treasure? That's right, it's a heavenly demon clone. A heavenly demon clone. The four immortals looked at Xianxia nervously. Ha 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 ha. Killed 10,000 devil gorillas? Easier said than done. Xianxia replied calmly. Devil gorillas comparable to level 5 true immortals. In the beginning, I could still ambush them. I killed a few, but then they formed a group and chased me everywhere. It's already very good that I was able to teleport out in time and didn't die inside. Xianxia shrugged. I only did my best to kill thousands of devil gorillas. Oh! The four immortals let out a long sigh of relief when they heard this. Yes! One of the immortals said with absolute certainty. An alternate dimension life comparable to a level 5 true immortal. To be honest, it's not something we level 2 true immortals can handle. Even Brother Xianxia. You're talented and have a magic treasure, but you definitely can't kill all 10,000. Brother Xianxia's words are not false. I wonder how many immortal weapons and magic treasures you've refined and controlled now. At this moment, a soft puffing sound came from Xianxia's dantian. The magic treasures in my body that I haven't refined and controlled in time are being destroyed. Xianxia said indifferently, feeling very helpless. I've killed thousands of devil gorillas and obtained a lot of refining power. I've roughly refined and controlled more than 9,000 immortal weapons and magic treasures now. Amazing! Brother Xianxia is amazing. More than 9,000 magic treasures. Even if Brother Xianxia's sect is rich, it's impossible for them to keep more than 9,000 magic treasures. Now that Brother Xianxia returns, your status will definitely skyrocket. We'll all have to rely on Brother Xianxia in the future. The four immortals hurriedly said politely. That's easy to say. When you return to the immortal world, you'll definitely be treated with great importance, Xianxia said casually. Are you all going to return to the immortal world now? Yes, it's time to go back. This mortal dimension is really filthy and dirty. Staying here for another day makes my entire body uncomfortable. Moreover, the higher-ups have sent us a message, asking us to end our adventure and immediately return to the immortal dimension so as to avoid any unexpected complications. Then, let's go back. The four immortals all expressed their strong desire to return to the immortal world immediately. They were simply eager to return. Brother Xianxia, what are you still dilly-dallying for? Let's go home together. The immortals all laughed. Xianxia frowned slightly. I've become good friends with Brother Xiao in this lower realm. Now, I'm going to Brother Zhao's plane to bid farewell to some of my mortal friends. Xiao Han. The four immortals all laughed mockingly, then looked at the planet. Xiao Han is indeed in danger in the purple trial world. Brother Xianxia, when you go to Xiao Han's plane, you can also comfort Xiao Han's family. Let them, ha 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 ha. My condolences, ha 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 ha. As soon as they finished speaking, the four immortals ignited their transportation talismans. For spatial wormholes directly rushed down from the other side of the sky, like dreamy rainbows. Let's go. Let's hurry home. The four immortals immediately set off, then cupped their hands and bid farewell to Xianxia. Xianxia returned the greeting with a smile. Soon, the four immortals disappeared without a trace. At this time, Xianxia once again stared at the planet, his eyes unblinking. After a long time, Xianxia murmured, "Brother Xiao, I hope you're blessed by the heavens. I hope you can safely pass this trial and obtain treasures. Now, I'll return to Brother Zhao's plane to see sect leader Wu and other friends." Xianxia had made up his mind. Just as Xianxia was about to use his movement technique and head in the direction of Xiao Han's plane, suddenly, Xianxia's figure stopped. His eyes flashed, and his ears trembled slightly, as if listening to someone speak. The next moment, Xianxia hesitated. "What's going on? The sect sent me a message, telling me to return to the immortal world immediately. Did something happen to the sect? This shouldn't be. Forget it. The higher-ups must have sensed that I've ended my adventure and want me to return." As he spoke, Xianxia took out an immortal talisman from his bosom, ignited it, and summoned a spatial wormhole. Xianxia stepped onto the spatial wormhole step by step, facing the planet, and cupped his hands. "Brother Xiao, the sect has ordered me to return immediately. I can't disobey, so I'll return to the immortal world first. When I'm done with the various matters in the immortal world, I'll definitely descend to your plane again. At that time, I hope Brother Xiao can also come out, and we brothers can have a good chat." As he spoke, Xianxia also disappeared without a trace. To be continued. Chapter 688. The Immortal World. The immortal world was a huge special space within the universe, and it was almost endless. The entire world of immortals was filled with the supreme spirit energy of the immortal world. There was also the mighty power of the laws. Strictly speaking, the special universe in which the world of immortals was located was divided into two parts. One was the immortal world where immortals lived. The other part was the demon realm, which was dark, evil, and seething with demonic aura. Immortal world, Yao world. Immortals, Yao race. These were two races that were extremely opposed to each other. Since ancient times, they had been fighting fiercely. Under the leadership of the monster god, the monster race had once wanted to devour the entire immortal world. However, after fusing with the egg of the cosmic behemoth, countless immortals and immortal emperors sacrificed their lives to seal the demon god. The loss of the demon egg caused the demon race to be unable to recover. That was why the situation in the immortal world was so good now, and they were firmly suppressing the Yao world. Moreover, as long as the demon god's egg was not in the immortal world, the demon race would not be able to rise again. Of course, the immortal world didn't have enough power to completely conquer the Yao realm. After all, the world of immortals had suffered great losses during the fight against the egg of the Yao god. He needed a long time to recuperate. Thus, in the last 100 years, the immortal dimension and demon dimension had been biding their time, and there hadn't been any large-scale battles. The immortal world. The core region. Divine mountains stretched endlessly, multicolored energy rushing into the heavens, multicolored light of all colors. Jade seas and blue skies, there were countless heavenly palaces, like jade dragons, situated within. This area had the densest concentration of immortal qi in the entire immortal world. The dragon vein was hidden within the divine mountain. In the immortal world, it was publicly recognized as the strongest sect. The Tianyi Palace. It was located in this area, and Xianxia was the most outstanding one among the young immortals of the Tianyi Palace. The Tianyi Palace was a big sect with a powerful celestial emperor. It was a powerful sect in the celestial realm. Xianxia was indeed outstanding for being the #1 genius in such a sect. After returning to the immortal world from the mortal world, Xianxia directly returned to the sect and took out the more than 9,000 immortal artifacts that he had refined and controlled from his dantian. At that moment, the entire Tianyi Palace was shocked. It was completely shocking. More than 9,000 immortal artifacts and Dharma treasures. Indeed, the Tianyi Palace was powerful and had countless magic treasures and secret manuals. An immortal artifact. In the battle with the demon realm, He had consumed too much energy. At present, the Tianyi Palace only had about 5,000 magic treasures, secret manuals and magic weapons. Moreover, there were good and bad qualities. Now, Jia Lanzi had brought back 9,000 magic treasures, which had brought the Tianyi Palace to a higher level. In the future, the position of the Tianyi Palace as the #1 sect in the celestial realm would be even more unshakable. Therefore, when Jia Lanzi returned to the celestial world, he received great praise. The sect was shocked. The sect master rewarded him, and all the elders received him. Moreover, Jia Lanzi had received a promise. The Tianyi Palace would spare no effort to cultivate Jia Lanzi into a celestial emperor. Countless immortal pills were bestowed. Jia Lanzi even picked out a few of the thousands of Dharma treasures that were most suitable for him to use and most compatible with his soul characteristics. Now, Jia Lanzi's prestige and status in the Tianyi Palace were like the sun at high noon. On the third day after Jia Lanzi returned to the sect, a few white-haired, sage-like old men with long beards found Jia Lanzi in his courtyard. Elders, Jia Lanzi hurriedly came out to greet them. May I know what elders have come to teach me? Ah, good. Jia Lanzi, you've been out for a few days, and your spirit and bearing have improved by leaps and bounds. In front of us, you're neither servile nor overbearing. Ha ha ha. Your mind has been transformed. You've been reborn. The elders all laughed with relief. Jia Lanzi, we can conclude that within 10 years, you can at least make continuous breakthroughs and become a level 6 true immortal. Elders, you flatter me. Jia Lanzi hurriedly said modestly. Well, Jia Lanzi, you're the future hope of our Tianyi Palace. There's no doubt about that. Come with us now, the elders hastily said. Elder, where are you taking this disciple? Jia Lanzi asked. However, from the expression on his face, it seemed that he already knew what was going on. Well, the sect leader and the other immortal emperors want to see you. There are some things that the sect leader and the other immortal emperors want to ask you in person, the elders said truthfully. In fact, although Jia Lanzi had already expected that he would be taken for questioning, he was still a little nervous now. The sect leader of the Tianyi Palace was in the immortal emperor realm, and in the entire immortal world, he was one of the top immortal emperors. The friends of the sect leader of the Tianyi Palace were also immortal emperors. Jia Lanzi was also very nervous about being called over by several immortal emperors for a lecture. However, Jia Lanzi also knew that this matter could not be avoided. Then, elders, let's go, Jia Lanzi said with a smile. Okay. At the core of the mountains of the Tianyi Palace, there was a palace in the sky. This palace was built in the void, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was extremely ethereal and had an indescribable charm. In all directions of the palace in the sky, there were many immortal formations. It was difficult for outsiders to enter. There was a long staircase that connected to the palace in the sky. Jia Lanzi was led by several elders to the front of the stairs and began to climb up. After a full 10,000 steps, finally, Jia Lanzi and 2 elders arrived at the palace in the sky. Inside the green gauze tent, they saw several figures sitting inside the green gauze tent. There was no violent and overbearing aura coming from them. There was only a light breeze, free and unfettered, and there was a flow of energy. Sect Master, Lord Immortal Emperors, Jia Lanzi has arrived. Several elders bowed in greeting. Jia Lanzi also hurriedly bowed. Sect Master, you've been well, Lord Immortal Emperors. Jia Lanzi pays his respects. Well. Inside the gauze tent, a middle-aged man's voice came out. Jia Lanzi. Very good, you are very good. This time, among the younger generation of our immortal world, countless geniuses have come down to the lower realm to seize the treasure of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. They have suffered heavy losses, and only a few people can return with full rewards. Jia Lanzi. You have brought back thousands of magic treasures for the sect and made a great contribution to the revitalization of the sect. This emperor will remember this. Sect leader, serving the sect is what a disciple should do. I don't dare to be arrogant. Jia Lanzi hurriedly bowed. Good, Jia Lanzi. Now, after you came down to the lower realm, all kinds of encounters and adventures. Say them one by one. Don't miss anything. When you were in the lower realm, the mortal friends you made, also say them one by one. In the gauze tent, the middle-aged man asked. Well. Xianxia did not dare to resist and directly talked about his encounter with Xiao Han in the lower realm, until the end of the exploration of the third layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Of course, some of the performance of Xiao Han was too heaven-defying, so Xianxia held back. In other words, in the treasure of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, only Xiao Han, that mortal, is left? After listening, several immortal emperors in the gauze tent spoke at the same time. This is like this. Xianxia paused for a moment and then said, Brother Xiao is still in the treasure, but I don't know if he can pass the trial. It seems that it will be very difficult. After all, Xiao Han was teleported to a purple trial world, in which there are creatures at the level of a medium immortal emperor, the sect leader of the First Heaven Society said. However, this mortal Xiao Han is too strange. As Xianxia said, Xiao Han has indeed created all kinds of miracles. As a mortal, he was actually able to suppress a group of immortals like you. This is simply inconceivable. Even Xianxia, your performance is far less amazing than Xiao Han's. There must be something strange about this Xiao Han. There must be a great secret. At this point, the head of the Tianyi Palace's voice trembled. Xianxia was shocked. An immortal emperor had already set his eyes on Xiao Han. Because of this mortal Xiao Han, the sect leader of the First Heaven Society, his state of mind had changed. The state of mind of an immortal emperor was as calm as still water, but now, there were obvious waves. Sect leader, what do you mean? Xianxia asked carefully. Investigate. We must thoroughly investigate Xiao Han. An immortal sitting next to the sect leader of the First Heaven Society said, trembling with excitement. The Qianquan bag, the Linglong pagoda, the Emperor's slaying saber, and the doppelganger of the heavenly demons, these treasures must not fall into the hands of a mortal. We must ensure that nothing goes wrong. What's more, Xiao Han has a great secret. Investigate. We immortal emperors will join forces. Open a wormhole, let a few high-level perfected immortals carry magic treasures, force their way to the mortal world, directly enter the plane where Xiao Han is, and investigate. If you encounter any resistance, kill without mercy. No. Absolutely not. Xianxia said immediately. Sect leader, immortal emperors, I, Xianxia, am willing to go to the mortal world. Xianxia, you and Xiao Han are good friends, so I won't make things difficult for you. You should cultivate in seclusion. Don't get involved in this matter, I have my own ideas, the sect leader of the First Heaven Society said decisively in an unquestionable tone. Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's Treasure. The Purple Trial Space. Bang! Xiao Han slashed out, and a dazzling saber light with a trajectory in line with the heavenly Dao killed a bald man with a long tail. Then, the power of refinement returned to Xiao Han. He sat cross-legged and began to meditate again. Now, Xiao Han's aura was becoming more and more fierce and domineering. After the bald man was killed and decomposed, his body condensed again, and he bowed to Xiao Han respectfully. Master, the 54th is willing to submit to you. Xiao Han said lightly. The next moment, the bald man turned into a beam of light and entered Xiao Han's soul sense C. Good. Although I've been killed countless times, I've learned the 54th move of the 100 Live Saber technique. Now, my saber technique has made great progress, and my understanding of the saber is getting deeper and deeper, close to the Great Way. Moreover, I've taken 54 slaves comparable to middle-level immortal emperors. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed heartily, stood up, and walked toward the next light door. To be continued. Chapter 689. At this time, Xianxia was extremely shocked. After the master of the Tianyi Palace and the other immortal emperors questioned him in detail about Xiao Han, they actually decided to send immortals to the mortal world again to deal with Xiao Han, and even people from Xiao Han's world. In this regard, Xianxia also tried his best to persuade them. No. Sect leader, immortal emperors, why do you have to lower yourselves and send immortals to the mortal world? To deal with some mortals, this is a loss of face for us immortals. Sect leader, immortal emperors, please reconsider. Enough, Xianxia, from today on, you can cultivate in seclusion, the master of the Tianyi Palace said coldly and discontentedly. After this matter is dealt with, You can come out of seclusion. As soon as he finished speaking, a hurricane-like spatial power directly blew Xianxia away. Lord Sectmaster. Several of the elders cried out in terror.
Lord Sectmaster, please forgive Xianxia.
He did not mean to offend Lord Sectmaster. Well, you don't have to worry. I just sent Xianxia to the space of 9 suns where the Tianyi Palace cultivated geniuses for generations. The space of 9 suns was a special space opened up by the previous masters of the Tianyi Palace. It was filled with the divine qi of 9 suns. Xianxia could cultivate in it by leaps and bounds. When I deal with Xiao Han, I will let Xianxia out. Hearing this, the elders' expressions eased a little. At this time, there was a brief silence. Inside the gauze tent, the immortal emperors seemed to be discussing secretly. After a while, "Summon Junlinzi," the master of the Tianyi Palace said quickly. Soon, a young man appeared. He appeared in front of the gauze tent. This man. Her skin was smooth and glossy, and her facial features were sharp and chiseled. Her eyes were filled with innate pride and domineeringness. Her hair was tied up in a bun with a wooden hairpin piercing through it. She wore coarse hemp clothes and was empty-handed. But his aura was like that of an ancient divine mountain, as if he had everything under control. Junlinzi, a level 7 perfected immortal. Although he looked like a young man, his real age was over 1,000 years old. He was also one of the most monstrous geniuses of that era. As a sword immortal, his offensive power was comparable to that of a level 8 true immortal. If he were to use his immortal treasures, defeating an average level 8 true immortal would not be an issue at all. Junlinzi. Even the elders with profound cultivation bases were stunned. Facing Junlinzi, who was showing off his abilities, he was a little cautious. Greetings, elders. Junlinzi's lips curled into an extremely devilish smile. He then looked at the canopy and cupped his hands. Disciple greets sect leader and elders. Well, Junlinzi, I can see that the traces of sword chi on your body are becoming more and more flawless. You've already entered the way of swordsmanship. Not bad, the head of the Tianyi Palace praised. He paused for a moment. Junlinzi, I want you to make a trip down to the lower realms. The lower bound? Junlinzi paused for a moment, then smiled confidently. If I'm not mistaken, it should be to deal with that mortal Xiao Han, right? Well, according to the young immortal who came back from the exploration of Celestial Emperor Ju Dao's treasure, the one who gained the most in this exploration was immortal, Xiao Han. Sect leader, are you going to deal with Xiao Han? It doesn't matter. As long as you give the order, I will immediately kill Xiao Han's entire family, destroy his plane, destroy his cultivation and bring him back. Well, Junlinzi, you can even defeat a level 8 true immortal. Now you want to go down to the lower bound to deal with immortal. Indeed, it's like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. But just take it as a way to relax yourself. If you do this well, I'll reward you, the head of the Tianyi Palace said with a smile. Yes. However, sect leader, with my cultivation and aura, it's difficult for me to go down to the lower bound. Because the space rampart in the mortal world is very fragile and can't bear my aura. I'm afraid that if I go down to the lower bound, I'll break through the space rampart in the mortal world. Junlinzi said with a frown. Junlinzi, you don't have to worry about this, the head of the Tianyi Palace said in a wise manner. We've done some research. In the vast mortal world, there are some areas with stronger space ramparts. We've tried our best and finally found an uninhabited planet in the mortal world. The space rampart there can allow a level 4 true immortal to descend. Then, we'll give you some special celestial artifacts that can hide your aura. Together, we'll open a space-time wormhole and let you go down to the lower bound. Junlinzi was overjoyed. That's great. Listen, Junlinzi. Now Xiao Han may be exploring Celestial Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. But you can't enter Celestial Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. When you go down to the lower bound, hide your aura, find Xiao Han's plane, and hide there. Don't alert him for the time being. Just stay in Xiao Han's plane and wait for him to return. If something unexpected happens, you can capture all the mortals in Xiao Han's plane. Or, kill all of them. This time, you go down to the lower bound with some outstanding immortals of the Tianyi sect. I'll find a way to hide your aura so that the space rampart in the mortal world won't collapse. Yes, Junlinzi.
In the mortal world, on a barren planet in the vast universe, there was no trace of life on this planet. At this moment, boom! A huge space-time wormhole fell from the sky. Flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. Soon, a group of people with extraordinary auras walked out of the space-time wormhole. The person in the lead was Xianxia. Behind Xianxia, there were as many as 80 immortals. These 80 immortals were all level 6 true immortals. Is this the mortal world? The space rampart is so fragile. Some level 6 true immortals shouted. Don't be so noisy. Xianxia flipped his right hand and a Rui scepter inlaid with gems that looked like stars appeared in his hand. With a wave of the Rui scepter, a faint glow was emitted and shrouded the group of immortals led by Xianxia. The Rui scepter immediately concealed the aura of the immortals. How magical! No wonder it's the heirloom treasure of the Tiani sect. It can hide us temporarily. As long as we don't attack, no ordinary person in the mortal world will be able to see through our disguise. The level 6 true immortals exclaimed. Xianxia put away the Rui scepter and said coldly, "This artifact can only hide our aura. However, once we unleash our immortal force, the space around us will collapse, and we might be killed by the fragments of the space rampart. Therefore, listen carefully. Don't attack recklessly when you're in the mortal world. Even if you're going to attack, you must be prepared to dodge, so that you won't be injured by the fragments of the space rampart. Now, I have the coordinates of Xiaohan's plane. Let's go there straight away. When we arrive at Xiaohan's plane, we'll conceal our aura and hide there, waiting for Xiaohan to return." "Yes, senior brother Xianxia." After a pause, one of the level 6 true immortals asked, "Why did the sect leader send us down to the mortal world to deal with a mortal? We're all level 6 true immortals, and you, senior brother Xianxia, are the most powerful sword immortals among all the level 7 true immortals. Is a mere mortal worth our time?" "Shut up. Do you know what's so special about Xiaohan? He has the means to kill immortals," Xianxia reprimanded. "Well, killing immortals is just killing some level 2 true immortals. In the immortal realm, we can kill dozens of level 2 true immortals with a single slap." Most of the level 6 true immortals were still unconvinced. "Be that as it may, we can't be careless. Once Xiaohan comes out from Immortal Emperor Judao's treasure, he might have a few peerless treasures in his possession." Xianxia sneered. Then, a brilliant light burst out from his eyes. The Heaven-Earth Pouch, the Exquisite Pagoda, the Monarch Executioner, the Sky Demon Clone. If we obtain any of those treasures and hand them over to the sect, it'll be a great contribution, even greater than what Xiaolanzi has done this time. With that, the level 6 true immortals were all riled up. "All right, senior brother Xianxia, we'll listen to your command this time. We must capture Xiaohan and obtain the treasures. Moreover, Xiaohan is full of secrets to begin with. All right, enough with the nonsense. Let's head to Xiaohan's realm now." With Xianxia's order, a large group of immortals disappeared from the barren planet. Xiaohan's realm. Now, Xiaohan's dimension was flourishing and flourishing, like the sun in the sky. Ever since Wu Hao, Xiao Mingqiu, and the others returned to the realm from Immortal Emperor Judao's treasure, they took out the elixirs they had refined and mastered in the second level to nurture the demons of this realm with great potential. As for Wu Hao and the others, they seized the time and directly entered the Xianxia pagoda to begin seclusion. After this round of training and tempering, they had all firmly grasped the immortal fate. They believed that this seclusion would allow them to ascend to the heavens in a single step and become immortals. This was a huge matter. After all, apart from Wu Hao and the others from the Cloud and Rain sect, there were also some elders of the Xianxia pagoda, ancient figureheads, and Xiaohan's slaves who had touched the immortal fate. Once all of them became immortals, Xiaohan's realm would have dozens of immortals in one go. This was something that had never happened in the history of the mortal world. It could be said that the entire realm was immersed in an extremely prosperous atmosphere. Several months later, Xianxia and the other immortals had already quietly arrived at Xiaohan's realm. They concealed themselves, disguised, and hid in the marketplace. They did everything they could to find out information about Xiaohan's realm. Naturally, Wu Hao and the others did not know that a group of giants was already lying on their sides beside them.
To be continued. Chapter 690. Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's Treasure. Purple Trial World. Xiao Han naturally did not know that the sect master of the Tianyi sect and some immortal emperors had already taken action against him and sent many high-level genuine immortals into his plane. If Xiao Han knew about this, he would definitely go crazy. Phew! In the secret initiation room, Xiao Han was naked from the waist up. His skin was like jade, and his pores were emitting saber chi like coiling dragons. Hey, I have killed 93 creatures from different dimensions, learned 93 moves of the strongest saber skills, and obtained 93 slaves comparable to middle-level immortal emperors. There are only 7 moves left in the 100 Live Saber Principle, and I have learned all of them. Ha 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 ha. During this period of time, Xiao Han had simply endured hardships and cultivated as if he was hanging on a beam to stab his thigh. There was no distinction between day and night. At every moment, he was learning the 100 Live Saber Principle and challenging it. Constantly dying, constantly resurrecting, constantly exploring, and constantly comprehending. Xiao Han had almost never rested. Fortunately, Xiao Han's soul and mental energy were too strong. Even if he didn't sleep or rest, he could still maintain his spirit-piercing rainbow state. And every time he killed a level 7 creature from different dimensions, Xiao Han could obtain the reverse nourishment of the refining power and perfect the 100 Live Saber Principle. Now, my Saber Dao has reached a certain level of maturity. Xiao Han's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Although my realm has not improved, I have comprehended the 93rd move of the 100 Live Saber Principle, and the natal saber chi in my soul is getting stronger and stronger. More and more condensed. The Saber Principle technique. It is almost perfect. My combat power should be comparable to a level 6 genuine immortal. With one move, even a level 6 genuine immortal can be cut into pieces by me. TSK. Senior Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor is worthy of being the 3rd immortal emperor in the immortal world. The Saber Principle he created is unparalleled. Brilliant and brilliant. After mortals learn it, they can kill immortals. As he spoke, Xiao Han was already walking toward the next light door. However, Xiao Han did not know that not every ordinary person could learn the 100 Live Saber Dao like Xiao Han. This was because Xiao Han's soul and mental energy were extremely strong. On top of that, he had already grasped the sword intent of the Great Accomplishment stage, and he also had the extraordinary foundation of the Sword Chi Dragon. Hence, Xiao Chen could not only learn but also perfectly control the 100-era Saber Dao. 1 month later. Seal Marshall Field. In front of Xiao Han stood a handsome man with his back straight like a spear. His eyes were sharp, and his expression was indifferent. His eyes displayed the birth and death of planes and the disintegration of planets. His entire body contained an extremely terrifying power. It was as if he could destroy an entire space with a single glance. Behind this man, there was also a tail. It was also a level 7-dimensional creature. This was also the last level 7-dimensional creature that Xiao Han was going to challenge. He had mastered the Absolute Saber Immortal Emperor's Saber Dao, the final move of the 100 Live Saber Dao. This guy is stronger than the previous 99 people. Xiao Han's heart tightened as he faced such a strong opponent. Oh, a disciple chosen by Master? The indifferent man's gaze focused on Xiao Han. In an instant, Xiao Han felt as if his heart had been pierced through. It was as if all of his secrets were as easy as flipping his palm in this fellow's eyes. Restrain your aura, Xiao Han immediately retorted. Don't forget the rules. I also know that you are all medium immortal emperors, and I am just a mortal. You can crush me with your aura alone. However, don't tell me you don't know the rules of this trial. Suppress your aura to the same level as mine. Oh. The indifferent man looked at Xiao Han with interest. Impressive. You really have a sharp tongue. You are a powerful person to be able to overcome all obstacles and arrive in front of me. Young man, you have already mastered the first 99 moves of the 100-era Saber Principle. It is really hard to imagine that a mere mortal like you has such talent and talent. The owner of the invincible saber is indeed extraordinary. Then, let's fight. As long as you can defeat me and master the 100th move of the 100-era Saber Principle, then your trial will end perfectly. It turned out that this man had mastered the last move of the 100-era Saber Principle. His name was Bai Shi. Bring it on. Xiao Han's body was filled with battle intent. Suddenly, after Bai Shi suppressed his cultivation level, he slashed out a saber ray that was close to the pinnacle of the universe saber principle. This saber ray was like the sun shining brightly. As soon as the saber ray appeared, everything in the world was left with light. Divine light. Under this light ray, Xiao Han's entire body was obliterated into nothingness. The last move of the 100-era saber principle, 100-era, is the strongest killing move. It is not comparable to the previous 99 moves. Before Xiao Han's consciousness disappeared, Bai Shi's indifferent voice reached Xiao Han's ears. Damn, this move is really too strong, but I, Xiao Han, don't believe it. Xiao Han sat cross-legged and carefully recalled the trajectory and characteristics of this move. Again. Then Xiao Han pushed the door open again. Just like that, Xiao Han repeatedly died, resurrected, imitated, and learned. After a total of 60 days, Xiao Han finally mastered this move, killing Bai Shi under the peerless saber ray. The top of the enclosed space where Xiao Han was standing suddenly opened, and endless purple vortexes began to roll. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's wild laughter resounded in the purple vortexes. Phew! Xiao Han withdrew his saber aura and straightened his back. He looked above his head, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, "This is great. I've finally mastered all 100 moves of the 100-era saber principle." But Xiao Han suddenly realized that after learning the 100-era saber principle, the inheritance jade plate in his dantian and the will restriction had been partially broken. However, there was still a portion left. It was still not broken. Moreover, the portion that could not be broken. Xiao Han realized that the most mysterious secret was hidden in it. Moreover, after learning the 100 moves of the 100-era saber principle, Xiao Han realized that this invincible saber technique seemed to be incomplete. There was still something missing. Simply put, this set of saber technique. Only one piece of the puzzle was missing. Only one piece was missing. All that was left was the finishing touch. Just when Xiao Han was having all kinds of doubts, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was heard laughing. Great. Young man, you really did not let us down. You did not let this emperor down. You killed 100 mid-stage immortal emperors and learned 100 moves of the 100 live saber Dao. Ha 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 ha. You are officially the disciple of the invincible blade. You are also my only disciple in this world. Ha 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 ha. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was full of unconcealable joy and gratification. As for Xiao Han, now, he also admired and was grateful to Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Although Xiao Han had always been communicating with Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, he was communicating with Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine soul. However, Xiao Han had also developed a master-disciple relationship with Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Master. Xiao Han didn't hesitate for long and immediately called out. Disciple Xiao Han, thanks Master for your guidance. I will teach you everything I know. Hearing Xiao Han call him Master, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice became extremely excited. Good disciple. Xiao Han? Yes. You are Master's good disciple. Ha 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 ha. I, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, have such a good disciple. My disciple is unparalleled in the world. Ha 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 ha. Good disciple. Now, Master has some things to tell you. Listen carefully. Yes, Xiao Han said respectfully. Disciple, I'm sure you've noticed that the 100-era saber principle still has some imperfections, right? Yes, Master will tell you that you must enter the 4th level in order to obtain the true meaning of the last move of the 100-era saber principle. It is also the most important move. 100-era return to 1. Only after this move will the saber principle be greater success. Only with this move will you be able to completely refine the inheritance jade pendant in your body. You will be imbued with wisdom, and you will completely inherit my legacy. However, you can't enter the 4th level now. You must become an immortal before you can enter the 4th level, and learn the soul of Master's saber principle. Oh, I must become an immortal. Xiao Han came to a sudden realization. Then, disciple, you can leave for now. You've learned the first 100 moves. With your combat power, you can even use the saber principle to kill a level 7 true immortal. There is no doubt about this. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said proudly. Yes, I've been training for more than half a year. It's time for me to go home. Xiao Han smiled. Ahaha, as my only disciple, Master will give you some benefits now. Listen. First, you've already controlled 100 level 7 alternate dimension creatures as slaves. Each level 7 alternate dimension creature has combat power comparable to a medium immortal emperor. As for these 100 level 7 dimensional creatures, they are a secret of mine. Even those immortal emperors in the immortal world don't know that I have 100 of these slaves. Now, these slaves are disciples' secret weapon. Humph. With this power, even if you reach the immortal world, you can definitely do whatever you want. The only thing you're afraid of is the first and second old things. You don't have to worry about the other immortal emperors. Also, this planet of mine will be refined into your body and become a part of it. The Heavenly Earth Pouch, Monarch Slayer Saber, Ling Long Pagoda, and Heavenly Fiend Clone, these 4 most precious treasures are now yours. However, disciple, you're immortal now. Before you become an immortal, you won't be able to refine these treasures. All the alternate dimension creatures in this training world will become your slaves. Red Trial Space, Level 1 alternate dimension creatures, countless in number, combat power equivalent to a Level 2 true immortal. Orange Trial Space, Level 2 alternate dimension creatures, metal life forms, countless in number, combat power equivalent to a Level 3 true immortal. Yellow Trial Space, Level 3 alternate dimension creatures, desert life forms, countless in number, combat power equivalent to a Level 4 true immortal. Green Trial Space, Level 4 alternate dimension creatures, devil gorillas, 30,000 in number, combat power equivalent to a Level 5 true immortal. Blue Trial Space, Level 5 alternate dimension creatures, ancient plant life forms, 20,000 in number, combat power equivalent to a Level 6 true immortal. Blue Trial Space, Level 6 alternate dimension creatures, marine life forms, 10,000 in number, combat power equivalent to a Level 7 true immortal. All of them will become your slaves. Also, all the immortal weapons and treasures that the other adventurers have yet to refine in their bodies will all be taken back by me. They will all belong to you. Once you become an immortal, you can slowly refine these immortal weapons and treasures. Now that you're immortal, there's no need to be greedy. All of these are all mine. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat when he heard Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's words. So many alternate dimension creatures, so many treasures, and 4 of the most powerful ones were all his? It was too terrifying. Xiao Han almost suffocated. To be continued. Chapter 691. Xiao Han was completely submerged by this sudden wealth. He could not help himself at all. Leaving aside the Heaven-Earth Pouch, Monarch Executioner Saber, Exquisite Pagoda, and the Heavenly Demon Clan's avatar, these were the top 4 Paragon mystic treasures in the immortal realm. There were countless other magic treasures of extremely high quality. After all, hundreds of thousands of immortals and mortals had entered the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove to explore. In fact, every mortal and immortal had obtained points and mystic treasures in the preliminaries, but those who chose to give up later had their mystic treasures destroyed. Similarly, after the end of the arena hegemony battles, the outstanding ones had a large number of immortal weapons and mystic treasures. For example, apart from Xiao Han, several immortals, including Jia Lanzi, had tens of thousands of mystic treasures. However, these mystic treasures had also disappeared when they exited the 3rd level before they could refine them. Now, Xiao Han knew that these immortal weapons and mystic treasures did not disappear into thin air. Instead, they were retrieved by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. All the immortal weapons and mystic treasures that were retrieved belonged to Xiao Han. Now, they all belonged to Xiao Han. This left Xiao Han dumbfounded. Moreover, apart from mystic treasures, Xiao Han also had countless alternate dimensional beings. The weakest of these alternate dimensional beings were comparable to level 2 true immortals. There were even alternate dimensional beings with level 3, level 4, and even level 6 and level 7 true immortals. Now, Xiao Han could almost form an army of immortals. His most terrifying trump card was the 100 level 7 alternate dimensional beings.
Combat power comparable to a medium immortal emperor. Just the thought of it was enough to make one collapse. Heh! I've completely inherited Master Zhu Dao's legacy and wealth. Xiao Han was overjoyed. Looks like this is an adventure for training. So many mortals and immortals. Countless geniuses participated. The final winner is me, Xiao Han. Everyone else has become my sparring partner. Now, with the resources I control, even if I go to the immortal world, I can easily establish an extremely terrifying immortal world sect. Xiao Han also felt as if he was in a dream. Back then, he was a living target that was bullied and humiliated by others. Now, he had grown into a demon-like figure. At this moment, the third level of the trial world began to shake, and the entire Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure, that huge planet, also seemed to be wriggling violently. Why do I feel like I'm about to collapse? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was heard once again. All right, my disciple, you can leave now. Master's planet will be refined into your body. This will allow you to control everything perfectly. When you become an immortal, you can enter the fourth level and undergo the final adventure to obtain the final inheritance of my sword Dao, which is also the most crucial part of the inheritance. Xiao Han calmed himself down and bowed respectfully after hearing Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's words. Master, disciple understands. The next moment, pooh! Xiao Han was sent flying by a huge force. Very soon, Xiao Han stood on the huge platform near the planet. He looked up and saw that the huge planet had begun to disintegrate into countless streams of light that directly shot into Xiao Han's knowledge sea. In an instant, these streams of light reassembled in Xiao Han's knowledge sea and condensed into the shape of a planet. Moreover, Xiao Han and this planet had established a mysterious relationship. It was a kind of flesh and blood connection, an inseparable connection. Oh! It seems that I have officially refined Master's planet lair. Xiao Han's heart flashed with a trace of enlightenment. At the same time, some information flashed through Xiao Han's mind. This information was very accurate. The number of magical treasures controlled is 5697665. Attack type. Defense type. Special type. Elixirs. Secret manuals. Rare materials. Weapons. There are all kinds of them. 4 of the most powerful magical treasures are also among them. However, my current mortal body is not able to refine these immortal treasures. Slaves, controlling 165547 level 1-dimensional creatures. Their battle strength is equivalent to a level 2 true immortal. Controlling 138977 level 2-dimensional creatures. Their battle strength is equivalent to a level 3 true immortal. Controlling 87655 level 3-dimensional creatures, the desert creatures. Their battle strength is equivalent to a level 4 true immortal. Controlling 28676 level 4-dimensional creatures, the devil gorilla creatures. Their battle strength is equivalent to a level 5 true immortal. Controlling 17659 level 5-dimensional creatures, the ancient plant creatures. Their battle strength is equivalent to a level 6 true immortal. Controlling 10876 level 6-dimensional creatures, the sea creatures. Their battle strength is equivalent to a level 7 true immortal. Controlling 7-dimensional creatures, the universe's special long-tailed creatures. They can transform into human form, 100 of them. Their battle strength is equivalent to a mid-level immortal emperor. Xiao Han was completely aware of his wealth. His wealth was comparable to a country's. I finally understand why Master's wealth is the greatest in the immortal world. Xiao Han's face was filled with shock and admiration. Back then, it was said that Master's wealth was equivalent to the total wealth of the entire immortal world combined. At that time, I didn't believe it, and thought it was an exaggeration. But today, it's not an exaggeration, it's not an exaggeration. Xiao Han was lost in thought for a moment, and then, slaves, come out. The next moment, boom! There was a huge tremor in the space. With Xiao Han as the center, a large area of space suddenly caved in. Caved in. Boundless pressure covered the heavens and covered the earth as it came. Beams of light that reached the sky burned in all directions. Clouds were rising. Densely packed creatures from the alternate dimension appeared on this platform. Leading them were naturally the 100 level 7-dimensional creatures with battle strength comparable to a mid-level immortal emperor.
Hundreds of thousands of creatures from different dimensions stood in an orderly manner, like a well-trained army. Then, all of them knelt down on one knee. They roared and shouted, "Master!" Their voices shook the starry sky. Moreover, their aura. It was too tyrannical, especially the 100 level 7-dimensional creatures. The aura of an immortal emperor was released, and there was a terrifying feeling of collapsing the starry sky. If not for the extremely strong space barrier around immortal Emperor Ju Dao's lair, this piece of starry sky would have been destroyed. Even so, the space in all directions had already begun to melt, and some of the planets were already disintegrating. Not good. The space is about to be completely destroyed by your aura. Xiao Han also shouted in his heart, and with a thought, he kept this group of terrifying slaves back into his sea of consciousness. Phew, this space almost melted. Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief, and looked around. He found that the void was full of holes, like broken ice. It was about to crack. Seeing this, Xiao Han quickly and carefully moved his body. When Xiao Han's area just now. Bang! Finally. Such a huge area was completely smashed into pieces. A large piece of space had become a black hole like an ancient giant beast. Xiao Han was watching from afar, and he clicked his tongue. Immediately, some thought surged into Xiao Han's mind. Too tyrannical. The aura of these dimensional creatures is too tyrannical. Just their aura alone can tear space apart. Unless they enter the immortal world, otherwise, it is almost impossible for me to release them in this mortal world. Xiao Han frowned. At this moment, an idea flashed into Xiao Han's mind. That's right. I can let these dimensional creatures cultivate the spirit turtle true qi. In this way, they can perfectly suppress the pressure of the immortal qi on them, and they can disguise as ordinary people at any time and anywhere. They can follow me. Even ordinary immortals will find it difficult to see through them immediately. Thinking of this, Xiao Han did not hesitate, and directly used his mind to look inside, and illuminated the solid spiritual power planet. On the solid spiritual power planet, those dimensional creatures worshipped devoutly, releasing their faith and will of submission. He wanted to use his mind to communicate with these dimensional creatures, and directly tell them the cultivation method of the spirit turtle true qi. Then, one by one, the dimensional creatures, led by the 100 level 7-dimensional creatures, began to cultivate seriously. I also want to comprehend the saber technique I learned, the 100 lives saber Dao. Xiao Han also took the opportunity to sit cross-legged in the void. In an instant, rays of saber light were released from Xiao Han's pores, and coiled around Xiao Han like a coiling dragon. Around Xiao Han, the lingering charm of the saber qi bloomed into wondrous flowers, swaying gracefully. As the flowers swayed, they produced a strange rhythm, as if someone was wielding a saber, performing a saber technique that was compatible with the way of the saber. Currently, in terms of the way of the saber alone, Xiao Han had already reached the apex of the universe, regardless of cultivation level. Even in the immortals world, he would definitely be at the highest level. Only second to immortal Emperor Ju Dao in the past. If Xiao Han entered the fourth layer and absorbed the last part of the essence of the way of the saber, he would be able to match the strength of immortal Emperor Ju Dao in the past. Those dimensional creatures were all geniuses. Cultivating the spirit turtle true qi was a piece of cake for them, and they could learn and control it. Moreover, the energy on them was no different from immortal qi, far superior to true qi. The spirit turtle true qi they used this energy to power up their concealment ability was even more powerful. In just 3 days, all the dimensional creatures could use the spirit turtle true qi to conceal their presence perfectly. During these 3 days, Xiao Han also gained a deeper understanding of the 100 lives saber Dao. All of you come out. With a single thought from Xiao Han, all the creatures from the alternate dimension appeared again. They stood in formation. Then they knelt on one knee. Master. This time, under the concealment of the spirit turtle true qi, their presence no longer shattered the space. Every single one of them was gentle, very harmonious with the space. Good, very good. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. Master, thank you, Master, for passing the trial and allowing us to regain our freedom. The 100 level 7-dimensional creatures revealed joyful expressions. The eyes of the most powerful Baisher shone brightly. Master, I heard that the previous master, the master of the invincible saber, was at odds with some immortal emperors in the immortals world. Now,
Why don't we kill our way to the immortals' world and demand an explanation for the master of the invincible saber? With your current strength, master, you can do whatever you want in the immortals' world. Going to the immortals' world is a must, but now is not the time, Xiaohan said with a smile. Let's go. Follow me to my mortal plane first. Yes, master. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With a thought, Xiaohan absorbed all the creatures from the alternate dimension into his sea of consciousness. Then, Xiaohan directly flew towards his own plane. Home! I'm finally going home! Ha 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 ha! Xiaohan was so excited at the thought of his own plane and going home that he could hardly control himself. I wonder if the sect leader and the others have become immortals. And how are my wife and sons doing? Ha 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 ha! If the sect leader knew that I completed the trial perfectly and obtained so many powerful slaves, would he be shocked? Hee hee. Immortal Emperor-level slaves. Let alone the sect leader, even Brother Jialan and the others would be shocked speechless, wouldn't they? Ha ha ha. Xiaohan's plane. Jun Linzi led 80 level, 6 true immortals and relied on a special celestial artifact to successfully blend into the masses of people in this plane. They had already stayed in this plane for several months. Xiaohan still did not return. This made them extremely anxious. Senior brother Jun Linzi, why hasn't Xiaohan returned yet? Humph. It's so boring for a group of immortals like us to wait for a mortal here. Why don't we capture all the lowly mortals in Xiaohan's plane first? Said an immortal grimacing. Don't be hasty. Jun Linzi's lips curled into a sinister smile as he looked in the direction of the Yaoxia pagoda. When a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs also rise to heaven. Some of the mortals in this plane seem to have obtained great immortal fortune because of Xiaohan. In the near future, a group of mortals will condense immortal clouds and ascend. But, after a pause, Jun Linzi's voice turned sinister. You want to become an immortal under my watch? That's wishful thinking. To be continued. Chapter 692. Xiaohan's Dimension. An extremely strange phenomenon was happening in Xiaohan's dimension. With the Yaoxia pagoda as the center, countless heaven and earth essence qi was gathering. Clouds moved in all directions. In the beginning, only the heaven and earth essence qi of this dimension gathered toward the Yaoxia pagoda. Later, countless spiritual qi from all directions of this dimension also swarmed over. Following that, beams of light descended from the sky. They descended near the Yaoxia pagoda in Xiaohan's dimension. The entire Yaoxia pagoda was completely enveloped by thick spiritual qi and became all kinds of auspicious beasts. Flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. Subconsciously, some poems of praise began to be sung. Ibdu, the mortals of this dimension did not understand what was going on. Moreover, they were shocked by such a phenomenon. They seemed to have a premonition that something rare and great was about to happen in this dimension. The ordinary people of this dimension, the east, south, west, and north regions, as well as the great wilderness, began to burn incense and place offerings on the tables. They began to kneel and pray to the heavens. And the martial artists and heroes of the Yaoxia region seemed to understand something. A strange phenomenon from the heavens. A strange phenomenon from the heavens. It's an auspicious sign. Something big is going to happen in our dimension. I heard that Sect Master Wu of the Pure Cloud sect and many elders of the Yaoxia pagoda are cultivating in seclusion. They are going to break through to the immortal realm. It seems that they are going to succeed. Oh my God! Unbelievable! Someone in our dimension is going to ascend to the heavens. This is something that I've never even dreamed of. In my lifetime, a martial artist who can see our dimension. Ascending to the heavens. Even if I die immediately, my life will not be in vain. In the end, the entire Yaoxia region was bathed in thick spiritual qi. It was an auspicious sign. Inside the Yaoxia pagoda. In the secret chamber. In dozens of secret chambers, there were people cultivating at this moment. In the secret chamber where Wu Yu was, Wu Yu sat cross-legged, exuding a mysterious aura. His entire spirit and aura. It was like a brand new person. I sensed it. I sensed it. Suddenly, Wu Yu opened his eyes, which were as bright as stars.
I've finally comprehended the immortal world beyond the 9 heavens. Immortal ascension. It was no longer wishful thinking. It's real. Wu Yu's gaze shifted. In 3 days, I will face my immortal tribulation. Crow was very clear about this. After that, he flipped his right hand, and a celestial artifact appeared in his hand. While exploring Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure, I refined and controlled an immortal treasure. It's very compatible with my soul and temperament. I rely on this celestial artifact. Transcending the immortal tribulation shouldn't be a problem. Then, he took out the evil hero token and sent a voice transmission to the people in the other secret rooms. Everyone should have sensed the arrival of the immortal tribulation. This time, we have gone through life and death experiences and the competition with the immortals. Our minds have been sharpened to the fullest. In a few days, we will undergo the immortal tribulation. Everyone has a celestial artifact. With the protection of the celestial artifact, it should not be a problem for us to pass the immortal tribulation. In the other secret chambers, Xiao Mingqiu, Yan Lang, Fong Ling, and the others were all in the same state as Wu Li. They were all certain that their immortal tribulations would arrive in 3 days. Excited. Tremble. Excitement. Looking forward to it. Indescribable. Uncontrollable. The ultimate goal of anyone who cultivated the martial Dao was to become an immortal and seek eternal life. However, only 1 in a billion mortals could become an immortal. To become an immortal was like accomplishing a lifelong dream. They could die without regrets. Moreover, everyone was very confident in transcending the immortal realm this time. It should be noted that in ancient times, the mortals who became immortals relied on their bodies and true qi to withstand the immortal tribulation. They did not have celestial artifacts. However, Wu Li and the others had celestial artifacts. Using celestial artifacts to transcend the immortal tribulation meant that they had a 90% chance of success. In a city near the evil hero domain. In an elegant courtyard. Jun Linzi and many level 6 true immortals sat leisurely in a pavilion in the courtyard, sipping tea. Ha ha ha. Jun Linzi looked in the direction of the evil hero pagoda with a malicious gaze. If I'm not mistaken, in 3 days at the latest, some ants in this plane will face the immortal tribulation. Tisk, at least 10 of them will undergo the immortal tribulation at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Damn it. They must have benefited from Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. Otherwise, how could mortals become immortals so easily? Some level 6 true immortals grimaced. Humph. Transcending the immortal tribulation? With me here, that's impossible. This plane has Xiao Han, and he's our target. It's very important, so the mortals in his plane are not qualified to become immortals. Jun Linzi said sinisterly. That's right. We can't let these puny mortals become immortals. Dozens of level 6 true immortals echoed. Humph. I'm a level 7 true immortal. I can shatter countless planes like this with a flip of my hand. It'll be a piece of cake for me to stop a bunch of mortals from becoming immortals. Jun Linzi's expression changed. A crafty plot was brewing in his eyes. 3 days later. Something strange happened again. All the spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered into the shape of clouds above the evil hero pagoda. Dozens of immortal clouds spread out at once. Each cloud contained a strong aura of energy. Furthermore, every cloud seemed to have formed a connection with a supreme space in the unseen world. It was as if each cloud was a space-time wormhole. Boom, boom, boom. The immortal clouds moved. The energy inside the immortal clouds began to transform. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was transformed into immortal qi. Moreover, there were countless intertwining thunderbolts. These thunderbolts seemed like they were going to combine into beams of light and strike down at any time. Inside the evil hero pagoda. The tribulation cloud. Our tribulation cloud is here. Wu Yu, Xiao Mingqiu, and the others. Their hearts were pounding. The next moment. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Wu Yu, Xiao Mingqiu, Fong Ling, Yan Lang, and the others flew out of the secret chamber of the evil hero pagoda. They were all hovering in the air. Dozens of mortals were sitting cross-legged. Hong, hong, hong. Dozens of immortal clouds spread out in the sky, covering the heads of Wu Yu and the other mortals. A cloud of immortal clouds appeared above them. Thunderbolts intertwined. Dense immortal chi. The immortal chi began to merge with the thunderbolts. Everyone! Soon, our immortal tribulation will descend. These thunderbolts will contain extremely pure immortal chi. When they attack us, they will kill us. Once we withstand the thunderbolts, the immortal chi in the thunderbolts will spread into our bodies and turn our true chi into immortal chi. It transformed into immortal chi. Therefore, we will be able to open a passage and enter the immortal realm. Similarly, if we can't withstand the thunderbolts' attacks, we will be turned into ashes. Wu Yu roared. However, we all have immortal artifacts. It shouldn't be a problem for us to withstand the thunderbolts' attacks. I wish everyone good luck. You'll be able to successfully pass the tribulation. As he spoke, Crow's gaze also looked towards the distant void space, and he murmured, Xiao Han, we didn't expect the immortal tribulation to come so soon. We can't wait for your return. However, I believe that you can successfully complete the trial and return to your hometown. Then, we'll wait for you in the immortal realm. In a city near the evil hero region, Jun Linzi and the other immortals stood on a tall mountain and looked at the tribulation clouds above the evil hero pagoda mockingly. Heh! How naive! Jun Linzi sneered. Later, when they succeed in their immortal tribulation, we'll cut off their connection with the immortal realm. Not only will they fail to pass the immortal tribulation, but they'll also be severely injured. Good. Senior brother Jun Linzi, let's cut off their connection with the immortal realm. The level. 6 true immortals laughed. This is an extremely simple and easy matter. Ha ha ha. Evil hero region. Dozens of immortal clouds were wriggling violently. Finally, the immortal cloud above Wu Yu's head attacked first. Poof! A bolt of lightning as thick as a flood dragon directly struck down from the clouds. It struck at Wu Yu. The thunderbolt contained the flawless energy of immortal chi like a gem. Come on! Wu Yu roared and activated his true chi. He raised a token-shaped immortal artifact in his right hand. Bang! Thunder and lightning directly poured over Blackbird's body. Roar! Wu Li uttered a painful cry. However, he clenched his teeth and endured the pain. With a thought, the immortal weapon in his hand emitted a brilliant glow that encapsulated his figure and healed the damage that the tear had inflicted on his body. Then, poof, poof, poof! Thunderbolts struck down from every immortal cloud, aiming at Xiao Mingqiu, Dongfang Qin, Yanlang and the others. Tribulation transcendence. Everyone's spirits were roused, and they were completely focused. They even took out their immortal artifacts. Now, dozens of mortals who were undergoing tribulation transcendence were wrapped in thunderbolts. Moreover, the thunderbolts in the immortal clouds were still attacking them. They relied on their bodies and true chi to resist the thunderbolts while activating their immortal artifacts to help. As the lightning intertwined with their bodies, glittering, resplendent immortal chi continued to pour into their bodies, transforming them and transforming their true energy. Gradually, the true chi emitted from Wu Yu and the others also gained the charm of immortal chi. Hold on! Wu Yu raised the immortal artifact high and stood up. He was bathed in thunderbolts and immortal chi. His body turned from plain to brilliant, and his mortal body began to shine. Luckily, I have this immortal artifact to support me through this tribulation. My internal organs are all being refined and reborn. Wu Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Crow heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he was about to pass the immortal tribulation. All of the mortals on the plain were kneeling, kowtowing and kowtowing. On Jun Linzi's side. Let's do it. Jun Linzi smiled coldly. His eyes were filled with cruelty. In the vast space of the universe. Ha! My speed is much faster than before. When I move, it's almost like teleportation. I'll be home soon. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Han's heart was set on returning home. His body turned into a ray of light as he headed towards his hometown. Xiao Han's heart was filled with joy. To be continued. Chapter 693. Wu Li and the other mortals were now undergoing the immortal tribulation. After returning from the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure trove, They had completed the metamorphosis of their souls and developed the immortal heart. It was inevitable that they would face the immortal tribulation. Moreover, they had immortal weapons in their hands. Although they were low-quality immortal weapons, they were still genuine. Therefore, it was not difficult for them to undergo the immortal tribulation. It was definitely a daunting experience. Everything was developing in the most perfect direction. Among the immortal clouds, monstrous immortal qi was brewing. Mixed with the lightning, it bombarded the bodies of Wu Li and the others. Then, Wu Li and the others forcibly withstood the lightning attacks. The immortal qi contained in the lightning seeped into the pores of Wu Li and the others, seeped into their internal organs, and began to refine them. Even their bones were refined and polished until they were sharp and flawless. Their bones gradually turned into jade, and immortal runes and all kinds of characters were carved on them. In fact, even his internal organs and meridians had undergone a transformation, becoming pure and clean. Gradually, the seemingly powerful lightning attacks had become sacred medicines that nourished the bodies of Wu Li and the others. Moreover, the lightning attacks from the immortal clouds were getting weaker and weaker. Every immortal cloud had a feeling that it was about to be emptied. Roar! Wu Li rose from the ground, his whole body shining with immortal light. As his clothes fluttered, he had the demeanor of an immortal. His whole body flickered with lightning as he shouted, "Everyone work harder. We are about to succeed and pass this immortal tribulation." As he spoke, dozens of mortals all stood up. At this moment, poof, 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 the immortal clouds finally stopped emitting lightning. Inside each immortal cloud, they began to wriggle. A mirror-like scene appeared. In the mirror, an extremely vast and beautiful world appeared. There were majestic divine mountains, palaces in the sky, and countless primordial descendants there. It was magnificent and picturesque. It was billions of times better than the mortal world. It's the immortal realm. I can see the immortal realm. Wu Li was so excited that he could not control himself and knelt on the ground. He howled at the sky. I didn't expect that I, the Wu Kingdom, would have such a day. Other than Wu, Xiaoming Chu, Yan Lang, Dongfeng Qin, and dozens of mortals all knelt down. Hong, hong, hong. In the next moment, a space-time wormhole appeared in every single immortal cloud, and slowly descended. It was about to descend upon this group of mortals and transport them to the immortal world. In all directions, the multicolored light shone brilliantly. Ascension. He was about to ascend and become an immortal. All the mortals in the plane fell to their knees. Touched. Shocking. Shocking. Tears streamed down his cheeks. In a city near the Xianxia region, Jun Linzi and the other high-level immortals were standing on the mountain. Ha 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 ha, how naive. These guys must be going crazy right now, right? Jun Linzi let out a sharp mocking laugh. These lowly mortals think that their lives have reached the most intense moment, that their chickens and dogs are about to ascend to heaven. Ha ha, really? In reality, it's the exact opposite. This will be their most miserable, most painful, most despairing moment. Attack. Cut off the connection between these immortals and the immortal realm, and make them fail at the last step. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Linzi waved his right hand, and a space-time ripple suddenly appeared. With the speed of teleportation, it directly slashed at the Xianxia region. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large group of level 6 true immortals standing next to Jun Linzi created space-time ripples. Xianxia region. A space-time wormhole appeared in every immortal cloud, and descended upon Wu Li and the others. Like ropes, they pulled Wu Li and the others into the air and floated toward the immortal clouds. Finally, Wu Li and Xiaoming Chu looked at each other and smiled. Right now, all of their bodies were emitting gemstone-like radiance. They were imposing and outstanding. Their mortal bodies had already transformed into immortal bodies. Ha ha ha, I think junior brother Xiao Han will come up to meet us soon. After we become immortals, we must try our best to help other talented mortals in our plane. Dongfeng Qin laughed. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Clang, clang, clang. Waves of space-time ripples directly slashed at the space-time wormhole that was guiding Wu Li and the others to ascend. Puff, 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 puff. The space-time wormhole was directly cut off by waves of terrifying and mysterious power. The immortal clouds disappeared one by one. Just like that, Wu Li and the others were greatly shocked. The jade-colored treasure light emitted from their bodies suddenly dimmed, and they didn't even have time to react. Puff, 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 blood spurted from their mouths, their faces were as pale as paper, and their bodies directly fell down. The Xianxia region, which was originally full of strange phenomena, instantly became as still as water, and all the strange phenomena disappeared without a trace. Many Xianxia who were watching the ceremony below had no idea what had happened. A few Xianxia who saw the opportunity quickly released their true qi and wrapped Wu Li and the others who had fallen down. What's going on? Elders? Sect leader Wu? Master Yan Lang? What's going on? On Jun Linzi's side. Hee. I have a hunch that after the tempering, the sect leader and the others will be able to usher in their immortal tribulations soon. I want to see them before they succeed and celebrate with them. Xiao Han flew day and night to go home. Finally, a dimension with green mountains and clear waters first appeared in the scanning range of Xiao Han's soul and spiritual fluctuations. I'm home. My spiritual fluctuations have already seen my hometown. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han fell into a state of ecstasy. Then, his figure speed suddenly accelerated. Swoosh! With a flash of flowing light, almost teleporting, Xiao Han had already set foot on the dimension. At present, Xiao Han was in a piece of green land in the great wilderness. Awesome! Xiao Han closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and savored the smell of his hometown. The feeling of a wanderer returning to his hometown became stronger and stronger. I've been away for a long time, and I'm finally home. Go straight to the Xianxia Tower. Xiao Han did not stay, and his figure flickered like a flowing light. However, Xiao Han also concealed his entire aura. He was very low-key and did not show off at all. I'll go to the Xianxia Tower first, then return to the Pure Cloud sect to reunite with my wife and son. Xiao Han was very happy. However, on the way to the Xianxia Tower, Xiao Han also smelled something wrong. What's going on? What happened to the dimension? There's a sense of desolation and dilapidation everywhere. Even the air exudes an ominous feeling. It's as if the dimension has just suffered a catastrophe. Could it be that people from other dimensions have attacked my dimension? Suddenly, Xiao Han's expression was solemn. Is there an immortal who wants to take revenge on me because he's jealous of my opportunity in the invincible Saber Master's treasure? So he wants to take revenge on my dimension. The more Xiao Han thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Return to the Xianxia Tower immediately. Xiao Han's figure speed was even faster. Not long after, the Xianxia domain appeared in Xiao Han's vision. To be continued. Chapter 694. Xiao Han hurried and finally arrived at the Devil Hero domain. Ibdu. Along the way, Xiao Han felt that something was wrong. It was very strange. It was very desolate along the way, and sad songs could be heard everywhere. The passers-by were all frowning. This was a big problem. One must know that because of Xiao Han's heaven-defying rise, many elites of the Crow Army and the Xianxia Pagoda had ascended. This plane had long been reorganized and was almost the #1 plane in the mortal world. In this plane, there should be birds and flowers everywhere, and people should be smiling happily. There would definitely not be such a desolate scene. People were panicking. Something big must have happened. Xiao Han flew directly into the Devil Hero Pagoda. Inside the Devil Hero Pagoda, Leader Xiao Han is back. We're saved. Our plane is saved. That's great. We've survived a desperate situation. In the Devil Hero Pagoda, countless devil heroes burst into thunderous roars after seeing Xiao Han. The devil heroes all looked as if they had been pardoned by the emperor, as if they had survived a disaster. What's going on? Where are the elders of the Devil Hero Pagoda? Where are Sect Master Wu and eldest senior brother Xiao Mingchu of the Pure Cloud sect? Xiao Han asked directly. Leader Xiao Han. Something happened. Something big has happened. An eloquent swordsman said concisely. Leader Xiao Han, the elders, Sect Master Wu, Master Yan Lang, and the others followed you to explore Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. After returning, they comprehended the immortal fate and cultivated in seclusion, seeking to ascend. Everything was extremely smooth. Half a month ago, the elders, Sect Master Wu, and the others welcomed the immortal tribulation. They had immortal artifacts in their hands. The tribulation was extremely successful. They had already opened the passage to the immortal realm. They were about to ascend. Huh! Xiao Han's eyes focused and he hurriedly said, "What happened then?" At the critical moment, suddenly, there seemed to be a mysterious power that suddenly appeared and cut off the connection between the elders and Sect Master Wu and the others. Instantly, the elders, Sect Master Wu, and the others fell to the mortal world. Fallen to the mortal world. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. That's right. Right now, Elder, Sect Leader Wu, and the others are in a deep slumber. Their breathing is extremely weak. There's no medicine that can cure them. The demons lowered their heads sadly. What? Xiao Han jumped up in shock. On the top floor of the Xianxia pagoda, Xiao Han finally saw dozens of people lined up on the jade bed. Sect leader. Eldest senior brother. Xiao Han cried out in shock. He quickly snatched it over. Wu Yu and the others had their eyes tightly shut, and their faces were as pale as dead people. Her skin was cold to the touch, and at first glance, it seemed to be completely lifeless. What's going on? Xiao Han was enraged. The power of the soul and mind. When it entered the bodies of Wu Yu and the others, it discovered that their bodies were like pools of stagnant water. No chance of survival. He only has one breath left? Xiao Han was dejected. Leader Xiao Han, don't be impatient. Calm down. Some of the experienced and prudent demons beside him hurriedly consoled him. Right now, the most important thing is to figure out what exactly happened to Elder Wu and Sect Master Wu. Mo Wuji muttered to himself. Quiet. I can't panic. At this time, I can't panic. Xiao Han kept reminding himself in his heart. After taking a few deep breaths, the solid mind power star in his sea of consciousness squirmed a few times, emitting waves of cool and carefree concept that invaded Xiao Han's lungs, causing Xiao Han to calm down his furious thoughts. Could it be that the sect leader and the others did not pass through the immortal tribulation at the critical moment of their ascension and failed, resulting in the current situation? Xiao Han began to think. But that's not right. If they failed to pass through the tribulation, they would have directly turned into ashes. It's impossible. The demons at the side all held their breaths, not daring to disturb Xiao Han's thoughts. However, although Xiao Han had quite a few fortuitous encounters, it was still the knowledge of mortals after all. It was difficult to understand what had happened to Wu Yu and the others. At this moment, that's right, it should be extremely easy to figure out this matter. A light flashed in Xiao Han's mind, and with a slight thought, suddenly, boom! A strong and domineering aura descended out of nowhere. What? What is this? The demons standing beside Xiao Han were all frightened out of their wits by this aura. They could not help but step back, as if they wanted to immediately kneel down in worship. Don't panic, Xiao Han said. In the next moment, a handsome man with an indifferent expression appeared beside Xiao Han. By sure. This was the strongest existence among the level 7 creatures from the alternate dimension who had mastered the 100th move of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's 100 Lives Saber Dao. At this time, Bai Shirley had used the Spirit Turtle True Qi to conceal the aura of his entire body. Even the tail behind him was hidden, making him look like an ordinary person. However, golden light occasionally bloomed in his eyes. Even when he stood there casually, even with all his aura sealed, he still gave off a sense of oppression like that of an ancient divine mountain. This is... The demons at the side completely broke down. They did not even dare to look at Bai Shir. They subconsciously had a feeling that this guy in front of them could stir up a terrible disaster in the world at any time. He could destroy the world. This was purely a feeling. And what happened next made these demons even more dumbfounded. Master, I wonder what orders you have for summoning Bai Shir? Bai Shir actually knelt on one knee in front of Xiao Han. He kept calling Xiao Han master. Well, Bai Shir, you don't have to kneel, Xiao Han said indifferently. Thank you, master. Bai Shir immediately stood up. The demons at the side were all dumbfounded. Bai Shi, the people lying here are all my close friends. Xiao Han told Bai Shi everything that had happened. Bai Shi, your realm is very high. What do you think of this matter? Something went wrong during the heavenly tribulation. Bai Shi frowned slightly. Then, his eyes were like lightning. It directly shrouded the sleeping Wu Li and the others. In just a breath's time, Bai Shi withdrew his gaze and could not help but nod. Bai Shi, what happened? You should know the whole story, Xiao Han asked anxiously. Can my close friends and family be saved? Xiao Han knew very well that once Wu Li and the others died, they would not be able to turn the situation around. They could only live like the living dead, living a life worse than death. Then, their souls would be greatly damaged. One should know that the relationship between Wu Li, Xiao Mingqiu, and the others and Xiao Han was not as simple as being from the same sect. They must have been schemed against, Bai Shi said with certainty. Schemed against. Xiao Han's gaze was as sharp as a knife, and his expression became cold. Bai Shi, what the hell is going on? Tell me in detail. Don't leave anything out. Yes, Master. Bai Shi nodded slightly. Then he said, if I'm not wrong, Master, your close friends had no problem crossing the immortal realm. It was a matter of time before they became immortals. However, at the crucial moment, during their ascension, someone cut off their connection with the immortal realm, causing their efforts to be in vain. Not only did they not become immortals smoothly, but they also suffered from the backlash of the origin law of heaven and earth, which destroyed their vitality. What? Someone schemed against the sect master and the others. Xiao Han absolutely believed in Bai Shi's analysis. After all, a mid-level immortal emperor's foresight was not something that mortals could doubt. Hearing that Wu Li and the others had been schemed against, Xiao Han was completely enraged. If no one attacked at the crucial moment, then your close friends would have become immortals by now. Bai Shi nodded affirmatively, then said in a low voice, the person who ambushed them should be a high-level perfected immortal. Otherwise, they would not have been able to cut off the space-time wormhole leading to the immortal realm so easily. Roar! Damn it! The sect master and the senior brother's greatest hope in their lives was to become immortals. For this, they were willing to risk their lives in the invincible saber master's treasure. They had honed their will and accumulated their resources. They were about to achieve success and ascend to the heavens in a single step. Who knew that there would be a traitor who would sneak up on them, causing all their hopes and dreams to be lost? Damn it! Damn it! Xiao Han was furious. Master, please calm down, Bai Shi quickly said. Xiao Han's emotions were in turmoil, and he could not control himself. Bai Shi placed his right hand on Xiao Han's shoulder, and a warm stream of air rushed into Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han regained his composure. However, his heart was still filled with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to destroy everything. Moreover, Xiao Han knew that Wu Li and the others would not have offended a super expert. It must be because he had offended the interests of a certain expert, and that was why he had taken his anger out on Wu Li and the others. He had implicated the fish in the moat. It's all because of me that the sect master and the others are in trouble. Xiao Han cursed. He clenched his fists, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged like angry snakes. Bai Shi, are you saying that a high-level immortal snuck into my realm, and then plotted against the sect master and the others when they were about to ascend to the immortal realm? Xiao Han said, enunciating each word. That should be the case. Bai Shi nodded. It should be the work of an immortal. Xiao Han had calmed down, and his calmness contained a storm. It's an immortal, and he's at least a level 5 perfected immortal. Bai Shi was certain. A level 5 perfected immortal? Good, very good. Xiao Han's pupils contracted. If a level 5 perfected immortal or above has descended and lurked in my realm, it means that there's at least an immortal emperor up there, and they're about to make a move against me. Hee, that's right. The heavenly demon pouch, the exquisite pagoda, the sky demon clan's clone, the monarch slayer. Even immortal emperors would covet these supreme treasures, but they dare to attack my close friends and family. So what if they're immortal emperors? Xiao Han, don't mind fighting you. Now that he had inherited immortal Emperor Ju Dao's Dao of the Blade, Xiao Han's state of mind was completely overflowing with dominance. Even if he knew that his opponent was a peerless immortal emperor, he was not afraid. Master. Bai Shi's eyes became sharp and filled with a kind of lawless spirit. Master, let us go. We'll definitely assist you with our lives. Immortal emperor? Humph. Kill them all the same. All right, let's not talk about that for now. Bai Shi, do you have a way to save my close friends and family? Xiao Han asked. To be continued. Chapter 695. Bai Shi, you have the strength of an intermediate-level celestial emperor. I think you should have a way to wake up my family and friends. Xiao Han looked at Bai Shi with hope in his eyes. When the other heroes heard the words intermediate-level celestial emperor, their eyes rolled back and they fainted from fright. This. Bai Shi smiled self-deprecatingly. Master, I don't have a way to save them, but I'm proficient in medicine. Good. 87 Shi. Come out. Xiao Han's mind jolted. Boom! Another violent aura descended. In the next moment, a gentle, beautiful, and graceful young woman appeared beside Xiao Han. The 87th Shi had mastered the 87th move of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's 100 Lives Saber Dao. He had the terrifying combat strength of an intermediate-level celestial emperor. At this moment, the 87th Shi sealed his aura and retracted his tail. He looked like a gentle and virtuous young woman, but in the depths of his eye sockets, there were vortexes of energy that resembled a cosmic storm. Greetings, Master. The 87th Shi knelt down. There's no need for formalities. Xiao Han hurriedly waved his hand and told him what had happened to Wu Yu and the others. After a pause, Xiao Han said in a commanding tone, 87 Shi, you must do everything you can to wake up my family and friends. Master, when you were undergoing your celestial tribulation, someone ambushed you and forcibly cut off the space-time wormhole leading to the celestial realm. You suffered a backlash from the laws of heaven and earth and lost your life. I've encountered this situation before. The 87th Shi looked at Xiao Han. How is it? Xiao Han was shocked to the core. He can be saved. The 87th king nodded with great confidence. However, after a pause, she said again. But, after they wake up, their cultivation base will be crippled. What? After they wake up, they'll only be crippled? Xiao Han was shocked. How could this be? My sect leader and the others have cultivated hard all their lives and reached the peak of the true Qi realm of mortals. Now, they have to face the tragic situation of falling to the mortal world and becoming a cripple. This. Xiao Han was filled with indignation. He could not accept this cruel reality. Master. The 87th Shi hurriedly comforted her. Master, you don't have to be like this. There's a special plant in the celestial world. If you can find this special immortal herb, you'll be able to restore the cultivation of your close friends and family to their previous state. Not only that, but they'll also be reborn. Oh! Xiao Han shuddered. Yes, that's right. The 87th king nodded. However, this kind of special immortal herb definitely doesn't exist in the mortal world. It only grows in some special areas in the immortal world. Master, given your current cultivation base and temperament, becoming an immortal is a very difficult task. It's nothing. Bai Shi tried to comfort him. After Master becomes an immortal, he will reach the immortal world. We can help Master find the special immortal herb mentioned by the 87th generation, Bai Shi said. Now that things have come to this, we can only do so. Fortunately, things have taken a turn for the better. Xiao Han finally heaved a sigh of relief. After all, Wu Bai and the others could still be saved. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Han instructed again. Let's do it this way. 87th generation. Please wake up my close friends first. Understood, the 87th king said respectfully. Master, please give me 7 days. Okay. Xiao Han nodded. Then, he left this secret room to the 87th generation and let him carefully treat them. Then, Xiao Han left the secret room with Bai Shi. Yaoxia Tower. In a lounge on the middle floor. Xiao Han sat on a wooden chair, and Bai Shi stood behind him. Master. A cruel killing intent flashed in Bai Shi's eyes.
Now, it's time to find those immortals who are hiding in this plane and secretly causing trouble. Kill them directly. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth also pulled into a cruel smile. If it's against me, Xiao Han, it's nothing. But to secretly attack my sect master and the others, this has already touched my bottom line. True immortals above level 5? This time, I want them to come here but not return. Ha! I can kill immortals, I'm so happy. Baisher stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Master, what should I do? Xiao Han rubbed his temples with both hands. It seems that those hidden immortals have come to this plane a long time ago. They have been waiting for me to come back and capture me in one fell swoop. Well, I'll release my life aura now and let them know that I, Xiao Han, have returned. Then, I'll search for them with my soul and mental strength and find them. Everything is up to you, Master, Baisher said, eager to make a move. Xiao Han and Baisher floated in the sky outside the Xianxia tower, looking down at the earth. At this moment, Xiao Han's whole body was flowing with the spirit turtle true qi, perfectly concealing his aura. In fact, Xiao Han had returned to this plane for some time, but Jun Linzi and the others had not discovered it. This was because Xiao Han had perfectly concealed his life aura. But now, Xiao Han had dispersed the spirit turtle true qi. His life aura, as well as the inadvertent flow of saber intent on his body, gushed out unscrupulously. Apart from the aura of the demon monarch's palm on his left arm, Xiao Han had completely unleashed his aura. Although Xiao Han was only a mortal at the moment, he had encountered too many fortuitous encounters. In addition, he had learned the 100 Lives Saber Dao. Therefore, his aura was extremely strong. It even vaguely gave off a feeling that he could stand up to immortals. Of course, this only meant that Xiao Han's aura could stand up to low-level immortals. However, if Xiao Han really used the 100 Lives Saber Dao, he could definitely kill level 6 or level 7 true immortals. In a city not far from the Xianxia domain. In a manner. Jun Linzi and the 80 level 6 true immortals he led were chatting casually. Ha 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 ha. This is interesting. There are dozens of mortals in this plane. They're going through the heavenly tribulation at the same time to become immortals. In fact, this is a rare sight. Generally speaking, in a mortal plane, only a few people have ascended to immortality since ancient times. But in this plane, there are dozens of them all at once. But they're just unlucky that they can't ascend. Now, they're all crippled. I'm afraid that Xiao Han will vomit blood from anger when he returns and sees this situation. Ha! This mortal plane has already been flourished by that bastard Xiao Han. But now, ha ha ha, it's in decline. This plane is in decline. Xiao Han must be dealt with ruthlessly. Injuring some mortals in his plane who are about to become immortals is only taking some interest. When Xiao Han returns, we'll deal with him slowly. A vicious glint flashed through Jun Linzi's eyes. Xiao Han, a lowly mortal. How dare you make us wait in this mortal plane for so long? You've waited for so long. Damn it! Once I get my hands on you, I'll make you wish you were dead. Right at this moment. Jun Linzi's expression froze. He shot to his feet and clawed at the air with his right hand. Xiao Han's life aura. That's right. Jun Linzi roared. Xiao Han's life aura was provided to the First Heaven Society by some level 2 true immortals who went to the lower world after returning to the immortal realm. Yes, that's right. It's Xiao Han's soul aura. Good. Ha 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 ha. He's back. Ha 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 ha. Let's go. Senior brother Jun Linzi. Let's go capture Xiao Han right now. Let's go. A group of immortals soared into the sky and flew toward the Devil Hero territory. In the air above the Devil Hero pagoda, Xiao Han and Bai Shi were floating in the air. At this moment, Xiao Han's soul energy spread out and covered the entire plane like a fishing net. He searched every inch of the plane. At this moment, he really is a high-level true immortal. Finally, Xiao Han noticed Jun Linzi and the others who were charging at him. Although Jun Linzi and the other immortals had concealed their auras with special celestial artifacts, Xiao Han could still roughly figure out the situation of these immortals with his powerful soul perception. 81 true immortals in total. One of them is a level 7 true immortal with extremely powerful attack power. There are also 80 level 6 true immortals.
Xiao Han murmured. It seems that some immortal emperors in the immortal realm have put in a lot of effort to deal with me. If the level 6 and level 7 true immortals had come when Xianxia and the other immortals were in the lower world, Xiao Han could only wait for death. But now, hee. Bai Shi laughed like a noisy owl, as if he had seen the funniest thing in the world. Level 6 and level 7 true immortals. How dare they come here to die? Master, I can crush this group of immortals with one finger. Let me do it for you, Master. Wait. Xiao Han held back his laughter. Bai Shi, even the immortal emperors in the upper world don't know who you are. The 100 of you are comparable to mid-level immortal emperors. You are the secret trump card of Absolute Saber's master. Now, hide yourself and don't expose yourself. When you ascend to the immortal realm, that will be the best time for you to make your appearance. A bunch of trash doesn't need you to slaughter them. This. All right, master, just be careful. Bai Shi accepted the order. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a ray of light and returned to Xiao Han's consciousness. Xiao Han was alone and empty-handed. He stood there with a smile on his face. Soon, a tidal wave of immortal qi approached from afar, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Xiao Han! A disdainful shout followed. The next moment, a large group of immortals had surrounded Xiao Han. These immortals all used special immortal artifacts to conceal their auras, but the auras they released were enough to shatter any mortal's heart and soul. However, Xiao Han was fearless. He looked at Jianghu and the other immortals with a smile. Oh, finally. Very, very good. Xiao Han, don't play tricks. Jianghu stepped forward, the expression on his face as if he was in control of everything. Puny mortal. Ah. Xiao Han glanced at Jianghu. Oh. Xiao Han, I can see that you do have some bearing. However, I can tell you now that you have no chance of resisting. You've probably killed immortals before, but those level 2 true immortals aren't worth mentioning, Jianghu said, flicking his fingernails. Xiao Han, treasures are the bane of your existence. Now, hand over everything you've obtained from Immortal Emperor Absolute Saber's treasure. Also, you should have some secrets as well. Hand them all over, then kneel and beg. Screw you. Before Jianghu could finish, Xiao Han spat on the ground and laughed. To be continued. Chapter 696. Finally, Xiao Han encountered the high-level perfected immortals who had harmed Wu Li and the others. Led by Jianghu, a level 7 perfected immortal, 80 level 6 perfected immortals surrounded Xiao Han. When they looked at Xiao Han, it was as if they were looking at a lowly ant, an ant that posed no threat to them at all. But then again it made sense. Mortals and immortals were two different life structures. Even when level 2 perfected immortals like Jianghu and Heaven Emperor descended to the mortal world, they could suppress all living beings and kill them. But these level 6 and level 7 perfected immortals could kill level 2 perfected immortals like Jianghu with a glance. When they reached the mortal world, they could destroy countless mortal planes with a single thought. Therefore, theoretically speaking, no matter how many fortuitous encounters Xiao Han had, how heaven-defying he was, or what kind of immortal artifact he controlled, he couldn't defeat level 6 or level 7 perfected immortals. It was against the natural order of things. Besides, mortals couldn't unleash 1% of an immortal artifact's power. There was no reason for Jianghu to believe that Xiao Han could do anything to him. Xiao Han couldn't take it anymore. He yelled at the immortals. Jianghu and the other immortals weren't enraged at first. Then they were stunned. They never thought that they would be scolded by a mortal in their lives. To them, this was something extremely new. Oh. Xiao Han. You dare insult us? Jianghu was speechless. TSK. Unbelievable. He's so insignificant that he's at our mercy like an animal. How dare he insult us? Jianghu looked at Xiao Han curiously. He scanned him over and over again. It was as if he wanted to see through every inch of Xiao Han's body. His qi and blood are extremely vigorous. There's even the charm of an immortal body in his body. His soul and true qi haven't transformed into immortals yet. Strictly speaking, he's still immortal. But his body is already an immortal body. Oh, immortal body. That's rare. No wonder you dared to challenge us. Oh, right, you seem to have mastered an incredible saber Dao. Yes, to be fair, this is the limit of what mortals can achieve. He's invincible in the mortal world and doesn't even fear low-level immortals. But, he paused for a moment. Jun Linzi said unhurriedly, Xiao Han. I am a level 7 true immortal. Level 7 true immortal, do you understand? Moreover, I am a sword immortal with the strongest attack power among the level 7 true immortals. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, you must have defeated many level 2 true immortals. However, in my eyes, level 2 true immortals, ha ha ha, are trash. Trash. For example, a talented level 2 true immortal like junior brother Jia Lanzi, I can crush thousands or tens of thousands of them with a flip of my palm. Xiao Han, do you understand now? Have you figured out the situation? Ha 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 ha. Idiot. Rats will always be rats. A mouse should play its part as a mouse. You still want to grow wings? Big brother Jun Linzi, don't waste your breath on this fellow. Take him away and destroy this plane. The level 6 true immortals began to clamor. At this moment, the countless chivalrous heroes and martial artists in the Xianxia domain were extremely quiet. They had all seen their plane's leader, Xiao Han, facing off against a group of high-level immortals in the sky. Xiao Han's expression did not change, and he remained calm and fearless. This caused the blood in the bodies of all the mortals in Xiao Han's dimension to start boiling. They could not wait to rush up and fight alongside Xiao Han. However, the mortals were also worried about their leader, Xiao Han. After all, the opponents were a large group of high-level immortals who could suppress all living beings. The doors and windows of the Xianxia Tower were tightly shut. Many chivalrous heroes watched from afar, their hearts sweating. Xiao Han sorted out his emotions and said indifferently, the mortals of my plane are about to undergo their immortal tribulations and ascend to become immortals. At the critical moment, it's you who sabotage their tribulations and cause them to fall into a deep sleep. Am I right? Of course. A level 6 true immortal roared as he pointed his finger at Xiao Han and cursed. Xiao Han, don't put on an act in front of us. They're just some mortals. It's fine if we kill them. What do you dare to do? We can even slaughter all the living beings in your plane, let alone stop those animals from undergoing their tribulations. In this world, the strong preys on the weak. The strong preys on the weak? Fine. You'll be the first to die. Finally, Xiao Han could no longer control himself. He slashed with his right hand. Puchi, a dazzling saber light flashed in the sky. The trajectory of this saber strike was in line with the heavenly Tao, as if it had forcibly cut open the chaos. This was a saber strike of creation. It was also a saber strike of destruction. The 11th move of the 100 Live Saber Dao. It specialized in beheading. The next moment, slash! The immortal's head flew into the sky, and blood spurted out from his neck. Moreover, the saber energy seeped into his body, causing his life force to wither and wither. This saber strike was too fast. It was so fast that Jun Linzi and the other immortals had no time to stop it. Moreover, the immortal who had been killed didn't react until his head flew into the sky. His eyes widened and bulged out of their sockets, and a voice came out of his mouth. Guguga, how? How is this possible? I seem to have been killed by a mortal. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? I'm a level 6 true immortal. I'm quite famous in the immortal realm. In the Tiani society, I've been steady and I've even been praised by the sect leader. Why would I die here? Instantly killed by a mortal. Boom! The next moment, the immortal's head and body were minced into powder by the saber energy. Dead. He had killed a level 6 true immortal in an instant. Xiao Han didn't use any energy in this saber strike. He merely relied on the profound nature of the saber technique to kill a level 6 true immortal. This is the first time I've fought a real enemy since I learned the 100 Live Saber Dao. Previously, in the purple trial space, I practiced saber techniques with a level 7 creature from an alternate dimension. It wasn't a fight. I studied the saber Dao over and over again. I imitated it again and again until I obtained the power to refine it and feed it back to the saber Dao. Now I understand how powerful Master's 100 Lives Saber Dao is. Xiao Han's mind raced. Then, the saber energy around him trembled slightly. Xiao Han looked at the group of shocked immortals in front of him. For a moment, he forgot all about honor and humiliation. Meanwhile, Jun Linzi and the other immortals. They looked like they had completely broken down. Calling them clay statues or wood carvings wasn't enough to describe their shock. The immortal's death was as unreal as a dream. It was as terrifying as a nightmare. Even Jun Linzi couldn't kill a level 6 true immortal with a single strike. Xiao Han. You killed an immortal. You're treacherous. Finally, Jun Linzi let out a roar that was filled with endless terror. His sword energy surged like a tide, and his immortal chi surged. His aura was unleashed bit by bit, causing the surrounding space to shatter into pieces. There's something strange about this Xiao Han. Let's attack him together. Jun Linzi was furious. However, the situation was still in the hands of the immortals. Even though they had lost one immortal, there were still 80 immortals left. No matter how strong Xiao Han was, he wouldn't be able to defeat them all if they attacked him together. That was right. A level 7 true immortal and 79 level 6 true immortals could kill a level 8 or even level 9 true immortal. What Xiao Han had shown just now was the power of his saber Dao. In terms of defense, he might not be able to withstand the instantaneous attack of dozens of high-level true immortals. The 79 level 6 true immortals didn't dare to be careless anymore. They directly released their auras. The auras of dozens of immortals were unleashed, causing cracks to appear in the space around them. Even the entire plane was moving. The Earth's crust was under heavy pressure and was about to change. The oceans were boiling, the mountains were moving, and the continents were about to break. The entire plane was in danger. Xiao Han, accept your punishment. If you had handed over the Dharma treasure and your secret, you could have gone to the immortal realm with us. As long as you begged, you could have lived. But now, you've committed a heinous crime. Only death awaits you. You've killed the immortals of the Tianyi Palace. From now on, you have nowhere to run. Jun Linzi cried as if he had lost his parents. Forget it. It's all over. Xiao Han's expression was extremely indifferent. Just then, Xiao Han's soul sense lit up. Whoosh, 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 countless beams of light shot out from Xiao Han's head. Each beam of light carried a strong aura of the ocean. Then, each beam of light transformed into a creature with a powerful aura. Hundreds of strange creatures surrounded the 80 immortals, including Jun Linzi. They were humanoid creatures wearing azure armor. As soon as they appeared, a vast ocean appeared behind them. A group of sharks fought for supremacy, and a giant whale swallowed water. Level 6 creatures from an alternate dimension. Marine creatures. Their combat strength was equivalent to a level 7 true immortal. Xiao Han had as many as 10,876 marine creatures like them. In an instant, 876 marine creatures appeared. Although they had covered their auras with the spirit turtle true chi, the pressure of high-level creatures still enveloped them. The 80 immortals' auras were forcibly forced back. They were scared out of their wits as if they had seen a ghost. Master! All the marine creatures dropped to one knee before Xiao Han. WH. What's going on? Jun Linzi was scared out of his wits, and a chill ran down his spine. These fellows, every single one of them, their battle prowess is on par with mine, but now nearly 1,000 of them have suddenly appeared. And they even called Xiao Han. Xiao Han, Master. Master, should we tear these guys apart? A cruel glint appeared in the eyes of the marine creatures as they approached the immortal step by step. Oppressive aura. 876 against 80. The disparity in numbers was too great. No, don't come over. Some level 6 true immortals screamed. Stop. What are you doing? Stop. A bunch of idiot. Xiao Han waved his hand, gesturing for the marine creatures not to kill them for now. Now, all of you immortals, kneel down and beg for my forgiveness. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your lives. Xiao Han flicked his fingernails and said lightly. Do you hear me? Kneel down and beg for mercy. Let's see if you can escape death. Otherwise, I'll blast you to pieces. To be continued. Chapter 697. Xiao Han couldn't be bothered to fight the immortals anymore. He released a group of marine creatures and surrounded them. With nearly 1,000 sea creatures, it would only take about 3 breaths of time to kill the immortals. No, 1 breath would be enough. Xiao Han was the one who could decide the life and death of these immortals. He had an air of arrogance about him as he said indifferently, "Kneel, all of you." In the beginning, it was Jun Linzi who had asked Xiao Han to kneel. But now, it was Xiao Han who had ordered Jun Linzi and the other immortals to kneel. What an eye for an eye. This. Jun Linzi and the other immortals looked at each other with sinister expressions. Their eyes were filled with hatred and resentment, but more than anything, there was fear. The situation was not in their favor. Jun Linzi and the other immortals weren't fools. If they fought now, they would be instantly annihilated by enemies 10 times their size. Even if they used all their magic treasures and immortal artifacts, it wouldn't help. Moreover, under the influence of the aura, the immortals didn't dare to move recklessly, let alone use their movement techniques to escape. They knew that the slightest movement, or even the slightest breath, would cause them to be surrounded. It was a matter of life and death. Xiao Han. You win. You win. Finally, Jun Linzi gave in. I really didn't expect you to have such a trump card. Jun Linzi glanced around. You have close to 1,000 subordinates who are comparable to level 7 true immortals. What a big move. Indeed, Xiao Han, we have underestimated you. Everyone has underestimated you. You've arrived in the world of immortals. You can casually form a mid-level sect. There's no problem. Jun Linzi felt bitter as well. Yes, Xiao Han had such a foundation. Even in the First Heaven Society, the #1 sect in the world of immortals, a level 7 true immortal was definitely a core force. The First Heaven Society had an immortal emperor, as well as level 8 and level 9 true immortals, but they were the minority. Most of them were level 5, level 6, and level 7 true immortals. They were the pillars of the sect. The First Heaven Society only had about 2,000 level 7 true immortals. And now, Xiao Han was leading close to 1,000 level 7 true immortals to the immortal plane to form a group of intermediate immortals. Taking in lower-level true immortals was no problem at all. What was even more frightening was that Xiao Han still controlled the resources. The treasures of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Millions of treasures. We were wrong. Jun Linzi shook his head helplessly. Xiao Han, you're not a fish on the chopping block. Forget it. Let's stop here. This matter. He's not someone that I, Jun Linzi, can control anymore. Now, Xiao Han. I, Jun Linzi, will lead my junior brothers back to the sect. Whatever happens after that, I, Jun Linzi, won't interfere. Hearing Jun Linzi's words, Xiao Han seemed to have heard the funniest thing in the world. Ha 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 ha, This is truly. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, what are you laughing at? Jun Linzi was slightly displeased. Ha 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 ha. Dare I ask, did you immortals grow up eating shit? Xiao Han said with an incredulous expression. Now that the situation is firmly under my control, I can kill you like pigs and dogs, but you're telling me to stop? You want to return to the world of immortals in one piece? That's it? Are you telling me that you're going to let the life force of my sect leader and the others dissipate just like that? Xiao Han. Don't push your luck. Jun Linzi's face was completely red. What do you want? I already said kneel, Xiao Han said indifferently. Don't you understand? Kneel and beg for mercy. Let's see if you can live. What? You really want us to kneel? The immortals growled. Xiao Han, don't be so naive. You want us to kneel? Don't you know who we are? We're all immortals of the First Heaven Society. Do you know the First Heaven Society? The #1 sect in the world of immortals. Our sect leader is an immortal emperor. You've offended the First Heaven Society. Even if you escape the 3 realms, you'll be reduced to ashes. How dare you be so aggressive? Xiao Han, don't make a mistake. Yes, Xiao Han, don't think that you have a group of subordinates whose combat power is comparable to that of a level 7 true immortal. But in front of the First Heaven Society, such a trump card is like throwing an egg against a stone.
Kneel,
Xiao Han said harshly.
or die.
Ha ha ha.
Die.
This time, it was the immortal's turn to laugh. A level 6 true immortal stepped forward. You really dare to kill us?
Ha ha.
Don't be ridiculous. You've already killed a junior fellow apprentice of the Tianyi Palace. However, for this matter, if you personally apologize to our sect leader and pay compensation, he might let you go. But do you dare to kill all of us? In this way, the entire First Heaven Society will regard you as their mortal enemy. They won't stop until one of them dies. I don't believe you don't know this.
Ha ha ha.
Nonsense. You want to kill us all?
Come on. Kill them. Do it.
I'd like to see. Before his voice died away, BAM. Dozens of sea creatures attacked at the same time, and a special air current burst out. In an instant, the arrogant immortal exploded. You think I don't dare to kill you? Xiao Han's face was ferocious. Now, I'll get back some interest for our sect leader.
Kill.
Xiao Han gave the order. A crazy, one-sided massacre had begun. Nearly 1,000 sea creatures unleashed their attacks to kill the immortals. Bam! 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 The immortals' bodies kept exploding like fireworks, and then they instantly withered. Xiao Han showed no mercy at all.
No, no.
Don't kill us. The immortals who hadn't been killed yet were terrified out of their wits. They wailed and knelt down, losing all of their dignity. They kowtowed as if they were pounding garlic.
Xiao Han,
don't kill us. Order your people to stop. Jun Linzi knelt down and kept kowtowing.
I was wrong. Xiao Han,
I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to atone for my sins. Let me go back to the immortal realm. I'm willing to use my wealth to atone for my sins. I'm willing to give you all my wealth. Please forgive me.
You.
Kill. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Xiao Han waved his hand casually. Bam. 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 All the immortals, including Jun Linzi, they were all killed by Xiao Han's sea creatures.
Xiao Han,
you dare to commit such a heinous crime. How dare you kill us? You've become the mortal enemy of the Tianyi Palace. Xiao Han, we won't let you go even if we become ghosts. We'll tangle with you forever. Before these immortals died, their resentment was so strong that they burst out a deep curse. A bunch of scum. Xiao Han rolled up his storage ring and put away all the broken bodies of the immortals. Even the remnant thoughts were absorbed, leaving not a single drop behind. The Xianxia Pagoda. The 87th was still treating Wu Yu and the others. On the other hand, Xiao Han and Bai Shi were having tea in a resting room.
Ha 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 ha.
Master, you're so happy. You killed those arrogant ants. Bai Shi laughed strangely.
Well,
I heard that they're disciples of the Tianyi Palace. It seems that Brother Jialan is also from the Tianyi Palace. Xiao Han took a sip of tea. The Tianyi Palace? The #1 sect in the immortal realm? Yes, Master. The owner of the invincible saber also mentioned this Tianyi Palace. It's indeed powerful and seems to have a grudge against the owner of the invincible saber. But Master, you don't need to worry at all. You've inherited the mantle of the owner of the invincible saber. With our help, you don't need to be afraid of the Tianyi Palace at all. If worse comes to worst, we can directly destroy this sect when we arrive in the immortal realm. I'm not afraid. Xiao Han gently put down the teacup. But I also need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Cultivate well. After a pause, Xiao Han seemed to have made a decision and stood up. When the sect master and the others wake up, I'll return to the Pure Cloud sect and reunite with my wife and children. Then I'll quickly enter the Xianxia Pagoda to cultivate in seclusion. I'll break through to the immortal realm. Besides, I'll also feed the immortal corpses I've collected during this period of time to the palm of the Demon Emperor in my left arm. Although I'm not afraid of the Tianyi Palace, I still have to pay attention to it. In the immortal realm. In the Tianyi Palace. In the Heavenly Palace. In the palace. The leader of the Tianyi Palace, an immortal emperor, was talking with several other immortal emperors. Jun Linzi is the backbone of the Tianyi Palace. He's capable and resourceful. Besides, He's also a sword immortal with extremely strong attack power. If he leads 80 level 6 genuine immortals to the mortal realm, he can easily destroy the entire mortal realm, let alone capture Xiao Han. The leader of the Tianyi Palace said with a smile. Now, what I'm most worried about is that Xiao Han will be buried in the treasures of the invincible saber. As long as Xiao Han can take out those magic treasures, Jun Linzi will almost certainly get them. Well, that's true. He's just a mortal. Alas, we're actually worried about a mortal. It's really ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Yes, it's ridiculous. The few immortal emperors burst out laughing. Right at this moment. What? The leader of the Tianyi Palace suddenly let out a shrill scream of disbelief. What's going on? Jun Linzi and the disciples he led to the mortal realm all died. What's going on? The leader of the Tianyi Palace was completely stunned. Then, boom, 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 boom. The entire area where the Tianyi Palace was located was filled with fierce wind and lightning. The lightning, which looked like flood dragons, tore the void apart. When the immortal emperor was angry, the weather suddenly changed. Xiao Han, you're good. Good, good. That's great. I've underestimated you. Never would I have thought that a mere mortal would actually be able to kill a group of elites under this emperor. Good. Xiao Han, I'll pay attention to you. I swear, I'll slaughter your whole family. I'll make you wish you were dead. Roar! In the mortal realm. In the Xianxia region. In the Xianxia Tower. Just a few days later, there was good news from the 87th generation. She had saved Wu Yu and the others. To be continued. Chapter 698. Xiao Han brought Baisha with him as he anxiously rushed into the secret chamber. The 87th came up and looked at Xiao Han. Master, I'm glad to have done you. 87th, you've worked hard. After I've completely refined and controlled the treasures in Master Invincible Blade's treasure, I'll give you a few high-quality magic treasures, Xiao Han said. The 87th was flattered. Thank you, Master. Soon, Xiao Han rushed into the secret chamber and saw Wului and the others who had woken up. At this moment, under the 87th's treatment, Wului and the others had indeed woken up. However, each and every one of them was still pale as paper, their breathing was weak, and their eyes were blurry with a sleepy smell. Xiao Han saw this and felt bitter in his heart. His soul and mind immediately shrouded out and penetrated into the bodies of Wului and the others. Xiao Han found that whether it was Wului, Xiao Mingqiu, Yan Lang, or the elders of the Demon Hero Tower, the ancient giants, or the ancient giants, at this moment, their bodies were empty, without the slightest bit of true qi. In their dantian, the place where true qi was stored was now dry and shriveled, and even emitted a rotten aura. Their meridians were also dry, and their qi and blood were exhausted. They were worse than ordinary people. This sect master and the others are all crippled. Detestable. Everything is the work of the Tianyi faction. Detestable. Xiao Han's heart surged with infinite anger and grief. Xiao Han, you're back? Good. That's great. Wului whispered. His eyes were full of hope when he looked at Xiao Han. He didn't seem to care about his current situation. Master. Yan Lang and the other 5 slaves from the other planes also smiled. Junior brother Xiao Han. Leader Xiao Han. Everyone who had woken up. They all called out to Xiao Han with hope. These people. They were once the most powerful existences in this plane. At one time, they were also about to ascend to immortality, but now they had fallen to such a state. Xiao Han was very sad, and he choked slightly. Good, it's good that everyone is awake. Junior brother Xiao Han, we don't know what happened either. That day, when we were crossing the immortal tribulation, it seemed like we were about to succeed. However, an indescribable power suddenly severed the connection between our souls and the immortal realm. After that Xiao Mingqiu said in a daze. Well, someone is causing trouble. Xiao Han said vaguely. However, I've already killed all of them. This is all my fault. I've attracted too much attention during this expedition. That's why some of the higher-ups in the world of immortals have become covetous of me and have sent people down. Sect leader.
You've all been dragged down by me. Ha ha ha. Wu Lei laughed in a carefree manner. Xiao Han. It doesn't matter. You don't have to blame yourself. In fact, even though we weren't able to become immortals, we've all experienced it. We've experienced too many things that we weren't qualified to experience. We also know what it's like to become immortal. It's worth it. It was all worth it. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. No one blamed Xiao Han in the slightest. In fact, they didn't harbor too much resentment. They were just open-minded. At this time the 87th came to Xiao Han's side and said in a low voice, "Master, don't worry. The condition of your close friends is extremely stable. It's just that their cultivations have been crippled. However, once we reach the immortal realm and find that special immortal plant, not only will they be able to recover their cultivations, but they'll also be reborn and reach a higher level. That's all we can do." Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there's still a chance. Thus, Xiao Han withdrew the 87th and the 100th into the solid spirit planets in his sea of consciousness. Then, he led Wu Lei and the others away from the demon pagoda and strolled among the nearby mountains to breathe in the fresh air. "Xiao Han, what do you plan to do next?" Wu Lei asked as he walked side by side with Xiao Han. Xiao Han stared blankly at the distant horizon. "Say, Xiao Han, now that you've offended the #1 sect in the immortal realm, this..." Wu Lei frowned and shook his head. "This is too troublesome. Xiao Han, if you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have killed that group of immortals." "Those immortals will definitely die," Xiao Han said with a smile. "They've already crossed the line. Moreover, they want to steal all the secrets on me. Sooner or later, it'll be a fight to the death." Xiao Han paused for a moment before continuing. "Sect Master, you don't have to worry about me. This time, I have enough strength and secrets to fight against any sect in the immortal realm. I don't care about the insignificant First Heaven Society." "Xiao Han, you?" Wu Lei stared at Xiao Han. He could sense the breathtaking confidence and courage in Xiao Han's eyes. If it were any other mortal, saying that they were not afraid of the most powerful sect in the immortal realm would be a fool's dream. However, Xiao Han was different. Xiao Han said these words casually, but they showed his incomparable conviction. There was no doubt that they could only choose to trust him. "I really didn't expect." Wu Lei laughed and shook his head. "Who would have thought that a puny target of my sect would grow to such an extent? Defying the heavens, fighting against the heavens, slaughtering immortals, and even fighting against the most powerful sect in the immortal realm." Xiao Han smiled casually and said, "Heh, Sect Master, you must be joking. I was forced by the situation. Right now the Celestial World Celestial Sect and even other sects, as well as immortal emperor-level existences, are definitely targeting the disciples, brewing a storm. Therefore, time is of the essence." Wu Lei, Xiao Mingqiu, and the others all looked at Xiao Han. "There's no time to waste," Xiao Han said firmly. "I'm going to cultivate in seclusion as soon as possible and break through to the immortal realm." Xiao Han paused for a moment before adding, "Now that I have to face so many powerful beings, I must become an immortal, even if it's only a level 1 true immortal. Only then will I have full confidence." Yes, once Xiao Han became an immortal, his combat strength would soar again. 1. He would be able to refine all the treasures in the immortal emperor's treasure, including those few supreme and heaven-defying treasures. 2. He had the qualifications to enter the 4th level of the immortal emperor's treasure. The 100 Lives Saber Dao was still lacking the last bit of maturity, and it was also the most exquisite part. 100 lives to 1. There was still a part of the core of the Jade Tablet in Xiao Han's body that had not been broken through. Once he entered the 4th level, he would be able to obtain the true inheritance of the immortal emperor's Saber Dao. It was not impossible to open the door to the Saber world. Moreover, Xiao Han had collected many pieces of immortal corpses and used them to feed the demon emperor's left arm, which also greatly increased his demon power. Saber Dao, demon power, all kinds of demon techniques, soul and spirit power, as well as countless slaves from other dimensions. This would be Xiao Han's capital to fight against the immortal world. Good. Xiao Han, then you should finish dealing with the mundane matters as soon as possible and go into seclusion to cultivate.
Wu Lei also said seriously. Xiao Han, it shouldn't be a problem for you to become an immortal. With your temperament and tempering, breaking through the barrier between mortals and immortals is as easy as drinking water and eating. Moreover, with your current combat strength, you can already kill a large number of immortals. Sect Master Senior Brothers, let's return to the reincarnation sect first, to enjoy a few days of peace. Xiao Han decided to go home. The faces of his wife and children couldn't help but appear, causing Xiao Han's state of mind to be incomparably calm. And also incomparably intimate. Mountain Range. Xiao Han finally brought Wu Lei, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, Feng Ling and the rest of the people from the reincarnation sect home. Xiao Han's wives had tears in their eyes. The pain of missing each other for the past few years had all melted away in the intense embrace of Xiao Han. His son, Xiaowen, could already call him father. He was very cute. Moreover, under the nurturing of the many true Qi realm disciples of the reincarnation sect, Xiaowen, who was only a few years old, had already refined his muscles, bones, internal organs, marrow and blood extremely well. He was expected to step into the true Qi realm in his teens. Xiaowen had inherited Xiao Han's bloodline very well, and could be considered to be talented. Although he was young, he was destined to stir up the wind and clouds in the future, a great figure who controlled the universe. Xiao Han stayed with his family in the Reincarnation Mountain Range for 3 days. Then, he led the entire sect, including his relatives, to the Demon Pagoda. Xiao Han arranged for everyone to settle down in the Demon Pagoda. Then, he found the best spiritual secret chamber and entered it. Seclusion. Xiao Han was going to undergo a thorough cultivation. This was a cultivation of the realm. Although Xiao Han's combat strength was heaven-defying and could kill a level 6 true immortal in an instant, in the end, he was still immortal. What he wanted to break through to? The true Qi realm. Currently, Xiao Han's true Qi realm was at the 7th stage of the talisman realm. After opening 70 true acupoints, his true Qi condensed into a natal talisman seal. Xiao Han's natal talisman seal was heaven-defying. In the mortal world, it was the most terrifying talisman seal. Back when Xiao Han created this natal talisman seal, he had refined the true Qi talisman 10 times, reaching a total of 117,000 refinements. This made a natal talisman seal have the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, sweeping through heaven and earth. In terms of pure true Qi power, Xiao Han had 1800, 000, 000 ding. It could be said that Xiao Han was the first in the entire mortal world when it came to the cultivation of real Qi realm. And no one had ever been able to surpass him. No one could surpass him. Now, Xiao Han was going to break through to the 8th stage of the true Qi realm, the talisman array realm. Then the 9th stage of the true Qi realm, the true treasure realm. Finally, he would open his heavenly eye. Perfect 10th stage of the true Qi realm, ushering in his own immortal tribulation. While breaking through to the true Qi realm, Xiao Han took out the fragments of the immortal corpses he had accumulated from the storage ring. The Demon Emperor's palm, which had been the most restricted in the treasure and had no place to be used at all, finally recovered. The demonic power inside surged. Moreover, it emitted a monstrous vortex that absorbed the floating immortal corpses, broke them down, refined them, and turned them into demonic power. One should know that Xiao Han had killed many immortals in the preliminaries and arena battles on the 2nd floor of the exterminating Saber Immortal Emperor's treasure. Especially in the preliminaries, he had killed hundreds of immortals. Therefore, Xiao Han had accumulated a mountain of immortal corpses. At this moment, they were all used to feed the Demon Emperor's palm on his left arm. Immortal corpses were completely different from mortal corpses. The fragments of the immortal corpses were extremely dazzling, shining like gems. At this moment, the left-armed Demon Emperor's palm swept out and swallowed the fragments of the immortal corpses that were like gemstones. In the Demon Hero Tower. I hope Xiao Han can directly attract the immortal tribulation when he comes out of seclusion this time. Wu Lei and the others sat in some lounges and discussed. Now, Xiao Han's seclusion had become the focus of the entire world. All the mortals were praying. The immortal world. The Tianyi Palace. The current Tianyi Palace was completely shrouded in a haze. What was originally a clear sky was now foggy and heavy. The upper echelons of the Tianyi Palace, led by the sect leader, were all furious. Jun Linzi and other high-level true immortals were originally the backbone of the Tianyi Palace, but they died after completing a mission in the lower realm. This was definitely a rare humiliation for the #1 sect in the immortal world. The back mountain of the Tianyi Palace. The back mountain of the Tianyi Palace was the area where the coffins and memorial tablets of the disciples of the past generations were placed. In the Tianyi Palace, all the disciples had made soul jade slips and placed them in the back mountain. Once they died, these soul jade slips would also shatter. In this way, the Tianyi Palace always knew the safety of their disciples. At this moment, it was obvious that the soul jade slips of Jun Linzi and the 80 level 6 true immortals had all shattered. It meant that they had died. Moreover, their corpses had fallen into the mortal world and could not be found to be buried in peace. Today, everyone in the Tianyi Palace was wearing mourning clothes and came to the back mountain. The atmosphere was silent, full of anger, hatred, unwillingness, and murderous intent. The sect leader of the Tianyi Palace was wearing a white robe. His eyebrows were like swords, and in his eyes, there was a terrifying scene of a planet disintegrating and exploding. Sect leader, please give us special immortal artifacts and let us go to the lower realm. We want to destroy Xiao Han's realm. We want to avenge senior brother Jun Linzi and the others. Countless disciples of the Tianyi Palace roared. Shut up, all of you. The sect leader of the Tianyi Palace waved his hand. That Xiao Han was able to kill Jun Linzi and dozens of other high-level true immortals. This person has a huge secret. I underestimated him. Now, we can't blindly send disciples to the lower realm. We have to figure out Xiao Han's background. After a pause, the sect leader of the Tianyi Palace looked at Jun Linzi's shattered soul jade slip and said indifferently, I will use my supreme magic to summon Jun Linzi's soul back for a short time. Within 100 breaths, I will make Jun Linzi tell us Xiao Han's secret. Tell us, what kind of trump card does Xiao Han have to be able to kill high-level true immortals so easily? To be continued. Chapter 699. The Celestial Realm. The Tianyi Palace. Jun Linzi and dozens of high-level genuine immortals died in the mortal world, which infuriated the entire Tianyi Palace. The vast area where the Tianyi Palace was located was flooded with people. Now the head of the Tianyi Palace, an immortal emperor, was trying to resurrect Jun Linzi's soul before his soul jade slip was broken. Of course, this resurrection would only last for a short period of time. It would only last for about 100 breaths. However, even so, it consumed a lot of immortal force. He had to use his powerful immortal sense to go deep into hell and find Jun Linzi's soul fragment among the countless scattered souls. At this time, an altar was set up in the back mountain of the Tianyi Palace. The head of the Tianyi Palace sat cross-legged in the middle of the altar with his eyes closed. His immortal force was rippling all over his body like waves, making a grand celestial sound. In all directions were the core disciples of the Tianyi Palace. Now, all of them were silent. All of a sudden, Jun Linzi. Resurrection. The head of the Tianyi Palace let out a fierce roar and opened his eyes. An extremely horrible scene appeared in the eyes of the head of the Tianyi Palace. It was the vicissitudes of reincarnation, destruction and creation, the Milky Way and heaven and earth. Swish. The next moment, the head of the Tianyi Palace pointed his right index finger and a beam of light shot directly at Jun Linzi's broken soul jade slip. Puff! The broken soul jade slip burst into a ball of fire. Then, a steaming cloud was rising in spirals. It gushed out. In the cloud, the figure of a man was twisting. The man was suffering from the purgatory fire and was in great pain. He burst out a heart-wrenching scream. I'm so miserable. I'm so miserable. It's senior brother Jun Linzi. The remnant soul of junior brother Jun Linzi. At this time, the head of the Tianyi Palace suddenly shouted. Jun Linzi. Your remnant soul can only stay for a limited time. Tell me what happened to Xiao Han as soon as possible. I'm planning to take revenge. As soon as the remnant soul of Jun Linzi heard Xiao Han's name, it immediately trembled with fear and wailed. Xiao Han! Xiao Han! Awesome! To think that I would die at the hands of Xiao Han. Revenge? Sect Master, you must avenge me. I can't accept this. Cut the crap. The head of the Tianyi Palace flew into a rage and completely lost his manners. Because he had consumed too much celestial force just now. His face was as pale as a piece of paper and his breath was unstable. Yes. Xiao Han has the strength to instantly kill a level 6 true immortal. Furthermore, he has close to 1,000 slaves with the strength of a level 7 true immortal. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's 4 treasures, the Cosmos Sack, Linglong Pagoda, Emperor Slayer Saber, the Sky Demon clones, are all in Xiao Han's hands. Just as he finished speaking, Puchi! Jun Linzi's soul dissipated just like that. Finally, the entire Tianyi Palace finally had a grasp of Xiao Han's strength. Silence. There was silence in the back mountain. For a mortal to be able to instantly kill a level 6 true immortal and have close to 1,000 level 7 true immortal subordinates. This was too terrifying. It was too abnormal. I didn't expect that there would be such a heaven-defying person in the human realm. The head of the Tianyi Palace mumbled as if he were dreaming. His eyes flickered with a sinister light. At this moment, the other immortal emperors standing next to the head of the Tianyi Palace finally spoke up. Brother Tianyi, it seems that Xiao Han's secret is completely beyond our expectation. Close to 1,000 level 7 true immortals. This force is enough to form a medium sect in the immortal realm. Brother Tianyi, if you want to forcefully take down Xiao Han with the strength of the Tianyi Palace, I'm afraid you will suffer a great loss on both sides. Brother Tianyi, if you want to descend to the mortal realm, the energy you'll need is too terrifying. You'll need at least 10 medium immortal emperors to open a space-time tunnel for you. Moreover, you'll need some special immortal artifacts that can conceal your aura. Otherwise, as an immortal emperor, if you can't conceal your aura, the space will shatter and you'll be trapped in a space fragment. Even with your immortal emperor cultivation, you'll still die. Hearing this, the head of the Tianyi Palace's sinister eyes flickered, as if he was planning a sinister plot. After a while, the head of the Tianyi Palace said decisively, "This matter can only be handled by immortal emperors who descend to the mortal realm in person. Xiao Han not only has the treasures of the invincible saber, but also his own secret must be extraordinary. It's worth the risk. Let's immediately send out a message and contact the immortal emperors who are on good terms with us. We'll work together to open a space-time wormhole and find a way to descend to the mortal realm. Okay, let's contact more immortal emperors." In the mortal world. In the Xianxia Pagoda. Inside an extremely high-quality spirit chamber. Xiao Han was trying to break through the realm of genuine qi. Now, Xiao Han was going to break through the 71st true acupoint and enter the realm of genuine qi talisman formation. The realm of talisman formation was to combine the true talisman formation into some formations after transforming the true qi into talisman formation. In terms of the realm of genuine qi, if the realm before the realm of talisman formation was likened to a disbanded soldier, then once he entered the realm of talisman formation, he would train the disbanded soldier to become a master of steel. His combat capability would soar. Generally speaking, using the monster ranking list of this dimension as an example, the top geniuses could arrange true talisman formations in their bodies, increasing the attacking power of genuine qi by 10 times. Some of the monster ranking list geniuses from other mortal planes could arrange a dozen or dozens of formations, but it was difficult to break through 100. As for the current Xiao Han, when a normal martial artist is in the talisman formation realm, 10 rounds of cleansing true talisman would probably cleanse dozens or hundreds of times, but I've cleansed true talisman 117000 times. It's totally incomparable. My natal talisman. The quality is very high. I'm going to arrange the talisman formation. It was another earth-shattering scene. Okay, let's begin. Xiao Han accurately sensed the position of the 71st true acupoint in his body. In fact, with Xiao Han's temperament and accumulation, he could have broken through the 71st true acupoint a long time ago, but he had been holding back. Now, he completely released the restraints. Breakthrough! At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. In Xiao Han's mind, a series of scenes flashed through his mind. The adventure of entering the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. In the qualifiers, killing immortals like pigs and dogs. In the arena battle, he even killed all the elites of the immortals in the lower realm. In the purple trial world, he cultivated diligently. All the accumulation was definitely not what mortals could imagine. Even immortals might not have such accumulation as Xiao Han. Now, such accumulation turned into a torrent, directly attacking the position of the 71st true acupoint. Suddenly, there was silence everywhere. The entire monster hero tower. It seemed to have quietened down. This silence was like the strange atmosphere before the outbreak of a disaster. There was no wind around. The surroundings were motionless. After just a dozen breaths, poof! It was like the light of the sun. From Xiao Han's body, it burst out unscrupulously. Then, there was a terrifying sound like the disintegration of thousands of planets, the roar of thousands of heavenly dragons, the annihilation of thousands of worlds, and the eruption of thousands of volcanoes. Boom! A huge light instantly enveloped the entire monster hero tower, causing the sun to lose its color. There seemed to be only this kind of light left in the world. In this light, there seemed to be a god descending to the mortal world. This beam of light rushed up to the 9 heavens and then illuminated the entire plane. It caused the entire plane to be bathed in infinite divine light. In the vast universe, the other planes of the mortal world all saw this beam of light. This was a miracle. It caused the mortals of countless planes to bow down to Xiao Han's plane. Monster Hero Tower. Xiao Han's breakthrough to the true Qi realm has caused a phenomenon. Something big is going to happen. Crow lost his composure and roared. Something unprecedented is going to happen. In the secret chamber, Xiao Han finally used all the accumulation in his body to explode the 71st true acupoint. Under the dazzling light, all the true talismans in Xiao Han's body dispersed and reorganized, instantly setting up 18 arrays. This caused the quality of Xiao Han's true qi to increase by 18 times. This was too terrifying. One had to know that in Xiao Han's plane, the best result in the talisman formation realm was to break through 10 true acupoints and set up 10 arrays, increasing the quality of true qi by 10 times. But Xiao Han had only broken through 1 true acupoint and he had already set up 18 arrays. This was incredible. This way, the pure true qi power in Xiao Han's body had reached hundreds of trillion cauldrons. Xiao Han's foundation in the acupoint expansion realm and talisman formation realm was extremely solid. Therefore, with a large base, the quality of his true qi multiplied. The total strength of his true qi would also be so great that it would make people crazy and collapse. Hundreds of trillion cauldrons of pure true qi power, not bad. Xiao Han deeply felt the boundless terror of his own power. He slightly clenched his fist, and a large area of space was destroyed. Now, Xiao Han had an illusion that even if he only used the power of his true qi, without any other means, he could kill immortals and sweep through the world. Now my pure true qi power, if it is converted to a mortal force, Xiao Han began to calculate in his heart. One had to know that Xiao Han's true qi power had increased by 18 times, reaching 324 trillion cauldrons. And the immortal force was measured in dragons. 10 trillion cauldrons of true qi power was equivalent to 1 dragon of immortal force. 324 trillion cauldrons of true qi power was equivalent to 32 dragons of immortal force. 32 dragons of immortal force. What kind of concept was that? True immortals were divided into 10 levels. Level 1 true immortals had 1 to 10 dragons of immortal force. Level 2 true immortals had 11 to 20 dragons of immortal force. Level 3 true immortals had 21 to 30 dragons of immortal force. Level 4 true immortals had 31 to 40 dragons of immortal force. Level 5 true immortals had 41 to 50 dragons of immortal force. Level 6 true immortals 51 to 60 dragons of immortal force. Level 7 true immortals 61 to 70 dragons of immortal force. Level 8 true immortals had 71 to 80 dragons of immortal force. Level 9 true immortals had 81 to 90 dragons of immortal force. Level 10 true immortals had 91 to 100 dragons of immortal force. Above level 10 true immortals were immortal emperors. In other words, Xiao Han's current pure true qi power was also at the level of a level 4 true immortal. Even though he did not have any immortal spells or divine abilities, it was still no small matter. Alright, continue to break through the 72nd true acupoint. Xiao Han's heart was filled with ambition and confidence. The stronger I am, the more confidence I will have in fighting the various sects and immortal emperors. To be continued. Chapter 700. Xiao Han had just broken through the 71st acupoint and obtained a monstrous amount of true qi, which was comparable to the pure immortal force of a level 4 perfected immortal. After a brief moment of joy, Xiao Han broke through the acupoints again. In fact, with Xiao Han's lifetime of accumulation and fortuitous encounters, breaking through the acupoints was as easy as blowing off dust. The obstacles that ordinary mortals could not overcome were as easy as riding a horse across a flat plain for Xiao Han. Puff, 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 puff. The 72nd acupoint was broken through. The 73rd acupoint was broken through. The 74th acupoint was broken through. Xiao Han's acupoints were broken through again and again. He was completely unstoppable. In the process of Xiao Han breaking through to the next realm, rays of holy light continuously seeped out of the Xianxia pagoda. They covered the sky and the earth and engulfed the entire plain, causing the entire plain to be bathed in golden light. Under this light, every inch of space in the huge plain was as warm as spring. The soil evolved into spiritual soil, the mountains evolved into sacred mountains, and the rivers evolved into divine rivers. In the plain, many mortals who were seriously ill, after bathing in this light, actually recovered without any treatment, and were full of vigor. The martial artists of the plain actually broke through the bottleneck that they had been stuck in for a long time after bathing in this light. This was a true miracle. Xiao Han's breakthrough was a blessing to the entire plain. In the secret chamber of the Xianxia pagoda, Xiao Han had broken through 80 acupoints and reached the peak of the talisman formation realm. Now, Xiao Han was covered in talismans. They were spread out. A total of 100 array formations. No more, no less, 100 array formations. The quality of his true qi increased by 100 times. The 18 trillion cauldrons of true qi power evolved into 1,800 trillion cauldrons. Shocking the world. Shocking the world. 1,800 trillion cauldrons of pure true qi power, if converted to immortal force, would reach a shocking 180 dragons. Immortal force that surpassed a level 10 perfected immortal. This kind of result was simply an eternally strange story. A mortal's power surpassed a level 10 perfected immortal. If this was made known to others, even an immortal emperor would faint from fear. In the secret chamber, Xiao Han slowly stretched out his right palm. Ethereal true qi circled between his fingers. The quality of this true energy was frighteningly high. Even a strand of it could crush mountains and evaporate oceans. Even an immortal would be crushed by this true energy. They would definitely explode and die. There was no suspense. The power of my true qi is equivalent to 180 dragons of immortal power. You've brought me an unimaginable surprise. Xiao Han stared at his own palm. He was actually in a daze. For a moment, he was in a trance, forgetting everything. After a long time, Xiao Han finally calmed down. Another breakthrough. Xiao Han understood very well. Increasing the power of my true energy isn't the only goal of this secluded meditation. The ultimate goal is immortal ascension, breaking through to the immortal realm. No matter how strong his true qi was, he was still immortal. I must become an immortal so that I can open all the treasures that Invincible Saber Master left for me. Only by becoming an immortal can I find the special immortal herbs that can help the sect leader and the others recover their cultivation base. With a thought, Xiao Han's consciousness moved, and he immediately felt the location of the 81st acupoint with a bone-penetrating clarity. The 9th stage of true qi, the true treasure realm. After breaking through the acupoints 10 times, all the true qi in his body would be created into a true treasure. This realm mainly used true qi to transform into true qi magical treasures. The quality of the true qi would not increase by much. This was a realm with rich attacking methods. At this moment, Xiao Han held his breath, and once again activated his life potential to the extreme. All his thoughts and foundation gathered into a sharp stream of air. It went straight for the 81st acupoint. Puchi. It opened in response. For Xiao Han, breaking through to the true qi realm was indeed too easy. As the 81st acupoint was broken through, Xiao Han's true qi gushed out and began to twist and transform into a true qi magical treasure.
What kind of true qi magical treasure will I transform into? Xiao Han was interested. However, in his heart, he seemed to already have an answer. Not long after, Xiao Han's true qi transformed into a saber hilt that was almost made of wood. Just as I expected. I'm proficient in saber Dao. My natal true qi magical treasure should be a saber. A sharp saber evolved from extremely pure true qi. Good. Create my, Xiao Han's, natal true qi treasure. Xiao Han concentrated on breaking through the acupoints. Puchi, 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 the 82nd acupoint, the 83rd acupoint, and the 84th acupoint were broken through one after another. As the acupoints continued to be broken through, the true qi began to evolve at a faster speed, giving birth to a scabbard, a tassel, a handle, a shield, a blade. A saber was about to fully evolve. In the celestial realm. The Qianxia Palace. The Heavenly Palace. At this moment, a group of celestial emperors had gathered in the Heavenly Palace. More than a dozen giants of the celestial realm, celestial emperors, had already occupied the main hall. Like a dozen scorching suns floating in the air, each celestial emperor's qi and blood were unbelievably strong. When they opened and closed their eyes, there was a sense of chaos as if the world had just appeared. Brothers, today, I have invited you to the Qianxia Palace. I believe everyone is clear about the matter we are discussing. The sect master of the Qianxia Palace swept his gaze across the crowd. Ha 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 ha. A white-haired old man with wrinkled skin appeared. His skin was as lustrous as a gem, and circles of warm air flowed over his skin. This person was an old antique of the celestial realm. A middle-rank celestial emperor. He controlled a world in the celestial realm, and had over 10,000 disciples under him. He was a person of virtue and prestige. His name was Old Ancestor North River. Old Ancestor North River laughed. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect us celestial emperors to gather for a meeting to discuss how to deal with a mortal. Oh, that's right, the previous meeting was so grand. I think it was to encircle and annihilate the bloodthirsty demon emperor's demon army, right? Old Ancestor North River, the sect master of the First Heaven School said. The sect master of the Qianxia Palace said with slight dissatisfaction. Although Xiao Han is immortal, his strength is not as simple as you think. I have already said that he has close to 1,000 level 7 true immortals under him. All right, let's not quarrel. Don't let this matter affect our harmony. Another celestial emperor was also an old ancestor. He was dressed in a red robe and had a head full of red hair. Every breath he took was like an erupting volcano. Actually, this is a good thing. At least we know that Xiao Han has successfully obtained the inheritance of that absolute blade guy. This way we can target him. As long as we capture Xiao Han, we can smoothly obtain the absolute blade guy's treasure. On the contrary, if that mortal Xiao Han didn't obtain the absolute blade's treasure, then the absolute blade's treasure would most likely be destroyed. Wouldn't that be a reckless waste of resources? Now the treasure has appeared. We should be happy. Moreover, Xiao Han himself has many important secrets that we need to uncover. Yes. This is equivalent to giving us riches. Ha ha ha. All right, let's treat this person seriously. But don't take him too seriously. We have to be careful. How can we not take down a mortal? Some celestial emperors also said. We don't have to descend for the time being. Now, let's join forces and see through the space barrier between the celestial realm and the mortal realm. Let's see what Xiao Han is doing in Xiao Han's dimension. Then with our full strength, we can directly uproot Xiao Han's dimension and bring it to the celestial realm. And Celestial Emperor with a domineering gaze said loudly, I have a celestial weapon. As long as we join forces and input our celestial force, we can directly grab a space in the mortal realm. Then we can directly grab Xiao Han's dimension. Think about it. If we descend, we will be rejected by the space barrier and the laws of heaven and earth. Our strength will be greatly reduced. However, once we take Xiao Han's plane into the celestial realm, they will be rejected by the laws of the celestial realm as mortals, and we will have the home advantage. No matter how many divine abilities Xiao Han has, he will be captured. Good. This is a great plan. The group of celestial emperors nodded.
Then, more than 10 celestial emperors released their celestial force at the same time. This huge amount of celestial force weaved together. Celestial hand. Suddenly, one of the celestial emperors took out a white jade-like palm. The meridians on the palm were vivid and engraved with countless mysterious runes. It had a power that could control everything, grasp everything and crush everything. In the palm of the white jade-like palm, there was a strange eye. With the help of the celestial emperor's celestial chi, the eye in the white jade-like palm suddenly opened. Celestial hand. Celestial eye. See through the boundless world. Xiao, a gaze shot directly from the celestial realm to the mortal realm. The mortal realm. The Xianxia pagoda. The spirit house. Boom! Xiao Han broke through the 90th true meridian with irresistible force. His true chi realm had reached the peak of the true treasure realm. A battle saber condensed from true chi was held in Xiao Han's hand. The entire body of the battle saber was flawless. It was as if it was submerged in divine brilliance. Xiao Han held the battle saber in his hand. He felt as if his soul had extended to the saber. It was as if the saber in his hand was a part of his body, a part of his thoughts. This was Xiao Han's natal true chi treasure. Xiao Han observed the Zhan Qi battle blade for a while. Then with a thought, the battle blade turned into thousands of rays of light and merged into Xiao Han's meridians. Yes, I completed the level 9 true treasure stage and condensed all the true chi in my body into a saber. However, the quality of my true chi didn't increase too much. It only doubled, which means that when I slashed out with my saber, I would have about 3,600 trillion cauldrons of pure true chi power. That's 360 immortal dragon power. Alright, let's continue breaking through. Xiao Han calmed himself down and began to break through to the next realm. Heaven's Eye State. The last gate of the true chi realm. The Heavenly Eye realm was the key to becoming an immortal. After opening all 100 acupoints in his body and opening the Heavenly Eye, he would have a chance to obtain immortal fate. A moment of enlightenment brought forth the immortal tribulation. Those who had opened the Heavenly Eye were also known as the Tower Master level in the secular world. For example, Wu Hao, Xiao Mingqiu, Feng Ling, and the others were at this level. Continue breaking through the meridians. Xiao Han gathered all of his life potential and accumulated power. His powerful soul and mind power also protected him from the side. Soon. Pooh! The 91st acupoint opened in response to the sound. Not long after. Pooh! The 92nd acupoint was blasted open. Step by step, Xiao Han was walking in the direction of becoming an immortal. At this time, an almost illusory gaze shrouded Xiao Han from the celestial world. It covered the entire plane that Xiao Han was in. Every single thing that happened in this plane was seen by him. Chapter 701. Xiao Han breaking through to the true chi realm was a piece of cake. Opening the Heavenly Eye was as easy as flipping his hand. Cultivation relied on talent, accumulation, diligence, fortuitous encounters, and many other factors. Disregarding talent, Xiao Han's accumulation, diligence, and fortuitous encounters were simply unparalleled in these aspects. If the accumulation required for a mortal to become an immortal was compared to a pool of water, then Xiao Han's accumulation was a vast ocean. At this moment, Xiao Han used his enormous spiritual power as a guide, and his life potential and terrifying temperament as sharp weapons to break through his meridians. One by one, the true acupoints were broken through. Shockingly, Xiao Han felt a whirlpool surging between his eyebrows. A whirlpool that looked like a black hole actually appeared on Xiao Han's forehead. It was as if his eyebrows were about to be torn apart by some unknown force. When Xiao Han broke through the 98th true acupoint, a thin line split open between his eyebrows. Boom! A dazzling light shot out from this thin line like a monstrous wave. The entire plane was filled with colorful lights, and multicolored mist swirled around. The shadows of all kinds of giant birds and auspicious beasts appeared like a mirage. The Xianxia pagoda was even more dazzling, as if thousands of bright moons were hanging in the sky, and thousands of blazing suns were rising. It was as if a deity had descended to the mortal world, shrouding the Xianxia pagoda. Inside the Xianxia pagoda.
What a terrifying phenomenon! Wu Yunyu and the other mortals were completely shocked. Although they did not understand what exactly happened, they could vaguely guess. It's Xiao Han. All the phenomena originated from Xiao Han. Wu Yunyu said in horror. Such a terrifying phenomenon. It's even more dazzling than when we faced the immortal tribulation. Xiao Han. Xiao Han is becoming an immortal step by step. Although I don't know anything, if junior brother Xiao Han becomes an immortal, he will definitely reach the heavens in one step. He won't just become an immortal of the lowest level, he will definitely reach a very glorious level in one step. As to what level he will reach, I don't know, but he should not be weaker than brother Jialan and the other true immortals who descended. Xiao Mingchu also gasped. Xianxia Pagoda. Spirit House. I, Xiao Han, have roamed the world, fought the demon race, fought the immortals, and looked down on everyone. He had even received the teachings of the invincible saber master. So what if he became an immortal? Charge! Xiao Han's confidence had reached an unprecedented level. His life force had also reached its peak. Bang! The 99th acupoint opened. Bang! The 100th acupoint opened. Finally, Xiao Han had opened all 100 acupoints in his body. Very quickly, all of the true meridians in his body were opened. Xiao Han's body was like a cloud, extraordinary and refined. All of the true qi gathered at the center of his eyebrows and seeped into the thin crack between his eyebrows. Heavenly eye, open for me! Kailala, Kailala. The thin crack between Xiao Han's eyebrows gradually tore open. The sound of a space-time gate opening could be heard. The heavenly eye was about to open. Meanwhile, in the immortal world, the Tianyi Palace. Inside the palace, more than a dozen immortal emperors were working together to activate a powerful celestial artifact, a white jade-like palm. In the center of the palm, there was a sky-piercing eye. This eyeball looked across space and could already see everything that was happening in Xiao Han's dimension. Naturally, these immortal emperors all saw the horrible vision in the Yaoxia Pagoda. Oh no! Xiao Han is going to open the heavenly eye and welcome the immortal tribulation. This vision. Mortals are ascending to become immortals. Although it's rare since ancient times, it's not completely non-existent. This vision is no ordinary ascension to become an immortal. According to my experience, once Xiao Han ascends, he will definitely surpass the level of a level 5 genuine immortal. This is incredible. How stunning. Such a nature-defying person will definitely be the #1 genius of the younger generation in the immortal world. He will surpass any young genuine immortal cultivated by a sect in the immortal world. Enough! Stop sighing! The sect leader of the Tianyi Palace roared impatiently. Now it's not time to praise Xiao Han, but to suppress him. Let's do it. Before Xiao Han ascends, use the void-absorbing immortal hand to grab Xiao Han's realm. As soon as he said this, the immortal emperors stopped sighing and nodded their heads. Okay, there's no time to lose. Let's activate our celestial force. Well, the void-absorbing immortal hand usually takes a mortal's realm and places it in the most desolate area of the immortal world. These areas are short of spiritual qi and celestial qi, and the space there is naturally a maze. After we capture Xiao Han's realm, we throw it in the desolate area of the immortal world. They can't fly out, and they are bound by the dharma of the immortal world, which is tantamount to imprisoning their entire realm. We can do whatever we want to them. A sage-like immortal emperor sighed. Alas! Such a nature-defying genius was destroyed by our own hands. Is this right or wrong? Ancestor Qingyang stopped sighing. Let's do it. Don't you want the invincible saber's wealth? Don't you want a share? Don't be so long-winded, pour your celestial force into the void-absorbing immortal hand. Okay. Let's do it. The ancestor Qingyang also made up his mind. The next moment, swoosh, 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 these immortal emperors released their celestial force without hesitation and poured it into the jade-white palm. Boom! The jade-white palm was completely burned up. Then, it released a great power that grasped time and space. This power could annihilate millions of worlds and create millions of worlds. The jade-white palm grabbed down through the air.
The mortal world. Xiao Han's realm. The Xianxia Tower. The Spirit House. Xiao Han's cultivation had entered the most critical stage. Open the heavenly eye. Once the heavenly eye was opened, with Xiao Han's foundation, he would definitely face the immortal tribulation. When the immortal tribulation came, Xiao Han could directly use the 100-live saber Dao to resist the lightning attack and directly ascend. Everything was logical and logical. At this moment, Xiao Han's heavenly eye was already half opened. Success seemed to be close at hand. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's mind suddenly stopped. A sudden ominous feeling engulfed Xiao Han's heart. Moreover, this feeling was extremely real. Xiao Han's soul-mind power was very strong and more sensitive than many immortals. At this moment, Xiao Han could feel that a heavenly tribulation was indeed coming. What's going on? Xiao Han could not help but stop cultivating. He stood up suddenly and a hint of caution flashed across his eyes. Could it be? Could it be that those animals from the immortal world are going to use some tricks again? At this moment, boom! The entire realm was instantly plunged into a kind of darkness. This was a kind of deep darkness. This was a kind of eternal darkness. In this kind of darkness there was no light. There was no heat. There was no wind. There was no flow of energy. There was no time. There was no space. Destruction. This was a feeling of destruction. The entire realm was in a kind of destruction. And the living beings on the realm did not have any time to feel fear or despair. They were only shocked, confused and helpless. In the secret mind room. What's going on? Xiao Han also felt a horrible suffocation, as if he had been thrown into a space that was isolated from the world. He found that his soul-mind power could not penetrate out, and his true qi could not be used. In a split second, Xiao Han forcibly restrained the discomfort of being restrained. With a thought, he formed a saber spell with his index and middle fingers and performed a saber technique. 100 generations! This was the most powerful attack in Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's 100 generations saber technique. Boom! The saber light was like a meteor, in line with the heavenly Dao, containing the mysteries of the universe and the laws of nature. It flashed and cut through the deep darkness. Whoosh! This untraceable saber light directly cut open a gap in the eternal darkness. Light seeped in. The immortal world. In the main hall of the Tianyi Palace. More than 10 immortal emperors were working together to pour their immortal powers into that supreme treasure to grab Xiao Han's realm. At this moment, puff, puff, the two immortal emperors spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Xiao Han is resisting. It's the saber technique of Zhu Dao. He's trying to break free by force. That's awesome. Even in this situation, he's still struggling. Awesome, really awesome. Cut the crap. Do your best. The leader of the Tianyi Palace roared. Then, all his immortal powers were poured into the white jade palm without reservation. Xiao Han, in an extremely unfavorable situation, tried his best to perform a saber technique. But soon, the gap created by the saber light was swallowed up by the endless darkness. Oh no! Xiao Han's face was pale. He sat cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. Xiao Han, on his own, was absolutely unable to resist a supreme immortal artifact operated by more than 10 immortal emperors. Moreover, in this darkness, Xiao Han's soul was affected and suppressed, and he couldn't even release the immortal emperor slaves living on the solid spirit power planet. It's like, the whole realm is moving. Xiao Han had a vague idea. The immortal realm. The faces of the immortal emperors were completely pale, as if they were lamps that had run out of oil. The immortal powers flowing out of their bodies were getting weaker and weaker. On their foreheads, beads of sweat were actually seeping out. After dozens of breaths. We did it! The leader of the Tianyi Palace suddenly roared. Good. With all his might, he traversed space and time and finally uprooted Xiao Han's plane of existence, pulling it up from the mortal world. We threw it into the most desolate and bitter area of the immortal realm. We finally succeeded. Now, it's as good as imprisoning Xiao Han and the others in a secluded area. Well, when mortals come to the immortal realm, because of the rejection of the law of heaven and earth, the mortals in Xiao Han's realm will definitely die one after another. When our energy is restored,
We can directly go there and catch the dying Xiao Han.
Ha ha ha. Good.
Let's also recuperate and try to recover the power we've consumed today as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.